Can you hear me now? You can't hear me? I can't hear you.
How is this?
I can hear you. Can you talk again?
Yes. Is this better?
It's a little light.
I will see. How is this?
Much better.
All right. So the microphone's got to come up. That's good to know.
I just tested the slide share with my brother.
Yes.
It didn't work at all. And on Google or on PowerPoint, thank God I tested it. So I had to PDF it if anyone else asks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So it didn't just work from SlideShare.
No, it didn't. And then Shalom decided to have a massive blowout that went through her diaper and pajamas. So we just got out of the bath by the hair of our chinny chin chin.
Lovely. Lovely. I was thinking she might make her first ever appearance. This could be her inaugural Humans First appearance.
It definitely, I'm counting on it.
So we're kind of counting down. It is 7:59 on my clock. So as soon as it hits 8 o'clock, I think we'll just go live and kick off the day. Thank you very much for being here. It's a great joy to start the day with you, Claude, who helped me kind of envision and start off what this whole thing would be.
I love you, Mike. I'm so happy to be here.
And then we're going to finish the day with Mark LeBusque, which will also be a riot. So kind of bookending the two people that were with me in New York launching this.
Yeah, perfect. So I have 15 minutes, yeah?
Yeah. So, yes. I mean, what we'll do is we'll just finish before we get to the half hour.
Yeah.
So I can open up the next guest and.
Yeah, that's great.
So 8 o'clock, I want to welcome everybody. There's the note right there. Welcome everybody to the first ever Humans First Rally Day. Today is very exciting. We're kicking off with 22 speakers, 10 hours of live broadcast on YouTube. And it's a great joy for me to welcome my good friend and actually the leader that I follow most, Claude Silver, Chief Heart Officer with VaynerX, VaynerMedia. Claude sees to the needs of all those employees and I think is demonstrating what true leadership looks like. Bringing it to bear every day, making it real and setting the example. Claude, welcome and thank you for joining. We've known each other for a couple of years and I want to again thank you for launching this Humans First Club idea with me back in October of 2018 already, and then being with us in 3 different events over in London, New York, Chattanooga, and the inspiration that you provided to me and so many that will be with us today. So thank you for joining.
Thank you so much, Mike. I'm happy to be here. So let's see, I'm good? Am I good to go or just?
You are good. I believe that you're able to share.
Yep, I'm going to share. And
that will be Shalom that will be making an appearance here, everybody. Just so
be making. Oops. What do I want to do here? I want to go into. Well, we'll just have to do it like this. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. So 1 second. I know. It's going to be, as the slide says, leading in the wilderness leadership. So that's exactly what today is. Say hi, Shalom. Okay. I chose this name, the title Wilderness Leadership, for 2 reasons. One, when I was 19, I did a 93-day outward bound course, which was actually called Wilderness Leadership. And I found that similarly to then, we are leading in the unknown right now. We are literally figuring it out as we go. with as much grace as we can, and authenticity and communication, and real life. I mean, this is real life. So please bear with me, but she's amazing. She helped me write the deck. I wanted to just start by talking about both leadership and leadership in the business of people. So this is an image of today. These are 2 Instagram posts that I found in the last week, Christy Teigen and this other glamorous reptile. And I wanted to start with this because this is literally some of the anxiety that's happening in the world today. And we know that that's happening in our own homes, in our own families, at our workplaces, with friends and colleagues. I also wanted to show you an image of today as well. And this is taken from our Slack channel yesterday, from a project manager. And I thought the incredible grace and compassion and generosity and just rah-rah that this person put out on Slack was absolutely heartfelt to me. I was really honored that I even came across it. And here's someone who is a project manager, certainly not in the C-suite, certainly not in senior leadership, and those things just don't matter. They do not matter anymore. I've never thought they mattered, but they certainly don't matter today. So let's talk a little bit about leadership. I know today we've got a huge roster of amazing leaders, people that wrote the book on psychological safety and team building. And there we go. So let's talk about leadership. I often say that as leaders, we are the guides. We are not the heroes. We are here to turn other people into heroes. And today, I'm not sure if it's really heroes we're turning people into, other than we are calming the seas. So everything is not for us. It is for everyone. That is the idea of a spirit of generosity. That is something that I carry with me every day, that we emanate through the halls of VaynerMedia. And since we're not in the halls anymore, we're emanating through on a Zoom screen in many, many different ways. What we know is leadership is not a rank, it's not authority, it's really a choice. And leaders look after each other. They go into the fire. They make their people feel safe, both psychologically safe and physically safe. And above all, leaders deploy empathy. And that's something we talk quite a bit about at VaynerMedia. Here's another example of a Slack that was posted by our leader a couple weeks ago. And as we come out of this, as I just spoke about empathy and what really leadership is all about in terms of authenticity and putting other people first in terms of servant leadership, and really having the ability to take self out. I thought that this was an incredible post where Garry is really saying, listen, I love you all. I'm proud of you all. And I'm really working my butts off for you all. And I thought that that was really a wonderful way to showcase what we consider true leadership in the halls of Vayner. Right now, it's really important to lead into what we all know to be true, which is kindness is the way. We are all better humans when we work together. We are all better coworkers when we work together. We are all better family members and soccer players and friends and bridesmaids and all of that stuff when we work together. What I talk about quite a bit, as many people know, is bringing humanity into the workplace. And my message isn't changing. My message today is exactly what it would have been 3 weeks ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, which is leading with heart and leading with love is the only way to lead. And it takes leaders who are willing to be vulnerable, be authentic, and really, really be incredibly transparent, as transparent as transparent can be. Just a little snapshot of something I put on Slack, I don't know, maybe 5 weeks ago. We're in week 7 now. And again, what I'm trying to showcase here is that this isn't about me. I know I'm resilient. I know my vibes are strong. This is about them, and really, really sharing with 800 people that I see what they're doing. We are aware of the work and the effort that they're putting into it. We are aware of their anxieties. We are aware of the fact that we have restructuring going on, and they continue to show up in such a strong, incredible way. I mean, we are a creative advertising agency, and the idea of creating and not sitting next to your coworker right there and jamming on some kind of campaign or blue sky thinking is, 7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago would have been unheard of. We did not have a work from home culture. And now I'm really proud to say we do. And just with the blink of an eye, all of us do. Again, this is wilderness leadership. We did exactly what we needed to do. And we went into triage the minute that we knew we had to get our people safe and we needed to communicate with our people. We didn't have the luxury of time, and there was no playbook and there was no guidebook. There were no guardrails. We just went and we did, as many, many other people did as well. So I want to just talk about empathy a little bit more. And you can hear my daughter playing with some toys back there, but hopefully that's okay. I often say this, that the way you see people is the way you will treat them. And the way you treat them is, in fact, what they become. Energy follows thought. And we have such enormous influence as human beings when we're in person in the office and also on screen. It is really an incredible honor, I would say, to see into someone else's life. We are seeing what they live like, how they live, who they live with, what they look like without makeup on. Maybe they're not out. Maybe all of a sudden we see that they are out and proud when they're on screen. These are things that we really need to take into account as we are looking into people's lives. So listening, we're going to talk about a lot. I'm sure Amy's going to talk a lot about listening today. What we know is that listening connects us all. It creates safety. It builds and fosters relationship. And now more than ever, as we're looking at people on the screen, we need to make sure that we are listening to them, actively listening to them. So the reason I really wanted to talk about this is we no longer have the rituals that we were using 8 weeks ago, 10 weeks ago, 3 years ago. We no longer are walking through the hallways, high-fiving one another. We're not even elbow bumping each other right now. We are on screen having to create new rituals on the fly. Listening is one of those rituals. Listening is something that I know we can all do a better job of, active listening, holding space. And so I want to encourage all of us to bring the ritual of listening into our Zooms, into our Hangouts, and into the collective culture that we are all cultivating now on Zoom. There are other ways to create ritual, and maybe that is everyone starts with an icebreaker when you get onto the Zoom call. Everyone starts with what they did yesterday, what they ate for breakfast. Everyone wears a funny hat, and you talk about that. It's time to be very creative and time to really, really recognize that this is the new normal. We are paving the way. And in time and in years, we will write rule books and we will write protocols for what happens when these types of things, global pandemics take place, and hopefully there are no more. But this is ours to create right here, right now, with everyone listening in all day long, with everyone that I work with. Every single one of us is in the business of people. So I started this presentation by talking about leadership and the business of people. We are all in the business of people. And I really implore us all to dig into that and recognize that this is not about us. This is about everyone. We know that generosity of spirit will always, always rule supreme. Giving someone our attention, giving someone our time, giving someone our ear. These are the things that create psychological safety. These are the things that both increase oxytocin and serotonin in your brain. They decrease cortisol. There's a lot of anxiety in the room, and cortisol with anxiety rises. So as leaders and as people that are looking at each other on screen, let's do what we can to blanket them with a sense of generosity, of safety, of grace. I wanted to just write and share. It's a very wordy slide for me, but I wanted to share some truisms that I believe have always been truisms in this world of people and human resources. But I think now more than ever, it is our opportunity to step forward, our opportunity to use our voice, our opportunity to get out of the stigma of just being on the defense and get out there, be proactive, be people first. Humanity is our superpower. We are all humans. We have this inside of us. It is time to bring this forward. Creating psychological safety and eliminating fear, I believe, is our job as well. Being guided by kindness and candor, being truthful, taking a page out of Kim Scott's book, Radical Candor, and leading with kindness, making sure that we are the calm in someone's storm. I guess I'm the calm in my storm right now. Holding space for people, leaving judgment at the door. Gosh, we all have biases. In the world of people, it is so important to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Understand that while our intent may always come from a great place, the way it lands and the impact on another human being may not feel that great. So let's check ourselves. Use our voices to speak the truth, speak the company truth, come forward and represent the logo as best we can, and empower others to do the same. Always empathy, never a day without empathy. And remember that in the business of people, we are the Sherpas. We are the shepherds, in fact. We are the guides of both company and the culture. It's an enormous responsibility and one that I take very, very seriously. And I'm honored to both work for 800 people and lead 800 people. So those of you that know me know how near and dear this stanza is from the late, great Maya Angelou. And I think today, more than ever, it's never been as important, especially as we're looking at people on screen, especially as we know our people have anxieties, are grieving, are dealing with traumas, have lost people, have lost jobs, are looking at their bank statements. Let's remember to embrace them. Let's remember to love them. Let's remember to be authentic and transparent. And more than anything, let's create a safe place for our people today. So I wanted to just share that all with you. I thank you so much for your time. Mike, thank you for having me here. Thank you for having Shalom. This is the first ever. This is what the new normal looks like for all of us. And I just want to, again, thank you for letting me kick off what is bound to be an incredible day, a day of learning and of knowledge share, and I think a day of great empathy as well.
Wonderful, Claude, and thank you, and Shalom, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
So what's really fun is Shalom was near being born when we were together in New York City, October 2018. So that was the month.
About 2 weeks before.
Have things changed? And,
yeah, she's my boss.
Yeah, what a joy.
Being a solo parent for the week, I am more than humbled. And
but I'm looking at a couple of the questions that are coming up here on the YouTube stream. What was the planning process like? As you know, it was a very quick transition.
Yeah.
And so what was that planning? What were those cycles like in making decisions?
Well, it was incredibly quick. And I would say it was in a matter of 12 hours, we would decide things, if not sooner. So when we first got, we in the headquarters of Hudson Yards in New York, when we first started to get messages that offices in the surrounding buildings had people that had been tested positive with COVID, that's when the anxiety started to kick in. We knew it was a matter of time before it came to our office. So we immediately started writing up guidelines, which I actually didn't show, for working at home. What we need, what was required, computers, technology, what we needed our leaders to do, how to manage people from home. And so these are all things that we wrote up within a matter of about 12 hours, showed it to legal quickly, showed it to Garry, and then went out with it.
Right.
So it was a blink of an eye. And there were a lot of open source pieces of content out there that a good friend of mine, Lars Schmidt, started on Twitter, which I think many of us glommed onto, so.
Excellent. Another question here is, do you see any permanent changes sticking as things unfold or move forward?
Yeah, boy, I hope so. And by boy, I hope so, I mean the collaboration and the care that people have put into one another, and the fact that we can do anything we set our mind to. Resiliency is an enormous muscle. It is enormous, enormous muscle. And we as a collective culture have found this muscle together in a way that I don't think we would have. We have been forced to make some very tough decisions. We have been forced to work with clients that are literally saying, I have no budget anymore. So in a 360 way, I think that the muscles that we have built, the care, the concern for others, and the generosity has been quite something. And I will say the transparency of our communication as a leadership team is something that I always wished for, and it is here, it is present, and it has to be present.
Fabulous. Your contribution to Vayner and the world as a speaker, Claude, you travel all over the world. You were traveling all over.
I was traveling all over, yeah.
Now it's hard to travel from neighborhood to neighborhood.
Yeah.
But you have been in many cultures and you've been in many rooms, and I know we've had a chance to talk about a lot of the commonality from a global community that many of us in the workplace are seeking, that same understanding, recognition, acknowledgement. And you've expressed how that truth has come forward in many different cultures, many different companies. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, what I can elaborate on is that we are all equal. What I can elaborate on is that we are human beings all in very similar circumstances today. This is something in the workplace in the Western world that we're all facing right now. But what I appreciate about this time is that it has normalized us, and it has created not an us versus them. We have become each other's islands in many, many ways. And that's a real big deal. I don't think that we have created bridges as well as we could have in the past. And I really think when I say we have become each other's islands, I really mean we can relate with those in Italy. We can relate with the photos that we've seen from China. We can relate with the singing we've seen in Spain.
Yeah.
We are global citizens now.
That connectedness has become very apparent, right? And we can almost see a heat map as this virus landed across the world. How quickly and how demonstrably it showed that we are all connected, and the influence then is a responsibility. There's accountability with that knowledge and understanding.
There is, and there is a shared experience that we will never, ever be able to deny. And that's what I love. I don't love the pain. I don't love the grieving, of course not. But the shared experience that there will never be a day that I will walk into someone's office and think that they didn't go through one of the 8 stages of grieving that I have, or that you have, or that Sammy has, or Joni has,
Yeah. Isn't that wonderful? And I think such a pertinent point. Claude, we've explored limiting beliefs so many times.
Yeah.
And I think now more than ever, we get a chance to explore what that really means. A lot of our old beliefs have naturally been shattered. And Fortunately, Shalom doesn't have those. I love this. No, I absolutely. This is, this makes it more fun than anything else. And
Thank God you love me and you're patient with me.
uh, um, it's it's the depth of a relationship, right? I mean, I love the friendship that you've shared, the guidance that you've provided to me, and being part of your life with Shalom involved is, I think it's a treat you're sharing with us all here.
Don't have a choice, but thank you. I want to say one other thing, Mike. What we are doing right this minute is we as a collective, we are building the body of evidence that shows us that we can do this, that we are doing this. And that I do think humans need. We need proof. And proof will help us over that hurdle. And we can do this together.
Wow, that's so powerful. Claude, thank you very much. And I want to.
She wants to kiss.
Yay. Mwah. Thank you, Shalom.
We love you guys. Have a wonderful day. I'll be watching.
Thank you, Claude. I'm going to take this on pause now. I'm going to cancel the screen, and we'll have a little 5-minute break before we start the next session with Amy Edmondson at 8:30. Claude, thank you very much. Have a fabulous day.
Thank
We'll talk
you.
again soon. Bye. All right, everybody. I am going to go on pause here for a moment. We'll come back at 8:30, so 5 minutes. We'll come back with Amy Edmondson. Hang on. Thank you. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Welcome. I'm so pleased that you joined us today.
Well, thank you.
We are currently live on YouTube.
Oh,
So we're
okay.
jumping in without a lot of, with no filter and the breakdown. So you're so gracious to join us today. And I want to say, I know that, you had shared that your first priorities and what's most important is taking care of staff and students at this time. And I respect and appreciate your commitment to that. We had also spoke that it's impossible to move through these uncharted waters and
Right.
times of great change without a lot of the fundamental teaching that you've brought to us so many years with your 5 books and your TED Talks on psychological safety. And I think you've provided such great groundwork and leadership for us all to embrace in this time. That it's just a great joy that you're here with us and share in this exploration and a rally of our humanity as we move forward together. So welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Mike. It's a pleasure to be here. And so because it's just the Zoom is saying we have 2 participants, but you're saying it's many people on YouTube out there from wherever they are around the world.
Correct. We're broadcasting from Zoom out
Yes.
through YouTube.
Yes.
So it keeps this channel really clean and keeps the bandwidth full as it moves out.
Right. Right. Fantastic.
To the audience.
Very good.
So again, a little bit, it's been a challenge, I imagine, for you getting a change of routine and scenery and everything going virtual with the school and all of your other work.
Yes, indeed. It's been quite a change, quite an adjustment. And we have 2 college-age sons home with us. And they're still, actually, I think their last day of classes is today. And so, each new week is another adventure.
Yes, it's the extended time together. And
yes, indeed. Yes, the 45th dinner, family dinner in a row. Certainly a record,
yes.
No matter how you slice it.
Yes, we've raised 5 children here and gone through that. Then they've all been through college and then out on their own. And I think of that sometimes as if they came back from college and we were all together, that would be a very vibrant household and a lot of ideas and opinions.
And not all bad, right? I mean, there's some joy to spending this time together.
Excellent. How has your work changed through this time? Has it been a big adjustment, or was there preparation?
No, it's a huge adjustment. I mean, it was essentially, we had our last day of classes before spring break in early mid-March and went off for 1 week and never came back. And it was an overnight transformation, really. And the way we teach at Harvard Business School is almost entirely through case method teaching, which means I'm the orchestrator of a conversation, of a symphony in a classroom setting where I'm working off small cues, facial expressions, hands, and likewise students or executives, either group, are very much relating and connecting to each other. When it's done well, it's not hub and spokes. It's a conversation, even if there happen to be 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 people in the room. So we took that all over to the Zoom platform. It's clearly not the same. It's very, very different, but they've been good sports about it. And but it's exhausting. I think one of the things that many people are beginning to experience is we're calling it Zoom fatigue, but it's really screen fatigue. It is. I was thinking for a while that it's just I can't bear to be sitting so much. But I think it's not just the sitting. I think in my classroom, of course, I never sat, but in our ordinary meetings and so on, we sat. but the screen time is exhausting and I think psychologically challenging as well.
I think that's such a wonderful point. I mean, even when we're in rooms together, there is some atmosphere or that we can move around and take our eyes to a different part of the room,
Absolutely.
turn our
Absolutely.
heads a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So,
was a college goaltender, and there was that focus area. I almost went to
Right.
Harvard, by the way, to play
Wow.
hockey way back when.
Wow.
I'm not sure why my dad didn't force me to go there, but
I'm
that's
not
a
either.
whole
So
nother
where did you
story.
play then?
I played at Colorado College and then the University of Minnesota.
Wow.
And
Wow.
Harvard beat us actually in the NCAA Final Four back then. So it came full circle.
Yeah, no, it's a good, I mean, Boston is a good hockey city, obviously. And I think Harvard has long had a good, strong team. And that's certainly been a place that has attracted many people like yourself to Harvard who might not have come otherwise.
Yes. Yes.
And gotten a spectacular education along the way, as I know you would have at Colorado College and Minnesota as well.
And I'm way diverting off of this conversation, but I learned so
Yeah.
much about Harvard later on when I was working in the sporting goods industry, and Chet Stone, who was the equipment manager, and he ran
Great.
the locker room for
Wow.
all of Harvard athletics.
Wow.
And he would tell stories because many of the politicians, the Kennedys, and many other people in government would actually come and work out down there.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
And so he would tell stories. It was quite a unique secret clubhouse that they had going on there.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Many fun stories.
Yeah, you bet.
But what I was getting at is even in that game situation where there's so much focus on the game itself.
Yes.
When there's a whistle,
Yes.
we get a chance to break away, divert our attention, look up into the stands, change that perspective. And I think as you were speaking about screen fatigue and Zoom fatigue, because it's such a narrow focus for such extended periods, and it's almost rude to then look away.
Right. I think that's absolutely right. And so so we're probably there's an even more intense connection than there is in the ordinary room, because there's almost a sense that you're looking at everyone at once, or that you could be looking at everyone at once, in a way that would be obvious in a real meeting that you're not, that you're looking at the person that you're talking to, or you're looking down at your notes or what have you. So that's exhausting. I think to me, probably the most profound aspect of this period is the uncertainty. I mean, human beings don't like uncertainty. It's very uncomfortable. And to me, that of course is code for leadership needed, right? And Ronnie Heifetz at the Kennedy School a while back defined leadership as the art of helping others adjust to an unwelcome new reality. And this is an unwelcome new reality for everybody, right? And that means we're not expected to be happy about it, and yet we have to adjust anyway. And I think so many out there have spent more time resisting and complaining and upset, all understandable, all very human, but not terribly helpful. And it's often an absence of leadership that has made that the case.
I think that is wonderful. I'm going to pull that quote and that description because there's such powerful clarity in that.
You bet. I mean, we're easy, we're good. Human beings are good at adjusting to happy new realities. We don't need leadership. Leadership is needed when it's not welcome, and something is required of us. I mean, something is required of us to do what needs to be done to make progress, I guess. To sort of cope and be productive rather than merely defensive and destructive.
I really love that also because I often state, or as I'm working with clients, that we know the true leadership, we know the true value of leadership when it has been stress tested. And I
Right.
think along with that
Right.
statement, that's when we learned who has that capacity to
Yeah.
bear that burden
You
for
bet.
others and
Yep.
truly lead.
Yep, absolutely. So recently, you know, I think this has been a challenging time, but it's also been um, a creative time in some ways. I think for me and others, I mean, we're sort of looking around and trying to make sense of it and trying to pull lessons from experience, but also lessons from old theory and ideas that might be useful here now. And a former student of mine who's a professor at the Chan School of Public Health here at Harvard, Michaela Karasi, and I wrote a piece a week and a half or so ago on, you know, what good leadership looks like during the pandemic. And of course, we couldn't, you know, you can't use every example or describe every aspect, but we narrowed in on one from sports, so a world somewhat close to home, which was Adam Silver, who really surprised everybody back in March, March 11th to be specific, when he called off the season. And I think you'll remember that at the time, that was quite surprising and seemed oddly conservative, right? And especially because he was out there first. And you know, that's an act of leadership, but it's an act of leadership. I think it's material that was people who, you know, we don't think of NBA players as particularly risk averse or, you know, shrinking violets or anything else, right? They're tough, they're strong, they're aggressive, and yet, so I think it was material and symbolic that this happened in the arena of sports, and we described some of the things, you know, why that constitutes good leadership and non-instinctive leadership in this situation, and we compare it also to you know, very different arena, different in every way you can imagine: age, gender, nationality. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, who also got out ahead very early, very aggressively, asking a lot from her country, and they followed suit, and they've had really probably the top record in terms of keeping the population safe, and despite the fact they have the advantage of being an island and so forth, it still was they're quite a cosmopolitan international place, and it was really quite remarkable. So we kind of take those two really different examples and point out that there is a formula here, despite the real differences. And if you'll allow me, I'll share the kind of
Please.
the chart.
Yes, please.
Right? So it's right here, my screen, and so I'll do this. This is just to sort of set it up. You know, teaming. We talked about the books and so on, but when the situation's complex and unpredictable. So here's what we wrote, and we published it in the online Harvard Business Review, that you can take from both stories, right? That from Ardern and from Silver, that in both cases on the right, what they did was they acted quickly with absolutely inadequate information and expertise. They communicated about what they were doing absolutely transparently, you know, all the bad news, all that's going to be required of you right out there. They took responsibility when things went wrong. They focused forward. They kept focusing us forward. That's good leadership, not look back, not who to blame, but looking forward. How do we solve problems? And then, of course, engaging in constant updating in a fast-moving crisis. The updating is constant. And what we compare it to, what I think is quite instinctive for people in leadership roles or not, in huge uncertainty, which we're all in. we don't know how long this is going to last, and so on and so forth, is, wait and see. I need more data. I can't make the call yet about whether to cancel the season or tell everyone to stay indoors. Share good news, just keep sharing the good news, because people like me more when I do that. Doubling down when something goes wrong to kind of divert blame or explain that it really wasn't your fault, et cetera, et cetera. And this kind of notion that we often have of good leadership, which is staying the course. I mean, I think all of those, and I'll add this here, all of those are human instincts, maybe exacerbated by a little bit of management training, but they lead us to the wrong approach in a situation like the one we're in now. And I call the response on the left management logic, and the response on the right innovation logic. And so there's just one other I'll share with you, which is sort of more generally, this is what we know about the contrast between really great innovators, innovative divisions, companies, et cetera, and really great sort of producers in routine times and routine work environments. And you can just take a look at this and see that it's different in every way, right? So our instincts are going to lead us astray, and our instincts are going to tell us that what we're going through is wrong and bad, rather than the way it is. Yes, in fact, we've got to get used to the fact that there isn't one clear good, one clear criterion. There's competing, shifting criteria. There's the economy and health. There's whom we take care of and how and in what ways, and how we make sure we don't collapse the global supply chain systems at the same time. We have to replace our instinctive instinct to emphasize efficiency with much more of an experimentation logic. We got to accept the failures along the way. We got to really take care of each other and work in a very teeny way to get this to happen. So I think this is a leadership job. I think helping us adjust to this notion of innovation logic is a leadership job, and not instinctive. And we have to just sort of keep fighting our instincts to do the right thing for each other.
Oh, that is a fabulous share. And what I want to do, Amy, is take some of the questions that we have coming through YouTube.
Fantastic.
There's questions about EQ on this, and I was wondering if you could kind of jump into, you were talking about the resiliency, and just elaborate on that.
Sure.
The question is pretty long, but I want to just leave it open-ended for you.
Some of the most salient aspects of EQ is the ability to read others, and then the ability to use one's own emotions in a thoughtful way to help others come along, do what they need to do to get through. And so I think both of those are really important. Both of those are, that ability to read others means you will be able to display and guide them, display the right kinds of emotions. You won't sort of misread the room and just come off as tone deaf in some emotional way. But this job that we were describing before of leaders is this is the art of helping others adjust to an unwelcome new reality. I think EQ comes in quite strongly there. And I will say that the sort of the playbook for good communication in a crisis importantly includes offering hope and offering empathy, right? That there's got to be a legitimate reason, but also a big space to encompass and help people be okay with where we are.
When you look forward to as we move through this, we don't have clear timing, which makes it a continuous adjustment without a clear timeline where we can put plans in place, it makes it a particular challenge.
Mm.
So with that constant changing environment, can you relate how we keep our strength with
Yeah.
that psychologically
Yeah.
safe
Sure. Yeah.
underpinning to
You
hold
bet.
everybody together through those
Yeah.
through that uncertainty?
I mean, I think the most important thing that you can do is keep emphasizing that this is hard, right? This is hard for everybody. That's like, it's not, you're not alone. I mean, I do believe very strongly, and you talk about psychological safety, and I've spent a great deal of my, you know, research effort over the years on psychological safety, and shown that in teams or units where people have a lot of psychological safety, they learn more, they perform better, and so on. And I think many people are rightly kind of going, well, psychological safety is going to go out the window when we are in this kind of crisis context. I think actually it's not that. It's more subtle than that. Fear that is shared is lessened, right? And we are sharing this fear. We're sharing this discomfort with the uncertainty. And the most important thing to keep in mind about the pandemic is that it's utterly discussable, right? In psychological safety, or a lack of psychological safety in the workplace, essentially describes a situation where you have worries or ideas or questions or concerns, and you can't speak up about them. Right? And that's a lack of psychological safety. It's dangerous for your colleagues. It's bad for the work. Any work that requires creativity, teamwork, ingenuity is particularly going to suffer when there's not enough psychological safety. But today, the only silver lining I can see is that we're in this together. We're able to talk about it. You routinely are hearing people reaching out, and at the beginning of any conversation or meeting, how are you doing? Right? There's an obvious and widespread recognition that people may be up against things we can't see, challenging children, ill parents, you name it, right? We know we don't know the whole story. And so we're a little bit more present for each other.
Absolutely wonderful. Another question coming in here is, what will your plans be as you look into next fall and the start of a new semester? I think, gosh, that seems like a long ways away, doesn't it?
So I heard a word in that question that I'm not sure I'm familiar with. It was, I think it started with a P, plan. What's that? Could you define that? Because it's not something I've got a lot of recent experience with. So all humor aside, it's a little hard to plan right now. Now, Churchill is supposed to have said, plans are plans are worthless. Planning is essential. And I think there is some truth to that here, right? That we are thinking very carefully about all of the possibilities, about what might happen, what might work, what we might do, and everything in the fall, everything from fully online a little bit longer to fully in person to a hybrid where there are fewer people physically present and some people online, and we'll see how that works. We don't know. So we don't have plans, but we have lots of planning underway.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And for you personally, what projects are you able to look forward here as the school year ends a little bit? And I know normally this would be a period of time where you're able to take some time for yourself.
Well, yeah, or more writing, more research,
Yes.
more putting together new materials. I do believe there is an opportunity and maybe even a responsibility to do some research on what happened here. I've done a lot of work in the past on what I call ambiguous threats and productive and problematic responses to ambiguous threats. And an ambiguous threat is is something, I define it as something important, right? Material to the business or the nation or what have you. And the ambiguity essentially means it could be big, huge, or it could be nothing, right? And historically, we have many, many examples in business and in governments of downplaying ambiguous threats. It's almost a reflex, cognitively, interpersonally, and organizationally, to downplay, to kind of do a wait and see, to kind of do a it'll be okay, won't it? Yes, right. And we can see that in the last financial crisis. We can see that in the Columbia shuttle mission tragedy of 2003. And again, I've written about this. So with this knowledge of the cognitive and interpersonal and organizational factors that contribute, but not everybody does badly, right? I mean, there are shining examples of people doing well with ambiguous threats. I think there's a bit of an opportunity and responsibility to look into the responses, the various responses to the coronavirus threat, which were clearly the ambiguous signals of threat were present months before anything happened at any scale in the U.S., for example. And I think, I mean, there will obviously be, or I hope there will be, formal bodies looking into this. But I think there's some case study research here that will help managers into the future.
That's brilliant. I can't wait for that to be done, and for your view on that, and the research that you do so well, and putting that lens on it, Amy. I know that it will bring a very thoughtful voice to it. And
Thank you.
And again, the way that you continually show up for all of us in the world, with heart and with that true care and empathy, it just shines through in all your work. And I want to personally thank you for being that leader. What a great example for all of us to follow. You're a fabulous voice for I think what's possible as we empower this next generation, as we allow more humanity to be expressed, and allow the true diversity and inclusion that we so desperately need throughout our society.
You bet. Well, thank you. That means a great deal to me. It's very kind words. And I hope you're right. And about the future, the young, right? The young have we've left them with some big challenges that will not go away with this virus. And I know they're up to it, right? They have the skills, they have the brains, they have the heart. And it's obviously not what anybody had wanted or hoped for.
Yes. You have been tremendously generous today. I really appreciate you being with us. Any final word in this last minute to sign off with?
Stay safe, stay psychologically safe, stay physically safe, and take care of each other.
Thank you very, very much, Amy.
Thank you, Mike. Bye-bye.
Everybody, I'm going to go on pause for a moment here, and we will come back right at the top of the hour. So, Amy, if you can say goodbye, we'll
got it.
Really appreciate.
Yep, here I go. Bye.
Shelley, how are you? Welcome.
Hello, my friend.
So it's funny because, being the production person that I am not, and being a staff
But
of
you have
one,
become.
yes, we are jumping in right away
Great.
live on YouTube. So
Hello, friends.
thank you. There's no great warm up. It's like this: start the lights are on and we're going.
That sounds like life, Mike.
It does, doesn't it? I had run through the scenario in my mind, Shelley, of how this would all run, and it felt pretty good in that neighborhood. And now the transitions as we get going in the morning with the Claude and then Amy, and I'm so excited to have you join us and
Thank you.
the exciting work that you're doing, and it's such a fabulous story, right? When you have this fabulous career that is spanning many of our world's well-known brands, driving the branding, the advertising, the marketing behind that. 10 years, I believe, with Harley Davidson.
Yeah, 6.5 with Harley. Yeah, 26 in corporate America overall. Yep.
And so it's kind of this dream job. Everything's there, top of the world, and there was something inside that you were looking at and said, I'm going to take a soul-batical.
Yeah.
Which I could reach behind me and find the book up
Oh.
here, but I've had a chance. Thank you.
I
I've
want
had a
to
chance
little
to
bit when we get to it. Yeah.
enjoy that. But it's such a compelling story because the strength that it takes to really evaluate what is most important and where do we go from here. I just think it is, especially at this time, it's important at any time,
Yeah.
but especially now when many are thrust into that soul journey. What is important when you did it when you were able to make personal choices, and some people now are thrust into it without that initial strength to make that personal choice. So it's such a compelling story. It's a brand new book. I hope everybody will reach out and embrace it. But the first conversations we've had, I'm drawn to you, your energy, personality, the story, and the empowerment that you bring to people.
Oh,
so welcome to
thank
this.
you. Thank you. And likewise, I absolutely love this connection. And can I just say, I've been watching since you started with Claude through Amy, and I'm like, I am on fire. I'm just buzzing. This is so amazing. So please, I just want to thank you. I have huge gratitude for what you've created, the vision you have, and I'm honored to be a part of this crew. So thank you.
Yeah. It's exciting when there's that powerful example, Shelley, that you have. And then I also know that you show up with that love and energy for others. Like, this is really a gift you want to share out and express so others are able to find that inner strength and move forward in their journey.
It's so true. I say, when people ask me what I do, I say I'm a liberator of souls.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's the journey that I went on to really reconnect with myself, my deepest dreams and desires, my own well-being, and came on this journey to live more aligned and more integrated. And I think you're right, Mike. There's no time that's more relevant than right now. Whether by choice or not by choice, we have the opportunity to make some of these changes, to explore getting reconnected and doing things differently, both as individual leaders and collectively. And I think that actually gets me really excited. Claude said something that I just loved about how It's not like, of course, I don't love the pain. I don't love why we're in this situation right now, but I love the opportunity of the fact that I don't think about new normal. I think you and I are both on the same page. It's like, I don't like to say those words, but I know for sure we're not returning to the old normal. What we have an opportunity to do is to basically say, how do we just, blow to smithereens the definition of dysfunction of normal? Because in so many cases, it wasn't serving us in our lives and in our businesses.
Right. There's some old beliefs that just stay in place, right? And it's almost like if we can hold the walls of denial, fortify them, and keep that strength, that lack of understanding will create this calmness, and everything will be okay.
Yeah. Well, and for me, a big part of my story is I'm on a mission to rewrite the script of success.
Yes.
And so what a beautiful time now. And I would love, I'm so excited by the group that's gathered here, not just speaking, but participating in this whole day to say, how can we as fellow corporate rebels step up to model the way forward and design what that looks like in the next chapter? I just think there's huge opportunity. And actually, one of the things I'd love to do in this segment is read part of my manifesto. So, from the beginning of the book, and I just thought it would be so cool to share, because I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who haven't read this. It just came out in January. And it's really kind of a call to arms for all of us as individuals, as leaders, and as, the shapers of business. And what does sabbatical really mean? So I would be honored if I could share that with the crew.
Yes, please. And I'm going to take my video off and go on silent and turn it over to you.
Yeah.
So,
and then come back for a chat. I'm going to read this and talk a little bit about it, but then come back in and we'll do questions, or however the crew wants to do it.
You're so awesome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so bear with me. So what I want to do is share, I think this is about 3 minutes, but what I call this book part memoir, part manifesto, and part interactive guide. And what I think is so relevant right now is the manifesto piece. And it's actually where I start the book. And so it will help all of you understand what the hell is this thing called sabbatical? What are the principles of it? And then why is it so relevant for what's happening in the world right now? So bear with me. I'm going to read to you for a few minutes. Sabbatical may be a made-up word, but I promise you it's a very real experience. It has the power to transform your life just as it did mine. But you can't write a book with a made-up title without explaining why you made it up, right? So here goes. Initially, I mashed together the words soul and sabbatical to describe my desire to stray from a traditional career path and blaze new trails toward understanding myself and my bigger purpose in the world. I wanted a handle that signified the depth and importance of my decision, something that screamed, this is different. This is not a conventional sabbatical. It's an internal exploration of self and potential. It's about creating new possibilities, so it seemed fitting to create a new word. It's not about leaving your job. It's about finding yourself. It's about what happens when you're ready to liberate your soul from the clutches of your ego. I realized along the way that the essence of sabbatical is not a departure from the real world. It's a way of being in the real world. It's a way of creating the life you really want versus settling for what you think you should have. It's about living and leading from a place of authenticity and courage. It's about stepping into your power and leaning into your purpose in order to unleash your wildest potential. It's about becoming chief soul officer of your own life and accepting responsibility for nurturing both yourself and your soul. It's about accumulating self-worth, not suffering for the sake of net worth, and profoundly understanding that these don't have to be mutually exclusive after all. When we slow down long enough to know ourselves, align with our souls, and set intentions for what we really want, magic happens and massive impact. My dirty little secret, well, one of the many you'll learn as this story unfolds, is that I want to become an impact billionaire, to borrow a phrase from my dear friend and brilliant coach, David Taylor Klaus. Impact is the new currency for those of us who want to make a real difference in the world. So I'm declaring here that the mission of Soulbatical is to liberate 1 billion souls, to start a movement inside and outside the corporate world that has each and every one of us living and leading more authentically and courageously, that has us rebelling for what we believe in, not who we think we should be or how we think we should look or act. Imagine being part of a soul-centered movement where more of us are creating lives and businesses we love, rooted in meaning and fulfillment, and where we push companies to invest in developing their own souls, to reflect these same values in their cultures and leadership principles. Imagine what could happen if more companies began to cultivate cultures that recognize and celebrate employees as human beings, not human doings, that flip the time off script from a payoff for hard work to a prerequisite for smart work, that celebrate heart over hustle. Time away is not only crucial to our mental and physical health, but to fostering creativity and innovation as well. It gives us the chance to reflect, discover, play, reinvigorate, be inspired, and find perspective, all of which can reveal ideas, connections, and meaning in a way that our day-to-day cannot. As my coach Rich Litvin loves to say, we have to slow down in order to speed up. How different would our lives feel if we lived and worked by this mantra? I dream of the day when supporting radical self-care for employees is on the C-suite agenda and company-sponsored Soulbaticals are the norm. Now that's effing impact. So I'm gonna stop there. That's a portion of the manifesto. And I hope you guys can already see like why I'm so passionate about this. And it's a beautiful build off of what Claude and Amy and Mike have been talking about all morning. But I really feel like the opportunity is now for us to really reflect and reset and redirect. And I love what Claude was saying about the fact that, you know, we're seeing each other's lives, right? We're broadcasting from our homes, or Zooming from our homes, our kids are crawling into our laps, whatever it looks like. And the beauty in all of that to me is that we're modeling what it looks like to have an aligned and integrated life. What it looks like to not, I'm not a fan of this balance idea. I'm a fan of getting really clear on what our values are and what matters most to us, and then living our lives that way and getting rid of anything that doesn't serve those values and those priorities. And right now feels like that moment in time where we as leaders can model that. And I'm going to call us all fellow corporate rebels, because I'm believing that all of you who are coming on and participating in this broadcast, you are bringing vision and light to organizations and employees, and you're leading through this by modeling it. And I just think right now we have an opportunity to create and shape what is the next chapter, because the old normal wasn't serving us in so many different ways. And we're already seeing the face of leadership and culture shift, right? It's more heart, it's more grace, it's more courage, it's more flexibility, more empathy. I mean, it's so beautiful how we're seeing examples of this, more community, more connection, and ultimately what I've already seen throughout the chat thread this morning is more humanity. And so, like everyone has said so far, I don't want to see us lose that. So I feel like this call to really prioritize our deepest dreams and desires, prioritize our own well-being, prioritize our own humanity, bring that into our lives. And then the more of us who bring that into our lives, the collective of us are the ripples that cause the wave. The collective of us are what are going to drive change. And this to me is the rally cry, right? I love this idea that we can be shifting culture. You heard it in the manifesto, but I talk about it as just really mining the soul of business. So we have an opportunity to get in touch with our own souls and then really deeply get in touch with the soul of our organization and create cultures that serve people, not people serving cultures. And that to me is very grounded in this idea, as I said, and in really seeing the human being, right? Humans first, not human doing, which I think is so much of everything right now is around, not right now, but pre-pandemic, around productivity. And I love to rewrite the script of success in a way that celebrates humanity and fulfillment and impact. I would love us all to be banded together right now to say, we know the impact we want to have is to be at the tip of the spear of shifting culture. And I think that's such a beautiful thing and an opportunity for all of us right now. And I think part of it is us really slowing down. I mean, I get it. My world has been busier than ever. And I don't like that word busy, because I think busyness is an addiction. And I think busyness, we can model how we slow down, how we create space. I love this idea of, I talk about it in the book, rally and recover. You know, this Zoom fatigue and screen fatigue, as Amy was talking about, is very real. So how can we model in our own organizations giving people breaks, giving ourselves breaks? You know, what makes elite athletes so good at what they do is that rest and recovery are a part of their training. So why aren't we doing the same thing? My challenge to all of us is, let's bring that into our lives and into the way that we're interacting within our own organizations, and create that kind of rally and recovery and encourage movement. You know, Amy said it, and I've been feeling it too. It's like sitting in this chair in front of the screen all day long, that's going to kill us. So how do we get movement and breath and space? And let's model creating that as leaders. I think there's a huge opportunity there. So this is my, you know, my rally cry for all of us inside and outside the corporate world, is to start creating what we want to see in this next chapter, or ensuring that we continue what's already happening right now, some of the beauty and silver lining that we're already seeing, and carry that in, because we have this opportunity to rebel for the impact we want to see in the world. And we have our collective energy. All of us on here right now are such a powerful force for change. And I want to harness that. So let's think collectively about what we don't want to bring from the old normal into the future. And let's think about what we do want to bring from what we're seeing right now, this empathy and compassion and collaboration and community and heart. What do we do want to bring more into this next chapter? So I think I'll pause there. I don't have a time check, but Mike, maybe I'll bring you back to have a little dialogue and conversation around that, and see if anybody has questions.
Excellent. I'm coming back in. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And I was actually watching the chat streams online from YouTube, and you know, it was resonating so thoroughly with people, Shelley. And
Oh, good.
The empowerment and the encouragement, right? And because you are bringing it to that soul level, right? It is about heart. It is about our real experiences. And while I could read through the many words that were being shared, it was really deeply resonating with people. And also, I think it's helping all of us realize that we're always in some kind of transition, and maybe we really push that out. And the empowerment of being able to embrace that natural rhythm of change, I think is, you know, it's an added benefit to the kind of strength and courage that you're bringing in.
I think there's, you know, I don't think I said this, but one thing that a good handle for everybody to think about is, what does it look like to truly be successful? Because what I realized, and one of the reasons I walked away from what I had, is I felt success empty, and I felt guilty about that. And so successful to me is success and fulfillment, and the realization that those aren't mutually exclusive. And I think that's really beautiful, because right now we're more focused on, yes, our psychological safety, our physical safety, What is really fueling us in this moment? And I think asking those questions are so important, and let's not stop asking those questions. And that's one of the things I really want to get across is let's let this be the beginning of our new habits, our new leadership traits, our new culture, like what is celebrated in terms of our world.
Yes. Yeah, I love that. And what's really fun is you can take those experiences that you're having. I know that you were traveling around, you were out live in front of groups, but I also know that you continue to be very engaged with groups of people. And so you're getting that real time experience of people hearing that encouragement, hearing those words and that ideal for the first time, and embracing it. Like you actually kind of watch the light come out of people, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of saying, I think Churchill said, never let a good crisis go to waste. I like to say a crisis is always here to teach us something. We know that from our own personal experiences and tragedies. And I talk about my own story in this book. We also know that from history. So one of the other things I would encourage us all to do, and these are the conversations that I'm probably having the most every day, is we know we're going to learn something. And typically we see it in the rearview mirror. When something big like this happens in our lives, we don't understand the gift or the learning until later. But what if in this moment we could say, I'm going to consciously grow through this moment. I know it's going to challenge me, but I want to set an intention around how I want to grow. Individually, as a business, I just think there's a huge opportunity there for all of us.
Yeah, I love that. And as we grow, we've had this conversation. It's that constant renewing that it's what we let go of also that allows us to move forward, right?
Yes.
We can't just pile up the moving van and pull everything with us into that future. Think of that sabbatical, and what you stepped away from was leaving a lot behind. And I want to emphasize that because I think there's such great strength in actually decoupling from those things that took so long to build. All those accomplishments that were there, you get to take forward with you. You achieve those things, but you didn't carry all that baggage with you. You packed very lightly and took off on a new journey.
Yeah, I did. And, I want to say this because it might resonate with some people who are listening to this or watching us right now. But, I had a massive identity crisis when I left. Massive. And I write about my meltdown in this book because I realized that I was so attached to titles and iconic brands and accolades that I was getting, as I had a pretty steep career trajectory. And then what I finally realized, it took me months of deep inner work to get to this place, but I asked myself this question: what if the most powerful and iconic brand I could ever serve is Shelley Paxton? And I invite everybody to ask that for themselves, because sometimes we get lost in the shadow of or in service of. And so, and by the way, I'm not anti-corporate. Like what I love to do, I want to come back in and help any and all of you dig into the soul of business and help to shape your culture. So, but I now realize my calling was to do it from the outside. My calling was to go on this journey so I could be a beacon of light and share this experience with others. And think about that, right? Think about get in touch with your essence and reconnected. Man, it's powerful to get reconnected with your own deepest desires and fears, because we so often run from those, or we try to outpace them, or we try to out-busy them. And this is one of those times, like, give yourself the gift of even 15 minutes a day of finding stillness, even if it's going into a dark closet in your room to maybe get away from the family for a few minutes. It's powerful because we can reconnect with that little voice inside, you know, as individuals, as leaders. And I think a lot of good is going to come from this.
That's so fabulous. There's a couple of minutes left here, Shelley, and I want to allow you to share any final reflection, any last takeaway statement. I know that what's going to happen is people are going to reach out. You're going to probably get bombarded. People are going to want to connect. So
that's awesome. Please do. Please do. I get fueled that way, right? And I think that's one thing. Maybe I'll just leave you with one of my favorite practices right now. And I think this is a thread from the earlier conversations as well. We really have to go gently with ourselves. And so one thing that I do every single morning, and I did some training with Brene Brown. She's sort of like, I call her Saint Brene. She's like, you know, who I follow. I'm a devotee. But this idea of permission slips every morning. And I do this for myself on little orange Post-it notes because orange is my thing. But I ask myself every morning, and bring this into your teams, bring this into your work meetings on Zoom calls. What do I need to give myself permission to do, to feel, or to not do in order to show up as my most authentic, courageous, and powerful self today?
Beautiful. Do, feel, or not do.
Do, feel, or not do. And I think the not do is sometimes the most powerful part of that equation, because we get ourselves in the shoulds, right? Well, I should do this. I have to do this. I feel obligated to do this. But what if we model that in our organizations, so we can give ourselves permission? And sometimes it's just to get messy. My permission this morning was, I'm not going to have slides. I'm going to trust my soul that my message comes through me, and have a few notes in front of me and just see where it goes. So I allowed myself to say it might get messy, or maybe it'll be really powerful.
I love that. And you know me, we've had these free flowing conversations, right? And I just think there's so much beauty in that, right? Because we got to see you, and a fabulous, fabulous share. Thank you for bringing your light and your energy and that hope for people into this day for us, Shelley.
Yeah. Here's the bumper sticker for everyone. Authenticity is the truest form of rebellion.
There it is.
And this is what we're rebelling for, like that truth and that authenticity that we're seeing now. Let's rebel for more of it in our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break here, and then Marcel Schwantes is going to join us at 30 minutes after the hour here.
Awesome. So I'm going to be tuning in. Thanks, Mike.
Shelley, thank you very much. Hope everybody's doing well. So we're going to bring Marcel on right now. So if anybody ever tries to do this, less coffee in the morning would be a good idea when there's not a lot of time for breaks. So I'm very excited now to welcome in my good friend Marcel Schwantes. We can see Marcel's coming on. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
It is still morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining. I am so excited to, first talk about how much fun we've had together over the last year and a half, getting to know each other and being together out in LA and Chattanooga and watching the great works that you're doing with your writing and with the with your podcast, Love in Action podcast. It's been wonderful to see you put your imprint on the world, Marcel, and I want to thank you for being such a great support and inspiration for me along the way.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike. Let me see here. Do I need to turn? Maybe that will kill the feedback. Thank you, sir. It's mutual. I believe that we're all kind of hanging on your coattails as we each carve our own path to make the world a better place in our workplaces. We're following your lead.
Noel and family, everybody's doing well down there?
We're doing good. Since we last chatted, we had, I'm going to cut this real short, a tornado tore through Chattanooga, and we were on the path.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So dealing with, the aftermath and insurance companies and, fixing roofs and all that good stuff.
Right. That's a double whammy, right? So it's disrupted enough, but then to have the physical shelter, that's a lot of emotional insecurity that
Yeah, the locals in Chattanooga are calling it the COVID-NATO. COVID-NATO 2020.
The sense of humor that people have, you know what I mean? In times of trouble, it is amazing, the resilience, isn't it, Marcel?
Well, resilience, absolutely. I mean, I think that this city has, every time I see tragedy take place, people rise up to the occasion, and strong leaders will always are the ones that are leading the way. They bounce back. And I am in deep gratitude because, I'm usually in the position where I'm giving, but in order for you to be able to give, you also have to have open hands to receive. And we were overwhelmed by the support of family, friends, neighbors, complete strangers coming up to us in the street. Because, our garage basically flipped over and landed 20 feet away. Oh. And we had people literally handing us money. It was quite it was fascinating. And so that taught me a lot about, that took gratitude to a whole new level for me. So.
Yeah. Oh, I was not aware of that. Now I'm like stunned as I'm processing all of that. That's crazy, because that really is like danger.
Yeah. This thing was 1,500 yards. So basically, it was 15 football fields wide, and it carved the path about 14 miles long. And it was an EF3. So EF3 is 145 mile an hour winds.
Right.
And I had 30 seconds to grab my 6-year-old and my wife and literally dive into our master bedroom closet, in a walk-in closet. It was quite surreal as we were diving in. The windows were exploding even before we shut the door.
Oh man!
It was
because
crazy.
You don't have basements, right? There is no lower level so you have to find the small room that has the structure and the containment around.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and the wife and I had to push against the door with all our strength because it wanted to blow in and suck us out. So we had to, with all our strength, push back against the wind, holding the door. So it's great.
That is just
Good times.
crazy. That is just crazy. Who knew that was going to come into our day today? Oh my gosh. I'm just pouring out. Thank goodness that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're grateful.
Wow.
And we bounce back and we move on and we look forward to serving those that have served us well. So
Well, and you do that so well with every day you do that, right? I mean, it's in your nature, Marcel. That's why it's been, such a great joy to develop the friendship and to get to know you and have that support, because I watch you bring that into all you do, right? In business and consulting, we get to see that, me along with the 1.5 million people a month that get to read what you share out with the world in your writing, your articles. I think you bring that depth of conversation forward so well with Love and Action podcast. And you've interacted with, some of the great leaders in this world that I think are showing the way that things can be done, that we can actually love and treat people properly and still be tremendously successful in all our ventures.
Yeah. And I always, there's a stigma around the word love. So I always have to push back against the misconceptions of what people are interpreting love to mean. In this case, we're talking about practical love, not romantic love. It's, Ken Blanchard sat with me and said servant leadership, for those coming from that philosophy of leadership. He said servant leadership is love in action. And I ran with that title. So the podcast partly is, thanks to Ken and what he said, ran with that title, but it's agape love, right? It's basically creating the conditions necessary for people to thrive and perform at a high level, because we're talking about business here. And so to love well in the workplace as a leader is to do that, is to remove the obstacles in people's path. It's to set them up for success. That's
beautiful. That is perfectly stated. And how funny that we run away from that word and we embrace so many others that speak to it, right? So the compassion, the empathy, the care, the concern, the
respect.
Yes. All of those surrounding words we're learning to bring into our vocabulary, but we shy away from the only one that I think is powerful enough to play in the sandbox with fear and greed, right? It's, if we're going to take the 4-letter word fear, then let's come at it with the 4-letter word love and actually equal the challenge.
Yeah. Well, it might be too out there for people to call it love. In fact, the gentleman that follows me, Bob Chapman, we've talked, and I asked him point blank, can you call it love? He goes, no, we're going to call it care. He's a caring organization. He'll tell you next. So really, whatever you want to call it, Mike, humans first. It's aspiring to a higher form of leadership, and we need to pivot. I think it's crucial right now as we slowly come out of this pandemic, knock on wood. Where is that? Okay. That we pivot to a different type of style of leadership and looking differently through our lenses about people rather than seeing them as objects, as a means to an end. That we value human beings and realize that they come first in business, especially our employees.
And I think that choice is becoming more clear than ever, right? The lens is very focused on, as we put 20,000 or 20 million people out of work in a very short period of time, just in the United States, many more, worldwide. The choice people have to re-enter the workforce is going to be very different than just going back to whoever has a paycheck. But it's that organization that showed the care, the compassion, that they have values and vision for the business. I think that the leadership choice is going to be more clear than ever.
It will have to be, because that's what's going to sustain companies long term, and employees coming back from being furloughed, laid off, or even those coming in, the fresh blood coming into a organization, they're going to look to those kinds of leaders to pave the way and take care of them. People are still, we're still in a time of uncertainty and fear and doubt. And the leaders that are going to be strong and successful in the post-COVID era are the ones that are going to calm people's emotions down and reassure them and let them know, hey, we're going to be okay, and we're all in this together. So those, I think, are the leaders that are really going to rise up.
I get so excited jumping into the conversation. So we're 10 minutes into the half hour here, and I want to be able to turn this over to you, come off camera, go silent, and just let you have the stage here for some time, if you're good and prepared for that.
Sounds good. I'm prepared. I might talk to you as if you were here. So
excellent. I will be here. I will just be in the background.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Marcel.
Yeah. So what we're finding, and this is, I talk a lot about leadership from a leading a team standpoint. I'm going to kind of flip the switch a little bit and take a different turn here. We know that in this day and age, leadership is a mindset. And Mike, just like your book, Believership, I think that the pivot we need to make is really in our thinking and our belief system, not in more strategies and more best practices. I know I'm taking a line right out of your book. The reality that will shape the success of your leadership, I'm speaking to you listeners right now and watchers of the YouTube. I think it goes through the lens through which your brain views the world and how you interpret things around you. So if we change the lens of how we view leadership, not only can we change our own outlook to the positive and increase our own engagement, our happiness, our well-being as leaders, I believe we can change every single business outcome at the same time. So if you're operating through a mindset of fear and scarcity, my guess is that you're probably not happy. So if you are currently in a culture that is fear-based, and maybe there's conflict among teams, and your turnover is high, here's what I'm asking you to do to help begin to shift how your brain processes the immediate world around you. So plenty of research suggests that when leaders are committed to creating an environment of kindness lived out in your corporate values daily, they're going to see a happier workplace and an improved bottom line. So I'm going to reference a study. This was a group of employees at Coca-Cola in Spain. And this group of employees, they were asked to perform five acts of kindness for their coworkers for a period of 1 month. So we're talking about everyday small things like, grabbing coffee for your coworker who may be, stuck to their cubicle, or writing a thank you email, or even offering encouragement to somebody. So after this experiment, both the givers and the receivers of these small acts of kindness reported greater well-being and more satisfaction of their basic psychological needs. Basically, their psychological needs were met, which I believe, and I think the research will back this up, Mike, is crucial for high performance. We have to have our psychological and emotional needs met. Now, check this out. 1 month after the experiment, these people not only had higher job satisfaction, they had overall higher life satisfaction at homes, in their own communities, and also fewer symptoms of depression. Now, what I just told you about was actually for the givers. The receivers of kindness, they felt more autonomy. And 1 month later, they were also much happier and much more satisfied with their work. But here's what really struck me about this study is that the receivers began to perform more acts of kindness towards others. So just by observing the behaviors of coworkers, peers, colleagues, bosses exhibiting more kindness, they were paying kindness forward. So kindness begets kindness and transforms your workplace. Now, we don't do it to feel all warm and fuzzy inside, although, so that's certainly a benefit. We do it because it's good for business and it helps people to feel good about themselves, which translates to better performance. So we have to make the business case for it. And so this works. Okay, so now that you've gotten some basic ideas about how to express kindness inside your organization, and you know your culture, you know what works, you know what's going to inspire your people or your team, etc. I think it's important, especially in a pandemic with so much uncertainty still up in the air, that we as leaders don't neglect nurturing ourselves with self-kindness. So what does that look like? Well, one way is by expressing more gratitude in our lives. I mentioned it. I got hit by a tornado. I took my gratitude to a whole new level, and it's made an immense change and difference in my life. So, but check this out though. One survey, it was a national survey commissioned by the John Templeton Foundation. They did a survey on gratitude. And they found that Americans, especially, are notoriously bad at expressing gratitude. So Americans, I'm speaking to you now because I know that this is a global audience. So let's do something about this right now. I'm going to kind of remove the hat of the information person that speaks and spews out information. Let's do something practical right now. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. So let me set this up this way. In all the research on positive psychology, and Mike, I want you to do this as well. I found a simple solution for us to express more gratitude in our lives. There are 4 simple exercises that we can do every morning, every day. So get pen and paper out, pull up a Word doc. Because I don't just hear me out. I need you to write this down so that you can apply it later and improve your own lives as leaders. Because I promise you, this is going to make a difference. So 4 short exercises. Here we go. Exercise number 1 that I'm asking you to do is to write down 3 acts of gratitude. Write down 3 acts of gratitude. So let me set it up. What 3 new things are you grateful for? So every morning during your quiet time, before the kids get up and before your phone starts blowing up, write it down. And you spend no more than 2 minutes per day doing this. Now here's the kicker. The research says that if you do it for 21 straight days, so write the number 21. If you do it for 21 straight days, you're training your mind to scan for positives instead of negatives. And so this activity that I just told you is the fastest way to teach optimism. And right now, we definitely need more optimism. And if you are, I would say, the healthy optimistic type, that's great. But this activity will significantly improve your own optimism and even raise your success rates, even 6 months later. All it takes is 2 minutes for 21 straight days. All right, exercise number 2 is journal 1 positive experience. All it takes is 2 minutes as well. So write in detail about 1 positive experience you've had during the last 24 hours. And bullet point each detail that you can remember. So according to the research, this allows your brain to relive the experience, which teaches it that positive behaviors matter. And again, if you do this ritual every morning for 21 days, your brain reprograms to the positive throughout your life. In fact, research found that patients suffering from chronic disease or pain had dropped their medication by 50%, even 6 months later. 2 minutes per day, 21 days in a row. Exercise number 3, Mike. Meditate for 2 minutes per day. Meditate for 2 minutes per day. So for people not familiar with meditation techniques, what I'm asking you to do in a place of quiet where you have no interruptions, yes, that means parking your phone somewhere else in another room, is to do a breathing exercise where you're present and in the moment. You're not thinking about what you're going to do today or the next hour. So now that your mind is not cluttered, you want to breathe in, hold it in from your gut, and then breathe out. And you do this as you watch your breath go in and out. As you breathe in and out, you're watching it go in and out. Do this for 2 minutes and don't think about anything else. Just breathe. So this allows your brain to focus on one thing at a time and be present in the moment. And according to the research, Mike, this is going to help improve your level of happiness and drop your stress level as well. All it takes is 2 minutes per day. Last exercise, and this is the most important one. Express kindness through a text or an email. So I'm asking you to spend 2 minutes per day writing a positive email or text every morning. You want to praise or thank someone you know for something the previous day, and do it for a different person each day. So the research on this is clear. Leaders who do this become known as positive leaders with strong social connections. And we know that strong social bonds and relationships have been found to be the greatest predictor of long-term success. All it takes is 2 minutes for 21 days. So if you're skeptical listening to me right now, rest assured that these techniques are linked to the bottom lines of some of the largest companies in the world, including Google. So by doing these activities every morning, you're training your brain again to be positive for the rest of the day. And you're teaching yourself self-kindness and self-compassion. So what happens is, and Melissa Hughes is going to speak to this later, your brain is releasing feel-good chemicals and creating a positive mindset for the long term. I preach about leadership being about building people up and growing others and meeting the needs of others. That is never going to change. But leadership also means that it starts with us by taking care of ourselves first before we take care of others. Thanks, Mike, for the opportunity. I love that you're doing this. So I'll let you pop back in.
Thank you. And I am here and I'll come back on video. That was fabulous. You know what? Thank you for taking us through an exercise. And on the YouTube, Marcel, there's a little bit of delay. So you kind of, you watch people catch up with it and then get a feel. So there was a lot of following along, which was wonderful. I was here and I took the chance to step off of my stool here and stand up, which felt good. I love the simplicity, and I think that it's not easy, but it's not complicated. It's hard to do it, right? Because it takes the discipline of consistency. And then to be able to pause on those few words, right? And take those constant small actions in a consistent basis it's not complicated, but it's funny how difficult it can be to stay focused on those things that most matter.
And it's funny, all it takes is when you combine all those exercises, really, we're looking at 10 minutes at the most every morning in your deepest, in your most sacred time in the morning, as you take time for yourself before the world around you starts to unravel. This just kind of sets your, if I may use the word, spirit in the right place, in the right setting for you to take on the day, especially as, there's so many decisions we need to make right now in the world that we live in. So, and of course, like I said at the end, leadership starts with us first, self-leadership. How are we leading ourselves? How are we taking care of ourselves, our mind, our bodies, our spirits? And I think that's crucial.
Yes, I love that. And, Marcel, I want to touch on, we'll come back because I want to be able to give you a really strong close. But when you talk about meditation, I think, when you bring it to the breathing, slowing down and getting breathing, what people really miss is they think that somehow this, sitting on a mountain and that there's this
like this
transcendence, woo-woo stuff. And what I want to bring it to the practicality is some of us watch sports or enjoy sports. And when we see an athlete that has extended themselves or they've emptied their energy out and they're at the end of that activity and they're breathing really, really hard to recover, to recapture their breath. In itself, there is a meditative state they go into while they are recovering to prepare for what's next. And I think we miss the natural human rhythm that is created through that exercise. It's not a mythical or mystical practice. It's something very real where we engage our mind, our body, and our full selves back together. And so I really, really appreciate you emphasizing that today.
Thank you, sir.
Any closing remark? Any last words before we take a quick pause here?
My only closing remarks is that if you're in a leadership position or aspiring to be a leader, is that you remember why you're taking on the immense responsibility to put yourself in that role. Okay, it's a high aspiring thing to do, to be able to be in that position, because it's about improving the lives of others. And I know that I'm banging the drum of servant leadership because that's the world I come from, because it's proven and it works. But I'm saying that if you choose to put yourself in the position of leading others and influencing others, always remember why you do it. You do it, yes, there's a business reason why you do it. It's to help grow your business and and serve your customers well and all your stakeholders. But the essence of true leadership is about serving the needs of others. That's my closing remark.
Thank you very much, Marcel. It's just a great joy to have you with us today. And again, just personally, deep appreciation for all the strength and support and the love and the great messaging you bring to the world.
Pleasure. Right back at you, sir. You're doing amazing things, and we are all grateful.
Appreciate you, my friend.
All right.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Be safe.
Thanks.
Everybody, we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. I'm certain that that felt like a long time for you. So it is 8 minutes after the hour right now. Um, Bob Chapman is the CEO of a publicly traded company. We all know that there's a lot going on in these times. I do not have any new information to share. We were confirmed for this time, but I'm going to give him a lot of grace and a big break, because when we're leading companies, when we have that large responsibility that he has, things come up, and sometimes they're uncontrolled. And I think it's important that we kind of learn to roll with that and embrace that. So you're seeing the screen behind me, because I'm sitting here watching, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about how do we pivot, and what happens when things are disrupted or don't work out the way we expect. I'm going to watch this screen and see when Bob comes up. I certainly want to let him jump in and share with you, but I don't want to just leave a bunch of dead time where you're wondering. So it's going to be hard for me to go back and forth between YouTube and watch the stream. So I'm going to just kind of give some ad hoc dialogue here. One of the things that's been on my mind a lot lately is, are we willing to make the hard choices as we go forward? And forward is the word that I'm asking the clients I'm working with and the people that I'm engaging with during the day to think about. I hear the hearkening for the past a lot. And we know that we've given up a lot, we've changed a lot in just these short few weeks that we've experienced a big change in the world. And there's no denying that this is a very challenging time. And while I personally haven't had a ton of disruption, I know many, many people that have, with their jobs being furloughed or eliminated. The elimination of jobs is now starting to become much more. So here's the good thing. I have Mary Rudder jumping in. I'm going to finish this thought real quickly. Give yourself permission to understand and then make decisions. Patience is important. Mary has gone away. Wonderful. So after Bob's segment, and I apologize to you for that, we will be we'll be coming back in with Minda Harts. Actually, Bob is joining. I'm going to bring him in now. Thank you for all waiting. Hello, Bob. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Are you able to hear me okay?
Sorry. I was just on an interview for CEO Magazine, and we had a technical problem connecting, so I ran over. So I'm sorry that I'm late for the timing. It's just we could not get connected. Finally did.
I am so happy that that you've joined us. We are currently live on YouTube right now. So I'm not going to be able to do the soft pleasantries as I ask you to join. We're jumping right in, and I know that you're more than capable of taking that live stream and going with it. So I would love to hear first about the article, the interview with CEO Magazine. That had to be very interesting.
Well, CEOs of organizations, leaders of organizations are presented with some of the most challenging conditions we've ever experienced in our life, unprecedented conditions. And so trying to share some collective wisdom, on how to deal with, the three aspects CEOs have to deal with. Number one is how do we get through this? So, we don't have to worry about the long term if the short term kills us. So we have to have a short-term plan that preserves the integrity of our organization and our caring for people and gets us through. And then number two, we've got to say, while we're doing that, what does this mean to the longer term in terms of what will the new normal look like, which is the second responsibility. Because if you don't get through the first, there's no point in worrying about the second. And then third, given the unprecedented level of government spending, and the way in which we went about stopping this global economic engine and trying to restart it with massive funding, what does that mean to the long-term fundamentals of our business? Because does it mean higher taxes that were to pay back the debt that we imposed for this economic challenge we had? And if so, what will higher taxes do to the economy we serve? Because remember, Mike, prior to the pandemic, we had, according to the Fed chairman, who I had the pleasure of meeting with some months before this, he said the robust economy we enjoyed was driven by the American consumer. Okay, that was driving this robust, low unemployment, record prosperity. And what did we do when we decided medically that we felt compelled to shut down the economy? We took that consumer and we hit them right in the chest hard. Okay. And so the driver, how do you take somebody who just felt that pain, millions of people felt that pain, and rebuild their confidence to engage in economic activity? And third piece, which leaders of all parts of this country have to contemplate, is what is the implication of this massive government spending we had to the long-term economic model of our country? Because that will affect our long-term market. So I always say a leader of any organization's primary responsibility is to give those people in our span of care a grounded sense of hope for a better future. As leaders, whether you're President of the United States or President of the Red Cross or President Barry Wayne or head of a college, how do you take these various factors and integrate them into what do we do today as a step forward to the tomorrow we now see? That is our responsibility, and we've got to give people hope, and we have got to give people a path forward. So, because the amount of stress that this has created on people all over this world, not just those unemployed, those yet employed who worry about their future. So stress is one of the biggest contributors to health. And while I'm not in any way judging what any leader of any country has done, I don't think they contemplated the unintended consequences of what they did of creating stress and anxiety, which is a killer in our countries. It's hard on our families, it's hard on individuals so anyway, that's my concern. So CEOs or any leader has got to be, as responsible stewards of the people in their span of care, have got to be thinking this through, because we are hurting people, okay, badly.
Those words to be repeated are so strong, and there's a lot there, Bob, but that grounded sense of hope in the future is foundational, right? And you talked about so many of the areas that are impacted, and I think it's difficult for many people to think of the largeness of those dominoes, but that abrupt disruption that happened when things started to shut down, as you said, the punch in the chest to the consumers and the economy in whole, the companies, everybody in the whole ecosystem. But you're right, the capital ramifications, the cost of money, the tax ramifications, and the slow start as it builds up, which is still uncertain when it will start and how fast that engine will churn going forward, leaves a lot of unknown for.
And again, Mike, the best of the intention of the medical profession, who's obviously concerned about this pandemic and its impact, when a medical professional on national TV says we've bent the curve, we are seeing a decline in deaths, we're seeing a decline in hospital admissions, which encourages us all, even though the numbers are still big, the curve looks better. And they say, I just want you to understand, it may come back worse this fall. They are putting a massive incremental burden on that very consumer. Am I going to plan for a trip next fall that I wanted to do in October, November, December, or January? If in fact this could occur again, am I going to book a trip? Am I going to travel? Are we going to do? And so how do you restart this engine when you can't clearly see, okay, we've found a cure, we can vaccine for it. So we've created this dark cloud that will hang over our economy, that medical professionals will be saying, be careful, social distance, be careful, because we don't want to reignite this pandemic. On the other hand, the behaving in this, call it socially responsible way with social distancing and mask and wash sanitation and not going to large gatherings, that has got a implication, not just medical, it's got an economic implication to people. Our business is going to get through this fine because we have a unique, strong, robust business model that we designed to protect our people and create value. But there are so many people, never occurred to us in this economic shutdown that hospitals would be laying off people, that doctors would be laying off people. But the number of hospitals in this country with empty beds because they said, don't do elective surgery. I heard on TV the other night, 90% of the revenue of the hospitals is elective surgery. We just cut off the healthcare system. And when are people gonna start feeling comfortable going back into a hospital? And so I think some of the unintended consequences really concern me, and of both shutting down an economy and then starting it up with a huge cloud over it. And then the magnitude of government spending, because, I remember during Bill Clinton's era as president, we talked a lot about the budget deficit and a concern for the budget deficit. It was a big issue during Clinton, and he did some things to try to deal with that. We just blew away all those numbers so far. And I don't think anybody has any idea what that debt burden will do to the world, our country, the world, as we try to get back to a normal level of economic prosperity, which is important to the people that we care for.
I love that. And I really appreciate you bringing that perspective in. And there's a great reality that we need to face. And you base it in that so well. I also wouldn't want the audience to miss the opportunity to feel the great work that you are often out sharing and have, I think, brought a new ideology to business with your book and your work and the Chapman Leadership Institute with Everybody Matters, and what you've done to reshape the thinking of the executive leadership responsibility. So I personally want to thank you for being that bold leader that many of us are looking to.
Well, thank you for those words of support. I feel that we were blessed with this from some higher power, with this vision of a world that we were, the way it was intended to be, where people genuinely care for each other. As you know, I define the word, I hate the words in business, management, bosses, supervisors, because I define the word management to mean the manipulation of others for your success. And the word leadership is the stewardship of the lives entrusted to you, to make sure we send people home feeling valued, so that they can treat their family as they have been treated. Because we remember, one of the things that amazed me, that we had no idea, we were just trying to be good stewards of people at work. We had no idea that the person you report to at work is more important to your health than your family doctor. And we had no idea, in my education, I had no idea that the way we treat people at work would go home and affect the way they treat their spouses and their family and behave in our country. And so, as you know, before the pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic, my message that I was blessed to share around the world, because I had just come back from a European speaking tour before this pandemic hit, is that while we have a strong economy, we don't have a strong culture, because money does not create happiness, okay? People want to feel valued and cared for. And so when I would say to you, when I see your shirt that says humans first, that's a simple way of saying truly human leadership, because we call it people, purpose, and performance. And in that order, it starts with the fundamental responsibility to the people that you invited into your organization, around a purpose that inspires them to share their gifts towards a common vision. And then we have to create value. And if we don't create value, some people call it profit, I call it value, human value and economic value. If we don't create human and economic value, we will lose the franchise of our business, because we've got to be creating value as organizations, as families. And so, the really brief statement of your shirt reminds me of is when I was interviewed by some college professors in organizational development. After an hour and a half interview, they said to me, "You're the first CEO we've ever talked to that never talked about your product." They were just startled. And I said, these were organizational development professors. And I said, "We've been talking about our product for the last hour and a half." I said, "Our people are our product. Whatever economic engine we select to be in does not affect the fact that our product is our people. Bringing people together in some economic model, some purposeful model that allows them to share their gifts, advance their professional skills to whatever level of ability they have, and go home each night knowing that who they are and what they do matters." So our people, I won't go to my grave proud of the big machinery our companies build. I will go to my grave proud of the people who built those machines. And so humans first, people first, caring for people. What we need desperately, Mike, is a human revolution. We had an industrial revolution that we give credit to for creating an economic engine for prosperity, education, advancing our society. But we forgot one thing in that model. And what we forgot was the people, okay? Who hired in the Industrial Revolution, they hired people to give them greater dignity and purpose. We hired them to make money. We felt because we paid them in theory well, and gave benefits, that was our social responsibility. But we never taught people, and we never modeled people who treated people with respect and dignity, and that's the key. So my concern is we had an industrial revolution, but the human side was not a part of that. We felt if we gave people money, consistent jobs, and they had a better education, better home, that was our obligation to society. We didn't do it to improve their lives. We did it to make money, okay? And we improved benefits to make money. So humans first is because I would say to you, that is what we need, is we need a human revolution that shows that we can create human value and economic value in harmony. They are not in disharmony. They're actually in harmony, right?
Those are very powerful words, and I think that is fundamental hope of where we can all go together. And I will commit to you that I would take strides along your side at any opportunity along that path, along that journey, as would many thousands of people, Bob. And I think you've given many of us permission to believe in that possibility. And personally, I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, we know. Thank you, Mike. We need people like you with a voice to share this message and the beauty, I had just come back from a speaking tour from Scotland to Spain to Serbia to Switzerland, and every venue, every audience was overflow. Every sold out. We gave 15 speeches in 5 days to universities and business groups all over Europe. And the message was resoundingly well accepted. The biggest thing, like, nobody ever debates with me what's said to you today. Nobody ever debates it. They just don't know how to do it, okay? If I said that given the significance of China, we all needed to speak Chinese, and to do so, we needed to start doing that at work just because it's such a power. Everybody, because I'm president of the company, I would say, okay, Bob, I agree, but I don't know how to do it, okay? When we say humans first, when we say you need to care about your people, nobody debates it, but we don't know how to do it. So as you mentioned, the Chapman Leadership Institute was formed to share this blessing we've been given with others who believe what we believe and want to join us to start healing humanity, okay? Instead of harvesting humanity for economic reasons, healing humanity by giving people a chance to come together in groups. Because remember, Gallup said the #1 source of happiness in the world is a good job doing meaningful work with people you enjoy. And so we have a chance to give joy, happiness to the people of this world by giving them an opportunity to find their gifts, express their gifts towards a common purpose, and go home each night feeling that they matter, which would start healing the family issues we have, which would start healing the societal issues we have. So, but I've grown to this view, even though Chapman & Co. Leadership Institute has been extremely well received in the market. We have some amazing clients and we're doing amazingly well. What I'd say to you is that I feel we're treating cancer, but we're not curing cancer, okay? The cure for cancer is our education system. Our education system develops technical skills, engineers, finance people, marketing people, and we give degrees, but we're not creating leaders, okay? We're creating technical people that the market wants. So our education systems become kind of factories for skills that the market wants. Not what the market needs, what the market wants. We want technical skills because we live in a very technical environment. And so if we don't start embracing in our education system the need to create leaders who have human skills and technical skills and can bring those together, we're not gonna this disease of lack of caring. Remember, 88% of all people feel they work for an organization about them. Those are our mothers, our fathers, our brothers and our sisters, our sons and our daughters who go home at night feeling used by somebody else. As I said, the word management means the manipulation of others for their success. And leadership is the stewardship of people whose lives are interested in you. So we've seen a great deal of interest around the world and from some of the most and consulting firms, but doesn't everybody do it? Why doesn't everybody speak Chinese? Because it's not easy, okay? It takes skills and courage, okay? That's why people don't do it, because you can't argue. People who are inspired and feel value are going to create more value for you when they work for you, right? As opposed to managing and supervising. There's no debate. The problem is, how do you get from manipulating people to caring for people, towards a common purpose. That's the journey that is the struggle that holds back this cause.
Bob, I greatly appreciate your time, your voice, your energy that you're putting into the world for all of us, as an example to follow. We're going to move in. I'm going to bring in Minda Harts now to join us for the day in this quick transition half-hour segments. I know that this audience would love to have you with us for hours at a time, and I look forward to the next opportunity to join you and find a way for this organization to support you.
We need voices like yours in the world, and the beauty that I don't come at this from an educational standpoint. What I shared with you is what we are doing. So the beauty is that, as Simon Sinek once said, if it exists, it must be possible. We're trying to show the world that this is the way we are intended to live and work together, where people feel valued and they care for each other in return. So thank you for the opportunity to share this with you.
It's an honor for all of us. And I hope you have a fabulous day. Enjoy the time tomorrow with Raj Sisodia and the other great organization that is pushing these ethos forward as well.
Thank you for the opportunity. I very much appreciate it. And we need you. We need voices like yours in the world to show we need to move towards humans first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Minda Harts will be joining us. Hello, Minda. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing well, thank you. I apologize for the 5-minute delay there. Bob Chapman joined us a little bit late, and I'm trying to catch back up. But this conversation with you is something I've been so excited for a very long time.
Me too.
And so thank you for joining us. We are currently live on YouTube, so there's no like grace period of warming up and getting to know. So we're just going to go raw right at it from the beginning.
Let's do it.
What I want to say is that the strength and the voice that you're bringing to the world to address the areas that are so critical for us to move forward and actually spark and make the changes that we all need. And your strength in staying at it and being so direct, and the brilliance you bring to it, and also the energy and the pleasantness of just your presence, hopefully will empower and allow those things to happen. We keep addressing barriers in a way that it's almost ignoring the real problems, and that's that we need to dissolve those barriers. And it's going to take all of us together.
Yeah.
And so what I want to offer myself to you is, along this path, if I'm just a blunt instrument to throw against that brick wall, please engage me and use my hard head first to create a path for the great work you're doing. I know that your book is being received very well. There's, from TV to, different platforms, you've had a chance to be out in front of the world. You're teaching at universities. So, the work you're doing is so expansive. And I think you're really demonstrating the way forward. So it's an honor to have you here. I want to give you a chance to share with this audience, but certainly welcome you.
Oh, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate being here. And I'm going to, you heard it here, folks. He said I could use him as a blunt instrument. So if I need, a big guy in my corner to, with a bigger heart, I will definitely come for you. And it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. I know you could be anywhere in your house right now and you're here with us. And so it's such a beautiful thing. And for those who may not know my work, I do a lot of work in regards to equity for women of color in the workplace, because I know oftentimes, as Mike said, we talk about the barriers, but sometimes we don't like to dig deep and talk about what some of those barriers are. And so we talk about it at a high level, but when you dig deeper, you deal with sometimes words like racism, inequalities, sexism, things of those sorts. And so one of the things that I did was write one of the first books about what it's like to be a woman of color in the workplace. And many of the speakers I've had the pleasure of listening to this morning have talked about, leading with empathy, leading with courage and bravery. And I would like to expand on that and say, what does it look like if we know we're in what many are calling a new normal, but for women of color, for those who are underrepresented, what we were dealing with 6 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago, depending on where you're located, it wasn't the best for us, right? And so we get to change the way that the workplace looks for everybody. And so I'm so excited about the future of work, because the future of work is now, and we get to decide, how do we want to make the workplace equitable for everybody that's there? And so one of the things that I want to share with you is just a quick poem that I guess you could say like a mantra, and it's by a poet that I listen to. Her name is Cleo Wade, and she says, "We may not always have the power to control what shows up at our door, but we always, always, always have the power to decide what stays and what goes." And right now in COVID-19, we get to decide as leaders, because we all have a sphere of influence, what we want to keep and what we want to leave. And I think that for starters, we have to listen to all voices with curiosity. We have to be willing to lead with empathy, and we have to show up for our colleagues that may not look like us and lean into our courage. And that's what being an ally is, right? And so in my book, I talk about having a success partner. Allyship is great, but what does allyship look like in action, right? So many of us right now are doing a lot of meetings via Zoom and other platforms. And what does it look like to be able to have equity for all, right? So are there diverse voices speaking on these platforms? Are we giving, if we're always the one speaking, are we bringing someone else along with us so that they have a voice, they have a stake in the game? Because oftentimes we make a lot of decisions for people and we haven't actually talked to those people, right? And when I was writing my book and researching, one of the statistics that I found was that when I interviewed over 100 women of color in the workplace, they said that 70% of them felt as though their managers were not invested in their success. And I teach at NYU, and one of the things I often ask my students is, how much of your workforce do you want to use, right? So if we're not utilizing the workforce, the talent that's there, then they go to their workplace graves not utilizing that talent. And so I just want to push us as leaders, as we talk about empathy, as we talk about courage, what does it look like for all employees? Mike?
Yeah, I just love the strength and the clarity that you're able to bring that reality. If we can't talk about it in real terms, we're going to perpetuate the past. One thing that you said, Minda, that I love is, we do hear that we want to get back to normal. And I don't think by many measures, normal was very good. I totally agree with you. And all of us need to be able to step truthfully and own the opportunity for all going forward. If we're not helping solve the problem, we're still part of the problem.
Absolutely.
And each of us needs to own that. My true belief is we need the best people leading us. And those best people are a diverse bunch of people. And what we've selected as leaders so far is a very small, I think, idyllic, small and myopic container that hasn't served us well. It basically looks like this, doesn't it? Kind of, it's middle-aged white men. And I would say that we can do a lot better.
Oh, I agree with you. And, when I talk about privilege, it's not saying that someone, you know, who it happens to identify as a white middle-aged man or older doesn't mean that they have to sit down, right? What would it look like if we both are on screen having these conversations, right? And that's what change, that's the voices that we need to have, you know? Yeah.
You know, and you know, I've said many times, it's you know, we have to change our thinking around that mold. I think our ideals of leadership were ill-formed, and just brought forward from a past that no longer serves what we can see in our future. And that's why it excites me so much to be with you today, because it represents the opportunity to truly allow the best people to rise and to lead.
Yeah.
You know, what I often say is, if we want better leadership, stop promoting the assholes. I mean, it's kind of
somehow they keep getting ahead, right? I know I've worked for my share, but they keep, and I think that's a good point, right? Because oftentimes, if you ask many of the people listening today, when I say leader, who pops in your head, right? And often, even myself, you know, I might think of, you know, a white man or a white woman before I think of someone who looks like me, because I don't always see that in the pages of magazines, right? I don't see that on certain, you know, TV shows. And so I think it's so important for us to redefine what success looks like as we move into this next, you know, revolution.
right. You know, and I often think it's really important to pause, Minda, and think, who would we actually follow? Let's let them lead, and not those that will comply with, you know, a formal model that, again, suited us perhaps in the past, certainly didn't suit all of us. There were many that were left in the margins that hadn't been considered. And I don't think we were very empathetic or even understanding of that plight or the perpetuation of that. And so until we really own what those challenges are, we can't tear them down.
Yeah.
And it's fine to sit and cheerlead the work that you're doing, but it's something else to get in and embrace it and move along those steps with you and embrace that discomfort of letting go of the past. Because we can envision a better future. And I love the way that you've expressed that and framed that in your writing and in your teaching. And while you're challenging, you're doing it in a very thoughtful, inclusive, and actionable way.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike, because, you know, our unconscious bias may say a book like The Memo, What Women of Color Need to Know to Secure a Seat at the Table, is only for women of color, right? And how we function. But if we dig deeper, if we talk about humans first, if we all want to change the way the workplace works for everybody, it requires us to read other experiences, right? How can we be the best leaders if we don't know what it's like for a Black woman to show up as the only one in the workplace, right? Or an Asian woman, or someone who's LGBTQ, or a veteran, or over 50, right? We have to learn, and we have to put ourselves in these situations so that we can be the best colleagues possible.
Yeah, I love that. And thank you for including that over 50 group. That was really kind.
I will be there at some point, you know, so I want you all to make it good for me.
I love trying to get some laughter in there. Is really good.
You know, Abraham Lincoln, he said, we cannot escape the responsibilities of tomorrow by evading it, right? So we have to start making the workplace better for the next generations that to come, right? So it's leaning into our courage, even in that discomfort, so that we can make it better. Because when we have a conversation 6 months from now, will it look the same, or it will take each of us to make it better, right?
Yes. What would you need from a collective group of people to open that path up and allow your work to really shine through and take hold? How can we support you?
Well, I think you're already doing that, Mike. I appreciate you having me on the rally to give that cry, because I think it's important that we give space, right? We share our platform to have the conversations that most people may not be thinking about, because right now we're all at home and there's so many things to focus on, right? So many things to take care of. And sometimes we might not be thinking of what it's like for someone who lives next door, right? And what does work from home mean? It doesn't mean the same things for everybody and the same resources. And so I do appreciate you allowing me to share, you know, my voice here, because there's so many people watching that something might be triggered in them to say, you know what, the next open hiring opportunity I have, I'm going to make sure I have a diverse slate of candidates that I interview, you know, before moving forward. And, you know, just some of the things that we may not always be thinking about as leaders, but inclusive leadership takes action. And so part of that is you're being a success partner for me. And I want to shout out Garry Turner too, because, you know, when we have opportunity to have these conversations, then we get to spread the word together, right? And so, and we can't do this work alone.
Yes. And tell me about some of the projects that you have coming up that are exciting you.
Yes, thank you for asking. Well, before COVID-19, I was on book tour for the memo, and that kind of, it's a different look of book tour now, right? But in a virtual sense, so still pushing the narrative of what inclusive workplaces look like for all people. But I also have a writer's retreat coming up virtually, May 15th and 16th. I'm really excited about that because so many of us have stories to tell, Mike, and we don't always know how to get those stories out. So other people can be inspired. And so that's one question I'm always asked. You know, how did you sign on with a major publisher? How did you do a 50 city plus book tour? You know, and I brought a lot of different voices to the table. And so you can follow up with me at mindaharts.com to find out information. But if you have that book, let's take it out of your head and out of your heart and let's put it out into the world.
That is such fabulous encouragement. And, you know, one of the things that I would love to personally look forward to, and, you know, I'm just reacting in the moment here. It wasn't an agenda item coming into the day, Minda, but having this experience with you now, you know, I would love to engage even further and explore how can we take people deeper into these topics in an environment where we can actually discuss them at levels that perhaps it would feel uncomfortable. Yeah. Because that's how we can like help each other grow through this, right? Yeah. It's where do we grow from here? Because we have this opportunity to, when we open our eyes to the different perspectives and we pause for a moment and get out of ourselves and look at the world through your experience, look at the world through others' experiences, we can look at those kind of difficult conversations and instead of having them be a negative, we can turn them into positive tools.
Yes.
That we can all take out to open up and unlock and, you know, fix the machinery ahead of us.
I love how you put that. And I hope that we will continue to do more work together because part of this, you know, humans first is listening to all humans, right? We all are human. And when we humanize each other, right, you'll have more empathy for someone who does show up as the only of anything, right? We've all been othered in some way, shape, or form, and it doesn't always feel the best. But when you listen to me as a human, you get to understand that, oh, wow, if that was my daughter in the workplace and she was experiencing that, right? Or my sister or my mother, you'd feel differently, right? And so we need to use that same empathy, the same feelings, and put that into a context, even for people we don't know or work alongside of. And part of what you're talking about is courageous conversations, but also courageous listening. Do we have the courage to listen to someone else's experience and then act on it? How do we change the information that we've now absorbed?
Yes. That inviting in other experiences it's a muscle we haven't been taught to exercise very, very much. And there's certainly listening in that, but that open-mindedness is the real practice to that, right? And I love it, Minda, when you talk about, you know, the people that are closest to us. So I think of, you know, I have one son and 4 daughters. So you know, I think of my 4 daughters and how they're treated or perceived in the world, and truly moving to that place where I care about you and others in that same way, that unjust observance, not only treatment, but even the unjust observance of presence, acknowledgement, it is something that it's a mindset. Those are decisions we can make.
Absolutely.
Without the actions.
Yeah.
I mean, look at my arms go now. I'm like, I'm getting excited. I mean, we have to move into action. Don't get me wrong. But first, let's just clear the minds, and make room for what is bound to be better.
Yeah.
We need you. We need everybody.
We need everybody. I'm so glad you said that, because even the observance, right? So many of us may say, well, I've never said anything ill will to someone, a woman of color. I've never done anything wrong, but have we observed it, right? Has someone in our office said something that wasn't the best, right? That didn't put humans first, so we're part of the problem when we don't say anything, right? Silence is also an indicator. And I think, like you said, we have to have these conversations so we have the tools on how to handle those situations.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for jumping into your brilliance, and being bold to take that step forward and become that voice and that leader for so many. And when I say so many, I'm not just saying, Black women, women of color. I'm saying all of us, Minda, because there's so much we can all learn with that perspective, that voice, and the encouragement to let's embrace the best of us and move forward.
Yes, because we're missing out when we don't, right? I never get to fully see you as a person if I never get to know you, never get to hear your story. And so I never put your humanity first, right? So Mike, I'm just so happy that you've rallied us here together today, because I think this is the time you use the word pause. And I like that, because in this environment, we get to pause, we get to make some decisions, and we get to decide the person we want to be, the leader that we want to be starts right now. And those decisions affect the next generation. And so we have to be intentional.
Excellent. The that offer to be a blunt instrument will always stand. You can take that one with you. And what I would like to offer you the opportunity is, a kind of a final message, a last word that you would like to share with the group today.
Yeah, thank you again for having me. Thank you all for listening. I hope you'll continue to engage with me online. I know that this is a difficult time for many of us right now, but remember that leadership, we have to prioritize inclusivity and belonging right now. And the true talent development starts today, right? We can't allow this situation to stop. Yes, people have been saying it's not we can't focus on business as usual, which it's not. This is unusual times, but our heart, the matters of the heart, those affect generations to come. And so I just want to leave you with leaning into your courage, be courageous listeners, and think about the people that work alongside of you. How can you best show up for them? And I know right now we're trying to figure out how to show up for ourselves. So remember to be kind to yourself as well, but think about others. Think about the situations that we hear, we observe, and as Mike said, take that minute to pause and let's make some decisions on how we want to make the workplace better than we left it 6 weeks ago.
I'm so inspired. I can't wait for our next conversation. Yes. I'll be a champion of your work going forward. And again, thank you for standing up so tall with your brilliance and sharing it out for all of us, Minda.
Thank you so much, Mike. And for those listening, a lot of people, when they meet me, they're surprised by how short I am because I use my voice in such a loud way. I'm only 5 feet, but I identify as a woman who's about 6'3". So you beware when you see me, Mike. You'll be like, oh my gosh. But thank you again, and you all keep leaning into your courage and putting humans first. So thank you again, Mike.
Thank you, Minda. Have a great day. We will talk again soon.
Likewise.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring in my friend Gary Turner.
Because I use my voice.
Gary Turner?
I'm only 5 feet, but I
How about that? You're getting the 20-second delay off of YouTube as Minda is finishing. And we are now live on YouTube, just like that.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
There's no holding space. We're just jumping one to the next.
I seriously thought I was in the back room for a second then. So yeah, okay. Hello, everyone.
So, lesson learned a little bit, Gary, right? Is leave some like green room space in before, before session to session. But, it's everything's an experiment, right? I just kind of go raw and clothed raw, just for everybody. But thank you very much for not only the body of work that you've brought forward. So many of the voices that have been with us today have been in your world, right? They've been part of the Value Through Vulnerability podcast. And I love the way that you've shown up and expressed that journey you've taken personally, Gary, and owning our next decisions and finding that courage within and centering on vulnerability and getting focused on our choices and our humanity. You've just been such a great example of all of that for me. And so I personally want to thank you and welcome you and tell you what a joy it is for you to be here sharing with us today.
Well, I've always getting that tear in my eye. I told you it will happen at some point in this half an hour, because just watching those comments as you spoke to Minda, the world is so desperate for what Minda's bringing and what every one of those amazing humans that are joining us now, whether they're part of the community yet, or maybe they're going to become after today. The world is so ready for this conversation, Mike. And I'm just so grateful we're surrounded by so many people ready to help activate that.
Yeah. It was fun. We got a chance to explore on the 100th episode of Value Through Vulnerability, your podcast. And we talked about, are we able to create a space where we can have those really thorny conversations? And, Gary, we know that it's possible, right? And it starts with the invitation that you're sharing with so many to come and explore what is the truth? What is reality? Let's not hide from it anymore. Let's not be overburdened with proper and with the insecurity of self-perception. And I think that you've been so wonderful in sharing your journey and breaking down those walls so many of us, so others can follow. And again, I commend you for that.
Well, I appreciate it, Mike. But one of the things I would like to share when we have this precious time together, as we go through, is recognition of other people, because I've stepped into my courage and I felt the ability to role model vulnerability more, because I've had people around me like you, like Kevin Monroe, like I can just reel them off. Jane Grant, Claude Silver, Cornell Thomas, Ali Mendoza, Brooke Erol, Hung Lee, Heather Younger, Minda Harts, my wife, of course, don't forget the wife, Jackie Searle, who'll be Turner later this year, get in, finally. But separately, Lara Paxton, Helen Amory, Perry Timms, Tracy Fenton, if every one of those human beings I just named have had an impact on my life profoundly. And what happens is, the more we step into our vulnerability and our courage, and I want to back Minda's amazing work, the more we embrace difference. That's been my journey, Mike, the last 2 years. I'm embracing people that don't look, sound, or come from the background that I do. What's really interesting, and this is live, let's see if any of my colleagues from IMCD are on, but not one of my work colleagues is on that list. That doesn't mean there's not people that I don't like and that I don't grow a bit with, but it's within that old box structure of hierarchy. Your role is X, don't challenge the status quo. Like, my growth comes from outside of my workplace. And that's the message I'd love people to be listening to now, whether they're consultants or they're working in-house. Get out of your bubble, get out into the bigger world and connect with every person I just mentioned, because your world will be better for it.
Mm. Mm. Your world will be better for it. Just the statement of impact on our own lives and the lives of others with the choices we make, I think is just such a powerful statement. Beautiful.
I'd like to add to that as well, Mike. That was just like that list that I prepared. There's other people on that list now, like Brian Kelly, who's doing amazing work. You know, you got Richert. Like, it's not an exclusive list. Like, I just named the ones that have been deep in my world the last 18 months.
Right.
There's people that I know and love meeting up with that will be those people again in 3 months, 6 months. Like, this is not a hierarchical relationship. Like, it's all organic and self-managed, and we're finding each other at the right time. Yes. And just like, that's 30 names that I would not have known without you setting up. Well, a lot of those, 80%, Mike, have come via this community. I'm deeply, deeply, profoundly grateful to you for creating this movement.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On behalf of me and everyone else who's finding each other right now. And I am welling up, because it matters. Minda just shared it. It matters that much that we show up and we use each other's gifts and we rise each other up so that we can be the success partner for the people that are, you know, ostracized at the moment or don't have a voice. Like, it is our it's our profound responsibility to help lift these other people up. And it's not because we're great, it's because we've got a privileged position that others don't have. And it's time we started bloody using it, because I haven't used it enough until the last couple of years. So it's my invitation. I'm not telling people, but it's my invitation. Our invitation as two white guys here. It's not about race. It's about energy. Let's balance our masculine and feminine energies for the better of everybody. Because this community, Mike, gets that, the balance of those energies. The rest of the world, a lot of the world doesn't yet. So let's keep it ungendered and about energy. And we're going to absolutely, this movement's going to expand at a rate of knots the next 12 months, really.
You know, I love when you say, you know, it really isn't about the container, it's about the energy, right? And that's beautiful, right? Because and with that energy, we know that, you know, down to the cellular level of our bodies, every cell in our body, and there's billions of them, please, you know, any scientists out there jump in and count them for us, but there's a positive and negative charge to that. And I think that often we've been forced to accept the negative charge. And when we talk about the energy in the group and like those people you brought together, all of those relationships, all of that energy was positively charged at one point. And I think that if we continue to focus on that, Garry, the positive people, and the negative is going to be there. It's almost like, you know, to have energy, you have to have a positive, negative charge. We can stop focusing on the negative charge. Matter of fact, we can accept them as being the negative charge because they're part of the energy. But stop capitulating to them. Stop becoming them. Stop letting them win. And start to support and raise and empower the positive people. And they are going to come in many shapes and forms and ages and races and religions, but it's the good people, the positive, not the negative. That becomes a fundamental choice. And that's when you were talking about those relationships and the humanity and the people that are coming together. I love that these are really positive, hopeful, uplifting towards others people. And what a gift that is.
It's amazing, but I'd like to build on what you said, Mike, from the point of view that, you know, it's important. This isn't groupthink. You know, our friend Brooke wrote a wonderful article within the last couple of weeks around that. You know, we need, and you've set it forward, which is brilliant. Like, how do we activate this incredible positive charge that's going on, but then take that to an exponential level? Because there will always be the doubters. There will be those that are afraid. but they're also human. And like what those people that are hard to reach need is our amplification being so strong and so powerful, but with love and care and grace, that they can lean into that at their level. But what we're trying to bring to the world is so permeating every part of this planet that everywhere in the world where someone's a bit stuck in their head, or they're afraid, or they're going through trauma, they can just see that hangout, or they can see that virtual event, or they can meet up with somebody locally that they've met via the movement, and just have that little curious, what is this all about? Like, I'm not really too sure, but you know, can I have a chat? I'm just wondering what you took away from it. Like, the more we come in with that love and care and generosity of spirit, without trying to make other people believe they're wrong. Yeah, I think that's the important point, because that's where I was a blunt tool, like far too blunt a tool in previous years. Is I can see the vision, let's go get there, come on company. And that's probably part of the reason I don't have many people in the work organisation on the call, because I've been a bit too much of a blunt tool at work. And that's on me. And I want to come back to that accountability. And I think this is a really important point. With choice comes accountability. And that's something we've all got to make a decision on. And I think our community does that. But that's where a lot of people are stuck, is that they know that there's better, but the accountability that comes with that's just too damn scary.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Garry. And, you know, we could just talk and keep going, but what I want to do is, it's 11:09 and I would like to take my camera off and give you the screen just to share for, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I've had a bit of an in the moment random thing today. You'll be glad to know, Mike. So
excellent. I'm going to do that. I want to give you the stage because I get a chance to talk to you often, and I'm grateful for that.
Thank you very much, Mike. Hi, everyone. I hope that you can see me still. What I wanted to share with you today, and I've had some quite wonderful realizations, ideas. If anyone's seen my crazy artwork on LinkedIn recently, the lockdowns made me actually get a bit creative around my artist skills, which I didn't think was possible. But I'm not sure if you'll be able to see this on the screen or not. But the thing that I pulled up today is what that says is clever. And what came to me in the moment, and literally this happened to me this morning when I was looking at something else, is we've been focusing on clever being so IQ-based, head-based, knowledge-based. Get the right grade, you'll get to education, you'll get the right education. Get the right education, you'll get the right job. Get the right job, you'll make a lot of money. It's been we've been so in our head for so long, and I appreciate I'm preaching to the converted quite a lot, but I hope there's a few people that that's provoking something in. But my version of clever today that I'd like to explore with you, it's around 6 elements. And excuse me having to look down, but it's literally something I created this morning. So C is connection, L is listening, E is experimentation, V is vulnerability, E is embrace, and I called it R squared at the end, which is review and renewal. So I'm just going to talk through each of those elements, and that's all I want to share with you really today, is just a little provocation, a little reflection around maybe another way to view the word clever. And particularly for us that are parents, I'm now a step parent of a wonderful young lady who's now in secondary education, soon to go to senior education. And I really want us, as part of this systemic change that is clearly going to happen post this crisis, there's an opportunity for major systemic reset of which we can all envision. We can all feel part of that, despite the terrible situation that we're in right now. So let's talk about connection. This community is just one wonderful example of that, the incredible, rich, heart-based connection. And I think that's where I want to go with this particular comment, is whether it's within this community, with your spouse, with colleagues at work, whether it's in your social groups, how intentional are you being about connecting? And of course, we can only do that virtually right now. But I'd really like to invite you, if you're someone that hasn't reached out to your network, maybe as much, maybe you've got 2,000 followers on LinkedIn, but you haven't actually proactively reached out just to say, hi, my name is Garry. I have no agenda whatsoever apart from just to get to know you a bit more. I'd love just to understand who you're about, what difference you're trying to make in the world. That's been one of my major pivots. I only started proactively 2 years ago, really started reaching out to people on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and it wasn't for any commercial gain. It was purely just to connect. And I believe that I found Kevin, I found Kimberly, I found Mike, and many of you amazing humans because of that intent, the heart-led intent to connect without any other reason whatsoever. So I just want to bounce that idea, that's connection of the clever. L is for listening, and there's people far more profound and far more developed in the listening skills than myself, particularly Jane Grant, who will come on later on. But listening is certainly something that I've been trying to hone and develop in myself and in the presence of others over the last months, last year in particular. And we're talking here, of course, about generative listening, deep listening, not surface level listening. And I want to invite you to think about not just listening to others, but do you listen to yourself? And if you are listening to yourself, are you challenging the stories that maybe you tell yourself from time to time? You know, I'll come onto the vulnerability piece shortly, but I lived in my head for many, many years after being bullied psychologically and physically as a child, aged 12, 13. Like I held on to those stories of you're not good enough, you know, you don't deserve to succeed here, etc., until I was 39 years old. Now, I had a very grateful life, lots of privilege, but I wasn't listening to myself. I wasn't challenging those beliefs. I didn't realize that actually I didn't need to listen to that. So it's about generative, deep listening to others, but also for ourselves, I think. And I'd love to know what you're thinking about that as we go through this reflection. The E for my version of clever is experimentation. And I think, you know, a couple of the people have spoken to that since I joined on an hour or so ago, is let's get away from the need for things to be perfect or to have something so fully formed that you feel almost guaranteed that it's going to work. And I think if this crisis has showed us anything, is that we are in the moment human beings. Yes, we have things to plan for, we have families, we want to try and plan a vacation. But to tie our self-worth and our belief that we can be better to something in the future just seems really nonsensical to me right now. So why not experiment more? And that's experimenting with your clients, having a new conversation with your spouse, maybe experimenting with a new idea and putting it out part formed or even early stage formed. You know, almost crowdsource some feedback as you go iteratively throughout your personal life, your work life, and indeed with any other way that you want to serve going forward. So the E for me is experimentation. Here's the V. The big V is for me is vulnerability. And this is a big one for me because as Heather and myself, Mike and Kimberly shared on a recent podcast, no, I've had testicular cancer. I've had it, it's been removed. I'm really grateful to the incredible healthcare service here. But, you know, I can talk about it because for me, and I'm learning about this more and more and more over the weeks and months, the cancer in and of itself is not causal to my well-being in the same way that you listening to me isn't. Any feedback you give me isn't. The TV on the wall over there isn't. It's actually, what do we process? What do we tell ourselves in our mind on something occurring within our lives? And I think the current challenge is a good example of that. And I'm not belittling those that have lost people, the challenges that we're going through in terms of the health service. Like I'm deeply, deeply empathetic with all of that. But the message I want to leave you with around vulnerability is really being vulnerable with yourself to actually go there. You know, be okay with listening to those stories, sitting in the emotion of those stories and letting it go. Because it's incredibly freeing when we actually let those stories go, often many of them that we've held onto for many years. And in terms of outside of us, the vulnerability, and Garry Ridge, incredible human being, WD-40 CEO, when he joined me back on episode 50 of the Value Through Vulnerability podcast, he shared that vulnerability for him is 3 simple words: I don't know. And I'd like to invite you to think about, if you're listening to me now, how comfortable are you with saying those 3 words vocally? Do it right now with me. I don't know. What reaction do you get inside your body when you speak out openly those 3 words? Remember that your emotions are just a data point in the moment. They're not causal. So if you don't grab hold of a belief or story on that, it will pass. So I'm really interested to hear from you in any of the comments or after this conversation with you. What's coming up for you as you think about, I don't know? How do you feel? But vulnerability really is a superpower. I believe it's something I try and role model, but I also believe it's like a dial. And I know that our friend Kimberly talks about this with bravery as well, is that, you know, you can dial it up, you can dial it down. You don't have to be transparent in your vulnerability. And I'm not requesting that everybody does. Again, back to the point that Mike and I were just talking about, is if we're trying to reach those people, that the idea of vulnerability, emotional vulnerability, my goodness, I can think of the people in my work organization and government all around the world. That's an absolute terrifying prospect. But how do we invite people in via this community, via the work we're doing collectively and individually, to help nudge people in the direction of showing more of their true self? Because for anybody that practices, and it is a practice, we can build the vulnerability muscle. The more we show of our true selves, the more it invites others to do the same. And I actually delivered a talk on vulnerability as a strength yesterday for another online festival. The feedback I had was humbling. I had around 10 connection requests, about 7 people, I think it was, fed back, said, thank you so much for sharing your story. This is what happened with me. And this is what vulnerability does. It gives people permission in their own mind. It helps break down the belief that they can't be open and vulnerable about certain topics. So I spent a deliberate amount of extra time on vulnerability. A, 'cause it's important to me, but I believe it's a superpower of our time as we develop that muscle. Onto the E for embrace. And so humbled by Minda referencing myself. I'm such a champion of her work, such a champion of her work. And you can find her on the podcast at episode 68 if interested. But it's embrace for me, embracing difference and embracing change. They're the 2 things I would invite you to think about today. How happy are you? How comfortable are you? How courageous are you to embrace change and to embrace difference in your life? You'll notice that we're going through all of these. These are all interdependent and interconnected. None of them are mutually exclusive. But I'd really invite you to think about that. How much do you embrace building that network? I mentioned if you wanted to go and connect with more people, do have a look at the people that work in a sector that isn't like yours at all. Or maybe they've got a completely different background of education. Maybe they are a different race to you. Maybe they do have disability. And I'll be honest, that was one of my most vulnerable and also intentionally embracing activities was approaching Toby Milden, an incredible chap who joined me, I think it was episode 94, who's a disability architect, inclusion architect. So he's been wheelchair bound since he was born. I've got nothing that I can empathize with Toby about from my lived experience. But what I can be is curious and courageous to let him know I want to learn more about his life experience. And that's why he kindly joined me on the podcast. So I could learn from him and we could share with the world that it's okay not to know, but be curious and intentional about building that way of embracing with other human beings. And embracing change. For anybody that may know me, I'm currently in the book writing process, quite an amusing process for me, called Change is an Inside Job. And I've had 19 conversations, experiential interviews that are going to actually build out the body of the book, because the book isn't about me. The book is very much grounded in experience sharing, because we're all bored. Mike's bored, you're bored, I know, of the perfect models, the best practice, the one way of doing something. I believe that by sharing my lived experience and the lived experience of up to 35 other human beings from an intentionally diverse background of in and out house colleagues, that you will be able to see other people when they read the book, will be able to see themselves in the story. And that's what I wanted to invite you to do. When you embrace people in terms of courage, you embrace people in terms of connection, you embrace people in terms of their difference, we end up changing ourselves from the inside out. We challenge our belief systems. We embrace a wider peripheral vision of who and what we can be in the world. And finally, I'll come on to the review and the renewal part of my version of clever. So review. I'm not good at this. I don't review things enough. I'm increasingly intuitive, but I do know that I should actually think more about that little check-in. So how are things going? Is it following the intentions that I want to be moving towards? And I'm not talking about goals or rigid structures. Actually, I like to talk about intentions. And I have to call out David McGlennon, who kindly joined me as part of the Have Courage Summit, because I really learned from him about intention setting. That's become a really key part of my practice. And also renewal. And I think this is a critical part, particularly right now as we navigate these current challenges. How much time are you giving to yourself? You know, particularly if you're homeschooling, particularly if you're working from home with the kids, with the family, suddenly the space has gone from that much space to so much smaller. Regardless of how much space we have, how much time are you giving yourself? Even if it's 5 minutes at a time to get some renewal, stick a podcast on, do 5 minutes of yoga, do 10 press-ups. Or if you're Cornell Thomas, do 100. He can talk about that later. But think about your review and your renewal. So in summary, I would invite all of us to think about the word clever in a very different way following today. In terms of connection, listening, experimentation, vulnerability, embrace, and review and renewal. And Mike, I'd love to invite you back on, as I can witter on about a lot more things. But I think I'd love your thoughts on what I've spoken about and any challenges that you might have around that.
Oh, Garry, so not challenges. And what's fun for me is when I'm outside of that, I'm actually, watching the chat that's scrolling through through YouTube, which there's a little bit of delay on that. And what I want to share with you is that it's resonating so well with people, right? So they're embracing it, Garry. Not only the the acronym, but the concepts. And I say them as concepts because I take that, this is my reflection for you, is I take that as an encouragement to open up and be better. And that's the invite that I truly feel from you. It's not a clever acronym to be prescriptive on, this is the way. So, everybody, let's thread ourselves through this eye of the needle, right? What it is, it's an invitation to take that needle and start to weave our own fabric.
Beautiful.
And so that was my takeaway, is it's thoughtful, it's real, it's focused on those decisions that I can internalize and make for myself, with the eye on being better, not being right. You had, said, you'd called out, one of the things that creates angst for me is best practice, right? I mean, I came out of an industry that it's full of best practice, right? It's so full of best practice. We hear it in every other sentence. Sometimes we talk about all 11 best practices at the same time, and I can't figure out how we got to 11. So but it's that invite to make the decisions in our lives that will create better for ourselves and better for others that really struck me deeply with that. So it was a brilliant share. And thank you for being so in the moment with it. Beautiful.
Well, I really appreciate the feedback. And on behalf of Claude Silver and a little bit of Kimberly, I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's actually wrapped in a heart. Like, that's the point of this. This is a heart-led. Like, all of that comes from the heart. A bit of it comes from the head, but that literally came out at like 10:30 this morning. Like, I was just literally looking at something else and just went, what I've written down, it looks like the word clever. And I spoke about connection. Like, had I have come into the presentation, which I used to do a year ago, it needs to be polished, it needs to be perfect. What am I going to say? Like, that wouldn't have happened today. So that's the experimentation piece. It's like, give ourselves permission to release things, just go with the flow a bit more. It's incredible what comes up.
I love that. And you think of all the prompt and polish, and right. I mean, we can be told this is the inclination you need. Stop waving your hands. It's, there's books written on all that stuff. And it could be wonderful for somebody trying to be somebody else. But how fabulous that you just get to be open and honest and be yourself and show up with that giving nature that is from the heart, right? And to be experimenting and exploring. What I admire most, Garry, is you truly create space for other people, and your ability to lift others is inspiring to me, who I make that my mission every day. So thank you for being that person.
Man, as I say, I'm humbled. Thank you. Thanks for everyone that's listened to my witterings on today. I hope it's been helpful for people. But I also want to point to your book behind. It's a brilliant book for the right time. And I think you've also role modeled a lot of what I spoke about. And it's not just being Mike Vacanti fan club, as much as I love you, but those, like the space you've created today, without the structure, without the need to be prescriptive. Like I put in the chat earlier on, Minda and you straight away for me, you role model congruence. And that is a word that is so important to me. It's linked to authenticity, but it's a little bit different for me. Like the ability to be in the world what you say you're going to be. Yeah, but actually do it. Like authenticity for me is like saying it. Like congruence is really doing it in the world. Like, and you are an incredibly congruent human being, and I'm really grateful to know you, Mike. So thank you for the space and the invitation today.
Thank you, Garry. This was very meaningful, and we have a lot planned going forward. So um, thanks for bringing that love and emotion into the world for all of us. It's important.
You're welcome. Thank you everyone for listening. And I've now given you a minute for the green room. So good luck.
Thank
Have
you.
fun, Melissa.
Here
Cheers, Mike.
comes Melissa. Bye, Garry. We'll be back with Melissa Hughes. Hello, you. Hello, Melissa Hughes. Are we there yet? Melissa, are you able to hear me? We are now live, and you're on and we're live. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. There you are. How are you, my friend?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing really well. It's
What a fantastic day so far. Oh my gosh, like I can't even believe I've been listening to all of these amazing people. It's been awesome. It's just been awesome.
you know, thank you for that. It really is fun. What an amazing group of people. And can I just tell you though that it made me feel calm, like seeing you, and it's like, oh good, I get to hang out with Melissa now. It's and maybe I just harken back to our chance to visit and get a little beach and coffee time together when I'm in Naples, and like really special moments, and being in the middle of this game day where, you know, my like adrenaline's kind of racing and there's all the stuff going on. It's certainly a joy to connect with you, and I realize, Melissa, how much I've learned from you along the way about being thoughtful and conscientious of what I'm actually experiencing as I'm going through that, and how that's allowed me to make choices in my life on a momentary basis to really understand the experience I'm having, to be able to have my heart and my head and, you know, understand my emotions as I'm working through it. And you just bring such great teaching and so much empowerment to that I personally want to thank you for the work you do, the education that you bring for me and all of us. And then just also for the way you show up and our friendship. It's just a
Come on.
great joy.
Well, I echo all of those sentiments right back to you, my friend. When you share with me that you're getting ready to get on a plane and head south, I know that I have a good time ahead, and I get super excited. I'm like a little kid on Christmas Day. So thank you for that. And you know, as far as bringing your head and your heart and putting all that learning together, my gosh, that just comes out in spades in your book. I just, you know, my heart just swells when I read your book and when I think about the things that you're sharing with other people, because I've told you this a million times. People are so thirsty for this new way to look at things, and I just think you have provided such a valuable platform for people to not just hear about it, but talk about it and make it come alive in their own organizations and in their own hearts and in their own heads. And that's just cool. It's just very cool.
Thank you. Thank you. And we've shared that I don't know that I would have had the strength or the confidence to even finish the book had it not been for some of the support and encouragement that you gave me early on. So I'm just gonna say that out publicly, that I don't know that finish line would have been crossed without
Well,
you.
I don't believe that for one moment. And I can like call up 10 people right now within 30 seconds who would agree with me on that. So I'll just put that out there.
So thank you and welcome. And I know that you always have greatness to share. And while this is not the opportunity to step onto that TEDx platform that was a missed opportunity through all this time, that I'm sorry that was missed, because I know how prepared you were to bring that great message forward, that that time is still ahead. And I want to just acknowledge and congratulate that, because that would be something that would already be in the can and out for the world to enjoy.
Well, it will happen. And I guess if my friend Heather Younger has taught me anything, she has taught me how to reframe disappointment. And so, you know, when the TEDx event was canceled because of this situation we find ourselves in, I have decided that I'm looking at this in terms of, now I have X amount of months, however many months that is, or I don't know. I assume they'll do it this fall if we can, to be even more prepared. So thank you, Heather. So,
you know, Melissa, you have been such a great contributor to your community, the work you do for, you know, those in need in society, and it's constant, and you always show up that way. And now with this time that has been afforded, you've contributed so well to the ongoing efforts of the Humans First community and helping build that community. And so I just, again, publicly want to just give you a shout out of thanks for being that strength and showing up, because it's selfless. You do it for others, and you do it with a big smile on your face, and make it fun.
Yeah, well, what I get back from being part of this Humans First community is invaluable. I couldn't buy it. I couldn't sign up for it. I couldn't stand in line for it. It's invaluable. And the people that I have met along the way, it's sometimes I just have to pinch myself. I can't believe that I have all of these amazing people just a phone call away, or a LinkedIn message away, or a text message away. It's just crazy. And especially now when we find ourselves in this really disconnected space, there's real strength in knowing that as isolated as we all may feel, that we're not alone in this, and that there are people that literally I have a short list of 10 or 15 people that on any given day I could reach out to and say, you know what, I just need a little lift right now. I just need a little emotional lift. And you get that. And I think for me, what's come out of this whole situation is really recognizing when we need to reach out for help to other people. Because I think we're conditioned to believe that asking for help is a sign of weakness and incompetence. And in fact, it's absolutely the opposite. And from a leadership perspective, you know, leaders, and we talked about this at our Humans First event in Charlotte, leaders who have the capacity to reach out to their teams and ask them for help, or just admit they don't know something, or admit that they're struggling with something, they give their people the permission to do the same. And then suddenly we've transformed this organization into a collaborative learning community rather than a competitive, you know, every man for himself community. So, you know, so I think that is really what I'm honing in on, just in my own personal introspection as it relates to the coronavirus, the pandemic that we're navigating our way through. The Humans First community does that so well. I mean, we all are able to lift one another up in the very unique gifts that we share with the community. And that's just the coolest thing. So kudos to you for making that reality.
Thank you. It's fun to see all the different nutrients pouring in, right? Because we're still producing healthy fruit. We're not chopping down trees, right? We're not, we're actually, I think, together generating some goodness, and I really appreciate that. It is now 11:39, and what I'd like to do is step out of your way and give you the stage and allow you to share with the audience, if that's good.
All right, that's good.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mike. I think it is important to kind of start where I started, and my career actually started way more years ago than I'm willing to admit, in a 4th grade classroom. And, you know, at the end of my first year, I sat down with my mentor and we did a post-mortem on what worked well and what didn't work well, and what did I really want to sharpen over the summer and come back and do better next year. And the one thing that I really realized was that until I really understood how the brain learns, I wouldn't be the most effective teacher for my kids. And one of my strongest memories of that post-mortem meeting was, you know, I remember prepping them for the Ohio proficiency test. And back in the day, that was the first in my experience of the high pressure, high stakes testing that kids would come to, it would come to be part of normal education. But, you know, it was such high pressure for them to perform their very best, because it didn't just reflect upon them as students, but it was also a reflection upon us as teachers and our school district. And we would be measured against other districts in the state. So it was huge pressure for everyone. And so we preached day in and day out about how important that test was, and how they had to master all these test taking skills in addition to math and reading and science. And then, you know, leading up to the test, we were crazy people. We were talking about getting a good night's sleep and eating eggs for breakfast and all the rest. And I will admit that I even sprayed peppermint spray in my room because I read something about the aromatherapy benefits of peppermint. But by the time the testing day came around, everyone, the kids, the parents, and the teachers too, we were fried with stress. And then we said to our kids, now get in there and do your very best. And what I know now is that when the brain is stressed and that fear threat center is engaged, the prefrontal cortex is not. And the prefrontal cortex is this part right behind your forehead. It's the last part of the brain to develop. And that's the part of the brain where all of our heavy lifting happens. That's all of our decision making and problem solving and organizing and planning. And when the fear threat center is engaged, the prefrontal cortex is put on pause. So it is physically and chemically impossible for us to do our best thinking under those conditions. So fast forward to today, and what I know is that every organizational leader wants their people to be the most engaged, innovative, productive, collaborative employees. They want them to solve, build, or market something. You know, those leaders, just like me as the teacher, want their people to perform their very best, both individually and collectively. And the problem is that until we really understand those factors that either enhance or impede cognitive function, we have very little control over success or failure and how to either replicate or mitigate it. So sometimes those successes are just kind of happenstance, right? Because everything, all the stars align and all of the people perform the way they're supposed to. Or when the failure happens, we don't even know what happened or how to prevent it from happening next time. One of my favorite people in my work is Daniel Goleman. And back in 1998, he published a paper called What Makes a Leader? And it was really the emergence of research exploring the implications of emotional intelligence on leadership. And 30 years later, this concept of emotional intelligence continues to grow in the leadership space. But more importantly, what's happened over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is that we've introduced this new study of what happens in the brain when people interact, and it's called social neuroscience. And we've really looked at the impact that this has on leaders and employee engagement and organizational culture. And the overarching construct is that leaders do certain things that literally and chemically affect not only their own brain chemistry, but that of their employees. And to me, the most fascinating discovery is that the leader-follower dynamic isn't as simple as just two brains reacting to one another, because rather than operating back and forth with a sense of reciprocity, they in a sense become fused together and they operate as a system. And they, in a sense, it becomes less about mastering skills or even understanding people, but more about understanding the kinds of behavior that powerfully leverage the brain interconnectedness that we have with one another to obtain the results that we want. So what was once emotional intelligence has now grown into social intelligence, which is really defined as a set of interpersonal competencies grounded in neural activity that create the conditions for optimum cognitive performance. And what's especially noteworthy about this new concept is that it focuses really on social intelligent behaviors founded on neurology and biology. So I thought I would take just a few minutes today to kind of dig into a few of them. I mean, we can't cover everything in 30 minutes, but some of them are going to be familiar to you, and hopefully I can add a little bit more value and dig a little bit deeper so that you can walk away with some new knowledge today. And the first one is emotional contagion, and we all know about emotional contagion. You know, that idea that people will pick up the emotions of other people simply by being around the individual or hearing or seeing the manifestations of a particular emotion. So when we hear angry voices, our brain chemistry reflects anger. And when we see happy emotions, then our brain chemistry reflects those emotions as well. But it's not just emotions that we can catch and spread. We mimic behaviors too. You know, babies cry when other babies cry, and hearing laughter makes us laugh. And that's why sitcoms have a laugh track in the background. You know, we are 30 times more likely to laugh with other people than we would at the exact same thing when we're all by ourselves. And even fear-based behaviors are contagious. And thanks to those brain cells called mirror neurons, we do it all the time, and most of the time we don't even think about it. But the science behind mirror neurons is really a fun story. It was discovered by accident by an Italian neurophysicist named Rizzolatti, and his team was studying the neural activity in monkeys. Specifically, they were looking at the premotor cortex, or the area of the brain related to actions involving the hands and the mouth. And every time the monkeys that they were studying moved their hands or mouth, the machine recorded brain activity. And one day a graduate student returned from lunch with an ice cream cone, and the monkey watched the student eat the ice cream cone. And each time he lifted the ice cream cone to his mouth, the machine registered neural activity in the monkey, except the monkey wasn't moving. He was just watching the student move his hand to his mouth. So they realized that just observing someone doing something led the monkey's brain to simulate doing that exact same action. And this proved to be true for sounds, hearing sounds as well. For example, when a monkey cracked open a peanut, his brain cells fired in the same way as they did when he heard someone else crack open a peanut. And those are what we've now come to accept as mirror neurons. Well, there's been a wealth of research that has explored this connection between emotional contagion and empathy, and that is thanks to these mirror neurons. And what we've learned is that because we connect feelings with facial expressions and body language and behaviors of those around us, we can empathize with how people feel. And the result of that empathy is that our own brain simulates the emotion, releasing the same chemicals. And it's kind of like virtual reality. Like just seeing or hearing a happy person will release the same happy chemicals as if we're experiencing that happiness ourselves. Conversely, seeing or hearing negative emotions like fear or anger will release those same stress hormones as if we were also experiencing those negative feelings. So the key here is that what happens inside us happens between us. We don't just coexist. Whether we like it or not, we share the human connection on a cellular level, on a neural level. And this has real implications in the workplace. And we can use this contagion to our advantage, or it can cripple our culture, our engagement, or our innovation and productivity. So imagine you're Snow White and your team consists of the 7 dwarfs. Who do you think would endanger the productivity of the group the most? Now, the truth is that the worst character for the team is grumpy, because how you show up in the morning, in the boardroom, at that team meeting can make a difference in how your coworkers, your subordinates, and even your superiors show up too. So to the leader who says, it's not my job to make employees happy, the research confirms otherwise. There's also a wealth of research confirming that happiness can increase productivity. There's hard data for this. And human happiness has a large and positive causal effects on productivity. Positive emotions invigorate us and activate the thinking brain, the prefrontal cortex, while negative emotions have the exact opposite effect. The effects of activating neural pathways and connections in the brains of people around us is so powerful, and we do it without even thinking about it. One example that I can share with you that's really powerful is in the way leaders deliver feedback. And Marie Dasborough, who is a researcher, she explored this impact of emotional contagion on feedback. And her research was actually predicated on the fact that we are much more likely to recall negative incidents with greater intensity and in far greater detail than positive events. And she observed 2 groups of employees, and one group received negative feedback delivered with positive emotional signals, such as smiles and nods and a very pleasant tone, while the other group got positive feedback with very negative or critical expressions and harsh voice tones. And the people who received the positive feedback delivered with negative social cues reported feeling worse about their performance than the people who got negative feedback with positive social cues. In essence, what they found was the delivery was more important than the message. And when people feel better, when we know all of those good chemicals are activating the prefrontal cortex, they're more engaged, they're more cooperative, they're more productive. They just perform better. So the bottom line is if leaders want to get the most out of their people, then they need to recognize incentives aren't the only force at work, and fear-driven behavior leads to poor performance, period. There's a wealth of research that has explored the impact of one simple behavior, and it requires no training and no funding, and it would increase happiness and productivity at work in seconds. What is that behavior? Smile. The simple act of smiling releases all kinds of good chemicals, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and all of those good chemicals translate into greater productivity because we have increased cognitive function. Those chemicals facilitate activity in the prefrontal cortex, the thinking part of the brain. Conversely, we know that stress hormones like cortisol or norepinephrine engage the fear-threat center of the brain. And more importantly, they put the prefrontal cortex on pause. This is actually so from a leadership perspective, a boss who rarely laughs or smiles is not going to engage that neural activity in his or her people. But a boss who fosters an environment that welcomes smiling and laughter, just feel good emotions, actually creates a symbiosis of the release of neurotransmitters that facilitate cognition, creativity, and collaboration. And when you understand what's actually happening in the brain, it is amazing. There's a researcher named Fabio Sala who has shown that the teams of top performing leaders laughed 3 times more than mid-performing leaders. And in addition, people who describe their leaders as funny or even playful regard them as more approachable and more open to diverse opinions and ideas. So, there's hard data about this social intelligence. We know that there's a big performance gap between social intelligence and socially unintelligent leaders. And one place leaders can start building social intelligence is to provide the kind of environment that builds on this research of social neuroscience. And, Mike, we talk about people having a fixed or growth mindset. And now we know that organizations also have a mindset formed by the social norms of the culture. That genius mindset that's competitive and divisive and exclusionary, and a mindset of growth and development is all about setting goals and taking risks without fear or reprisal, and collaboration and inclusion. And what I love about your book, Believership, so much is that it addresses all of those things, and it really helps us understand how we can create the kind of environment that enable better performance.
I want to do this again tomorrow. Truly amazing. And I get the benefit of watching the stream of conversations, Melissa, and it was so lively, and paragraphs of response, right? It's like you couldn't find a question in there because people were sharing so openly about it. And something struck, and I actually went in and put it in the comments that was unbelievable, that what's happening inside, what's happening in us is happening between us.
Yes.
Huge. And what a responsibility.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think the important thing about that is that is not a top-down thing. That is an us thing. So we each contribute to that. Just because you're not a leader doesn't mean that you're not contributing to the neural connectivity of everyone around you. I mean, we all contribute to that. And I think when people understand that, they feel that responsibility, Mike, that you referred to.
Yeah. Just, you just bring so much brilliance to it. And I think what I love, and again with the book, your writing, and your teaching, and the gratitude journal that goes along with it, is we realize we can actually make these choices for ourselves. That we can get up every day being intentional with this greater understanding and change our lives with every decision, every choice we make. And it's brilliant empowerment.
It really is. You think about, we used to think that what we were born with, that's what we had, and we did the best with we could with what we had, and we just know that's not true. I mean, the decade of the brain, or the 90s, we learned a lot about neuroplasticity, and we learned that we can actually rewire our brain, and we can tap into the parts of the brain that enable creativity and problem solving and those kinds of things. I think the important thing is, when you understand, we all do it. We all like hit the wall at say 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And when you understand what's happening in your brain and why the reason that you're hitting that wall is because there's a spike in melatonin, and you have to tell your brain it's not time to go to bed yet. So you go outside into the sunshine, and then the brain goes, oh, I get it. I have 2 more hours of work. When you understand what's happening, and that is, to me, it's just a game changer. It just makes it make sense.
Thank you very, very much for being with us today and sharing that brilliance, and again, for being such a presence in my life. I just am really grateful for you.
Thank you, my friend. Grateful for you back.
We'll talk very soon.
Okay.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Jane.
Hi.
So happy you're with us today. Thank you.
My pleasure.
It's evening for you in the UK, and we are right away, automatically, we jump in and we're live on YouTube just as soon as we start. So I just wanted to alert you to that we're ready to go. Hopefully you've had a wonderful day. Thank you for bringing that extra energy and joining us in this late hour for you. I really appreciate you being here.
You're welcome. It's a real pleasure to be here with you, Mike. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Absolutely. You do so much work with individuals and teams. And, it was really fun to hear Bob speak today about the experience he had in the European tour that you guided him on, or were with him throughout that, what he said, 15 events in 5 days. It was, quite a whirlwind. And so I know that you have all of that depth of experience of seeing people respond to this new messaging, what is possible, and truly bringing that ideal that everybody matters, and the leadership that serves everyone. And you bring that teaching into your work, Jane. You bring that deep listening practice, the thinking environment, truly the tools and the methods that are going to help us evolve into a better state of experiencing business, but certainly then leading business. And I wanted to shape all of those wonderful pieces up because it expresses why I'm so excited to have you here with us today. And then also thank you because as you've hosted our conversations in the Humans First calls on Mondays at noon UK time, it's just so engaging, right? You bring me into that environment so well as a participant, and help everybody express and share and explore with an open mind. And it's just such a gift. And so that's my gratitude, my thanks to you. And then how excited I am to have you share with the community today some of that brilliance that you take leaders and teams through as you do the work.
Well, Mike, thank you. And I would love just to appreciate you too. You know, we've spoken before how, and I think Garry mentioned it earlier, and Melissa too, in terms of, you know, the work that you do, a real catalyst for this kind of human connection and bringing people together to think for themselves, to be their best selves. And I think it's an incredible community that you have created and, you know, for all of us to benefit from. So, you know, it's a real privilege for me to be part of it as well.
Thank you very much. It's an open invitation that we all hold for each other and those that want to just come with curiosity, right? And I think that's so wonderful is how you and, you know, the many that are with us today have that capacity to hold space for other people. It really, you know, it's a gift to be surrounded with so many wonderful, wonderful people. So thank you for that, Jane. And then I want to kind of step out of the way and allow you the opportunity to share some of that goodness with our audience today.
Okay.
If you're ready to go. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you, Jane.
My pleasure. Well, thank you so much for all of those listening today. And one of the things or several things that have been on my mind recently, in fact, are some questions that I've been wondering about. The questions for me that are arising right now are, you know, what are some of the behaviors that you might be observing others during this crisis? And what are some of the hopes, or what do you hope some of the changes that will be sustained as a result of this crisis in making our world a better place? And another question that's on my mind is, for me and for others, you know, what do you want to be remembered for as we emerge or re-emerge from this crisis? And as I began reflecting on those questions, it made me think about what I've noticed for myself with the clients I'm working with right now, the community that I'm involved in, and actually being with my family, you know, the four of us living here together, navigating, being together all of the time, both working and studying in the same home, which I'm very grateful for, but it's unusual to be together in such proximity for all of the time. And so what I wanted to share with you today is some of my observations and hopefully to inspire you to think about how you might show up and indeed would like to show up and be remembered for as we re-emerge from this crisis. So I guess I'd like to begin with, you know, what I'm observing from a government perspective. We see they're focusing on policies and putting some amazing grants together to really support those businesses who are struggling at this time. We see organizations also looking at some policies and putting new structures in place for people to work easily in their home environment. And what I'd like to focus on today is the human behaviors that I've noticed. And in particular, to say that what I've noticed right now, and I'm going to invite some of you to share in the comments, what are you noticing around the behaviors that you're noticing in others? For me, it's been about an increase in compassion, how leaders are really raising their game, the ones that I'm working with right now, in terms of their communication with honesty, with transparency, and being willing to be vulnerable, to ensure that their team members are safe and well and have what they need in order to perform the work that they need to and want to perform so that they can contribute. I'm also noticing others being creative, a creativity that enables some solutions and innovation that, you know, we hadn't thought possible before. I'm reminded of Dyson in terms of how they repurpose their manufacturing to manufacture PPE equipment for our frontline workers. I'm remembering this wonderful 9-year-old girl who learned how to use the 3D printer from her grandparents' printing company in order, again, to make the masks for the the doctors and nurses. And of course, I'm also noticing courage, the courage of people, not only our frontline workers, those in the hospitals, but also those who are serving us right now in our communities, whether they be care workers or whether they be those in the shops. But as I reflected on these, I thought about, what is it that these behaviors all have in common? Well, it'll be no surprise to you that for me, the underlying skill is the capacity to listen. And Garry early generously mentioned the term of generative listening. And for me, there are many different modes of listening, from active listening, reflective listening, empathetic listening, and generative listening. And this is what I want to share with you today. My message to you is that, in my experience, listening is one of the most valuable gifts we can give one another. And it's what people want more than ever right now. And so just backing up on my journey, I've been very privileged to work in a people-focused role for over 30 years now. The first 15 of those were in a corporate environment in the City of London, working in frontline businesses in financial and professional services. And after the birth of our first daughter, I set up my own coaching practice, and for the next 10 years studied and became a professional coach with the ICF. And after 10 years of coaching, I discovered the work of Nancy Klein of Time to Think and the Thinking Environment. And it was Nancy's work that transformed my life as a parent, as a daughter, as a wife, and my coaching practice. And it was Nancy's work that really helped me learn and discover what generative listening was all about. And so this is the journey I'd love to take you on briefly today. Are you up for joining me? Okay, so what is it, I wonder, do you think, that often gets in the way of us listening generatively? Well, perhaps let me start with, what do I mean by generative listening? Well, generative listening is a way of listening that generates the best thinking in others, which leads to the best performance. And I loved what Melissa was saying earlier about the way our brain works and what we've observed in being a thinking environment. It's around the way we behave around one another that allows those connections in the brain that Melissa was talking about to fire more easily and more creatively, with more courage, that enables us to think well for ourselves. And what that needs is a generative listening to help that along the way. And so generative listening enables people to think well for themselves with rigor, with courage and imagination. It allows for great decision making. It allows for people to perform at their best. And it allows for deeper, more meaningful relationships, because it says you matter. So what I'd like to do now is just to check in with you. So I wonder, when was the last time you assessed your listening habits? Now, forgive me if you've done this already today. I wondered, though, if you'd be up for doing this with me. I have just 3 questions that I'd love to ask you. Now, the answers to these questions are simply always, sometimes, or never. So join me in the comments section as I ask these questions. Are you going to answer always, sometimes, or never? So the first question is, do you find yourselves interrupting others once you've got the gist of what they're saying? Number 2, do you find yourselves finishing another sentence because you believe you know what they're about to say? And number 3, do you listen simply waiting to reply for your turn to speak? So we're going to come back to those in a moment. But first of all, I wonder if we might engage in the thinking around, what is the impact of listening generatively? Why should we do it? In my experience, it's a skill worth mastering because it impacts the way people feel and what they then go and do. So I'd love to break down now 3 different groups of people where generative listening has a huge impact on the lives of others. Firstly, the leaders in our communities, in our organizations. So when listening generatively for leaders, it helps them to develop trust and respect of their team members. It also mitigates that feeling of being alone, because great leaders, in my experience, are great listeners. When they reach out to their team members to find out what they need, what their aspirations are, perhaps their frustrations. And so I'd love just to give you a brief example of a client of mine that I've been working with recently who was really struggling to engage with his team. They weren't contributing very effectively in meetings. And so through our coaching, we talked about this idea of listening generatively. And what would it be like if he was simply to ask his team members how they were feeling at the beginning of a meeting? And at first he said, oh, I'm a bit uncomfortable with that. I'm not sure I want the response. And that's interesting for me, because often people are fearful of asking a question around feeling because they're fearful of how to respond to that. But a simple question for a check-in as a tip here for leaders, maybe simply, is what's working well for you? Or simply, how do you feel currently? In just a word or a phrase. And it's not that you're looking to solve that, but what we're looking to do is to create a connection with somebody that in the meeting as that example, to engage with team members early on. Because what we know is that people don't really feel that they have arrived at any meeting until they've spoken. So this is a great way to connect with team members, to ask the question, and then most importantly, then to listen. The second group I'd like to think about now in terms of generative listening, where does it really show up, is parents. Some of you, I hope, listening can relate to this, or if not, will know of other family members that you connect with on a regular basis. So for me, generative listening as a parent, the impact it has is that it reduces misunderstandings, it resolves conflict, and importantly, it creates opportunities for growth. And so for me, in my experience, I'd love to share another example, more personal this time. It's with my daughter who's studying at home right now. She's in her final year of school and is in that kind of uneasy situation of waiting for her grades to be calculated, and yet still attending online classes, but not really knowing why and what those extra classes and work will go towards, given apparently the grades are already being calculated. And so she came to me the other day and said, Mom, I'm super frustrated. We have got yet another essay to write by the end of this week. Do you know that's 4 essays now? That was the moment for me to close my laptop, give my attention, and help her think through that frustration so that she could move to a better place. And the third group I'd like to talk to you about, I'll share with you the impact of generative listening, are team members or other family members, where it often improves confidence and self-esteem because it evolves, if you like, more creative and more innovative work. An example might be, for example, a team member comes up to you and says, you know, I'm really struggling right now balancing my work and home because quite frankly, there are no boundaries anymore. I'm working in my home, trying to make it work. And so as a parent or as a leader, a mentor, a coach, our opportunity then is to help that person think through for themselves by listening generatively, by listening to help them solve the challenge for themselves. One of the things that we learn in being a thinking environment is that what often stops us most in life is an assumption that in fact is untrue, but we live it as if it's true. And so what generative listening enables us to do is to challenge those assumptions and invite people to think afresh whether the assumption is true, and then replace that with a more liberating assumption. And so if you knew that you could balance your work and home life in a way that works for you, what would you do now? Helping people to liberate their thinking by inviting them to assume something different or challenging an untrue assumption. So coming back to you then, let's take a look at those questions. I wonder, I can't see the comments right now, but I'm just going to wonder whether you answered never, sometimes, or always. The first question I asked around, do you find yourself interrupting others when you feel that you've got the gist of it? Well, what we've observed through many years of noticing what happens when we interrupt others, the brain receives it like an assault, and the blood flows, they stop. And you'll know this example when, for example, you might be saying, oh, I've got 3 things I want to share with you. And you share 2, and then I interrupt you, and you can't remember what the 3rd one was. That's the impact of interruption. So when you interrupt another, not only does it stop someone in their tracks of what they're thinking and saying and expressing themselves, it also takes them a while to get back on track, if ever. Number 2, do you find yourselves often finishing another sentence because you feel you have a great and deep connection and I know what they're about to say? Well, hey, I used to do that too. You know, knowing my husband really well, I thought, yeah, I know what he's about to say. You know, we connect really well. I understand what he's thinking. I'm able to feel what he's feeling. But what my studies and studying with Nancy Klein revealed is that, you know, for every 30 thoughts that we share out loud, we have 300 in our mind. And so therefore, my question is, how could I possibly know that what I'm about to say will be of greater value, or even what my husband in this case would have thought and said himself? So when we think we're doing good by finishing someone's sentence, what we're actually doing is robbing them of the opportunity to think for themselves and express what they truly think and feel. And lastly, are you just waiting to, are you listening, or are you just waiting to speak when they're asked for? But they can be detrimental and discouraging when they're not. In the boardroom, it's often the thing that holds up the most and becomes the most negative impact when people are dishing out opinions rather than supporting others to think well for themselves. So as I begin to wrap this up, I wanted just to leave you with 4 ideas in ways that you can enhance your leadership relationships with those around you. The first of which is to be more interested than interesting, is to give a palpable respect for the person with whom is speaking. Once you've made that commitment to listening to another, my invitation is to give your undivided attention, free of interruption and free of distractions. In fact, a friend of ours, a friend who I've recently connected with through this group is Oscar Trimboli. And he recently said, you know, when we just turn off our digital devices, our ability to listen and give our attention increases by 50%. So number 1, be interested more than interesting, giving your attention with a palpable respect for others. And that means having an open body posture and having an eye contact on the eyes of the person who's speaking, or whatever giving attention is in your culture. Number 2 is to resist that urge to interrupt, to also let people know that you won't interrupt, because once they know they won't be interrupted, the blood will flow more easily in their brain. They'll be able to speak with more fluidity and confidence. So let them know that you'll not interrupt them. And of course, get comfortable with the silence. It's one of the things that people find hard. They want to jump in without giving the person the opportunity to really think and then express themselves. Number 3 is to overcome your intolerance for the unknown. So be open-minded, be willing to learn from those who are different from us I think Garry mentioned it earlier around celebrating the difference in life, around one of the lovely things about, I say lovely, but one of the things about the Humans First Club, and in fact, this environment we find ourselves in now, is that, we are brought together in our uniqueness as human beings. And at the same time, we know that our uniqueness is what brings us to be special and different. And so resisting the urge, or if you like, or overcoming your intolerance to the unknown is about celebrating the difference that we bring. And finally, is to make others feel that they matter. And so what does that mean? It's around taking time to listen. And the wonderful thing about the thinking environment, the paradox is that what we can accomplish in 5 minutes or in 50 minutes is much faster when we give our attention and listen in this way than when we just constantly talk over each other. So give time to one another and apply the opportunity to give your attention and resist that urge to interrupt. And also to be free of the mechanism of judgment. Because when you do that, we know the mirror neurons of empathy emerge afresh. And finally, to appreciate them for a quality that you recognize. Somebody, for example, who showed up at a meeting and for the first time has spoken their thoughts and given some new ideas. And the ideas you may not take forward, but the fact that they've had the courage to speak up would be to acknowledge that, a behavior that you want to see more of in your team. So I'd love to conclude with my message to share with you today that listening is one of the greatest gifts that you can give to another. In my experience, it's the most dignifying way of which we can respect one another as human beings. Mike, I'd love to invite you back in.
Oh, Jane, I was listening very intently and actually taking notes as well. I did pause and look over at the comments, the chat a little bit, but so much of the outcome of that teaching, when we are able to embrace those practices in our lives, the outcomes for ourselves and the impact on others, you've stated so powerfully and eloquently. It's an invitation that's hard to resist, right? Because I think we would love to see our relationships flourish, our impact to others be positive and vibrant like that. The ability to see others. I mean, the big waves of inclusiveness and belonging and all of that goodness rolls with that, but you've brought it down to actionable choices. And again, just that growth and learning that we can explore in ourselves. And you've given us 3 simple checkpoints. Go back, how do we answer those questions? And I truly took those to heart. And I had occasional, I thought of going never, but I truly couldn't probably answer that to either of them. But I realized that I have matured along that path and become better over time. And so there's growth for all of us in that wonderful teaching. And you bring it to reality for us so clearly. And thank you for that. What a gift you've shared today.
My pleasure, Mike. And so I would love to invite you, is from what you're learning today, what is it that's standing out for you in, that's standing out for you in some of the changes that you would like to see and you hope will be sustained as we reemerge?
The going forward of it, Jane. And so it's that embracing personal growth, which requires vulnerability, right? Because it has to be different than today. So making a decision that's different today than we would have made a month ago or a year ago. And just giving ourselves and each other permission to do that is what I'm really hoping we can take away, that truly expecting better, because I think we can all envision a better world. And now we can actually impact that and make those choices by who we follow and how we engage. And that's my big takeaway here is you've taught us principles that we can put in our daily lives that will change the way we engage with the world, with those closest to us, and with those we haven't met yet. And I think that allows us to let go of a lot of past bad behaviors when we can stay focused on the good things we can do next. And that's my great hope, is our ability to let go and seek out what is obviously better. So thank you for that.
Wonderful. And Mike, I would just love to finish with appreciating you for the commitment that you make, not only to yourself, but to all of us, and raising our game, and the accountability to yourself, to others, in helping making this world a better place.
Thank you very much for that, Jane. You're such a gift, and I can't wait until we get to do this again.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Mark Crowley. Are you here? Is there a little bit of a delay?
Now can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mark.
Weird.
I do hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you see me too?
Yes.
I've lost you. So let me see if I can bring you back all of a sudden. Okay, there we go.
Can
you hear me all right, Mike?
Yes. Mark?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear and see you.
Okay.
We're good?
We're good. Yeah. Looks like
Excellent.
you're in the police station calling all cars.
I know. I started out with this microphone and it wasn't picking up. And this blue snowball, actually, the cheaper version, is actually picking up sound a little bit better. So
That's fantastic. Yeah, you sound good. You sound good.
Thank you. Welcome. I appreciate you joining. We are now live on YouTube. So there's not this wonderful green room transition. We're just jumping right into it. So
fantastic.
Welcome to the day. I really appreciate you joining. And you were gracious when I first reached out of the blue and said, hey, I'm going to be in San Diego. It would be wonderful to get together. And you made room for me, made arrangements. We got together, and I have to say, it was really one of the most enjoyable parts of that trip, is sitting down, being in that conversation with you. So thanks for being so open and willing to, invite this weird guy flying in from Minnesota into your world.
I'm a big believer in synchronicities, so if I can make that kind of accommodation, I I just instinctively felt like, if I could make that happen, then it would be a good thing. And so, as it turned out, that was a really very interesting conversation that we had in what was the, outdoor, like, lunch area for people working in a hospital. We just co-opted that space, and you turn on your camera, and then all of a sudden, all these people are able to see what we're talking about. And it was sort of this fascinating outcome. So, and you hit the right questions when we were talking that day that made it really worthwhile for me. So yeah, it all worked out, right? So very interesting.
It's so fun, the message that you're bringing out to the world, and what we were able to explore then, and you write so well in your book, which I've really enjoyed reading now, is that journey of just always showing up with that authentic view of the world, and just being you, thinking that was the best way to treat people and move forward. And I love when you talk about that discovery of, you didn't realize there was any other way to do it until people started, calling it out and saying, what happened to you when you started calling it leading from the heart. I just love that response from other people, that you've always been this great producer, Mark. You're a great leader. You're a great, manager, and your performance is exceptional. You have all these people with you, but why are you calling it that now?
Right.
That's,
yeah. Like, what happened to you?
Yeah,
you were such a good guy until then. Now we're so disappointed in you. And I know that was a very real experience. I know that, though, because when my language, nobody ever looked under the hood. Everybody just sort of, we're all busy. So you go, that guy's good, that person's good, that person gets good results. We sort of assess people in that way in business, And so I think people just looked at me and said, that guy's like, like a star. He knows how to get results. But no one ever looked to say, well, is he doing anything differently? Is there anything we could we learn from that? So only people that really aligned to it. So when the book came out, the people who aligned to it immediately were the people who worked for me. They were like, yeah, that's who he is, But the people that were around me, those are the ones they heard lead from the heart, and they were like, oh, well, we haven't heard from him in a couple of years. I guess he had like a religious breakdown or something, It's like, that was the reaction. And I think in some respects, that's the reaction that we get in business even now, is this, it's like, no, you don't go there with the heart, don't be talking heart in business. And so it's been sort of a painful journey in that respect, that we have this hardwired instinctive response that somehow the heart is a bad thing in leadership,
It's almost been taught, isn't that funny? And what I love about the story you tell, and you share, and now you teach it to so many, is you actually can drive better results more consistently, more sustainably, empowering people to go out and make good decisions on their own and not be so dependent. And I think that you shared, Mark, that those that you were leading, those around you, came back for more of you as their leader, as their manager, because it was healthy for them. Not that they wanted less of you. They wanted more of you. And I think that is, that's a brilliant reality that's missed when we ignore that connection.
And, that means people wake up in the morning and it's binary. Do I want to go to work for that guy, or do I want to go work in that company? Am I like energized? You wake up in the morning and you have this physiological response to being awake. And it's like, am I excited about going to do this? Am I like, can't wait to get there, or can't wait to not get there? And I think that's kind of, where people are. It's one or the other. Nobody's going, I can go to work, or it doesn't really matter one way or the other. It's like, I'm really looking forward to it, or I'm not. And the not is the majority of this country and the majority of the world because of the experience that we give them. So you just think, man, if you could just shift that one thing, if you could just shift the attitude where people are like, no, I really want to go because there's something really meaningful in that experience for me. That would change the world, you know, it would truly change the world.
You know, I had said at the end of that conversation that we had that you know, we had just met, but I really do think of you as a pioneer and a leader in a lot of this work that I think is becoming an enlightenment to many, that there is a better way to approach those we work with, and there's a better way to approach our productivity and performance and our positive outcomes without having to, you know, whip the horse. I think that sometimes you know, you jump on the horse and we're taught if you want to make it run, you whip the horse. And, you know, what happens if you stop whipping the horse? We don't know. We've always been taught to.
Completely. And so that's exactly right. And particularly in sales organizations, right? So you have a number you got to hit. And so, you know, you say, well, there's a better way to get the numbers, and it requires you to have some trust and empowerment, and really involves you being more of a coach than, you know, sort of a slave driver. And people intellectually go, oh, well, okay, I can get to that. And I understand that. That sounds, you know, that sounds good. And then you get to the middle of the quarter and you're nowhere near where the numbers are. And you go, you know, speaking the vernacular, I got to start riding people's asses here because we're not hitting our numbers. Yeah. And so what they don't understand is that you can't play both sides of the fence. You can't be the heart leader for half the quarter and then go back to being the slave driver, fear inspiring micromanager that you've always been, because people then know, I know what's coming, right? If we're not going to hit our numbers, I know he's going to the whip, to use your analogy, right? Yeah. And so the minute that people know it, you know, it's like a horse when he's about to be whipped, you know, he's looking at you like that, you know, and that's how people are, you know, they know it's coming. And so it's trusting yourself more than it's trusting others to not go there. So if you're not hitting your numbers, it's basically, let's bring everybody together and say, hey, here's where we are. Here's where we need to go. Everybody knows where we need to go because this has been our number for a long time. But let's talk about how can we possibly get there? You know, can we get to 90%? Can we get to 95? Can we actually surprise everybody and hit 100? What does everybody think? So now you're having people inspired to help you get there, as opposed to, if you don't get there, you know, you may not be around here next quarter for us to be talking about it, you know. And I think it's a trust in yourself that I can inspire and motivate people, and by trusting them and coaching them and being them for them, as opposed to feeling like, no way I can trust these people and my ass is on the line here. And if I don't hit these numbers, then I'm going to be in trouble with my boss. And so I'm going to ride these people to get there. And so we just blow the whole thing up. You're exactly right.
I love that. And I know that you've had the experience like I have. It's fun to see teams cross that finish line with a lot of energy and with smiles on their faces. They didn't have to pile up at the end in exhaustion, you know, tripping over each other. It's like you can cross that objective finish line with still a lot of energy and a smile on your face.
Well, I mean, you don't want people to go, you know, we hit the goal, but please don't ever make me do this again, because tomorrow it starts all over again. It's a new quarter. And so you need people energized. And I think the difference is that people want to get it because they're proud of their success. So you have to anchor rewards to this, so that there has to be, it can't just be, you know, where you just asking people to achieve things and there's nothing in it for them. If there's something in it for them, then really you're on the same page. You know, it's like coaching a basketball team. The coach gets the satisfaction of coaching the team to the win, but the team, the players, get the satisfaction of actually going out and playing and winning. Right. And we lose sight of that. We make it about the leader, where we go, no, you know what? It's the coach that made the team. He's the one who assembled it. He or she is the one who, you know, did the drills. And so if we win, it's all about me. and you have to change the orientation and realize that you're the facilitator. You're the person who's helping other people get there. And so you have to subordinate yourself in a way that, you know, doesn't take your identity away, but basically makes it so that people, when they get to that finish line, as you say, they realize, you know what, this is really cool. And I did something that I didn't think I could, or I did something better than I ever imagined. All of that, you know, we all want to know we're, you know, feeling good about the work that we're doing and we're making a difference. And so if you put it back onto them and they get you there, then it's pure joy for them. And that's what you want. Then they want to come back next quarter.
Well, you're an inspiration to many of us, Mark. And what I would like to do now is step out of the way a little bit. And if you'd like to share directly to the audience, that would be wonderful.
Okay. You know, I remember, I think it was like right before Johnny Carson was going off the air 20 years ago or so. And only he and Ed McMahon were there, you know, and Johnny Carson looks at Ed McMahon and he goes, you know, this was like at the end of the show, 5 minutes before they were ending. And he goes, you know, the only two people that are watching this are your wife and my wife. You know, I just thought that was really funny. So I'm going to pretend you're my audience here. Is really what it's all about. If we have a bigger audience, it's like magnificent. I kind of want to make sure that this resumes as a conversation because I think it's more interesting that way. There are just a couple things that I would say. And one is to just sort of tell you a quick story about my journey. So in the process of writing my book, you know, I didn't have a title. I didn't know what the title was going to be. I didn't even know that it had anything to do with the heart when I started it. But in the context of writing it, a friend of mine, so I'm literally about, you know, 10 months into the process and I've got all my piles and I know what I want to write. And now I'm like, take the pencil out and I'm ready to go. And I have this conversation with a guy that I used to work with. And he said, you know, you're gonna have to explain why this works, right? And I was like a blind spot. I just thought people would take me, you know, at my word, do these practices and you're gonna get infinitely greater performance, which, as you know, have read the book, the second half of the book is all I ever intended to write. So in the process of having that conversation, I realized he had stimulated a major gap. Like I realized, like I went into fear, really. I was like, oh my God, like this can't stand on its own. I'm gonna have to justify this. And then I started asking my question, well, myself the question, like, what was it? Like, what is the answer? And how do I explain this? And so what ended up happening was that it hit me, sitting exactly where I am, just looking out the window here. I had this epiphany that what I had been doing my entire career was affecting the hearts of people. And I remember feeling so depressed. Honestly, it was like I had punched myself in the stomach. And I went and I told my wife at the end of the day, I said, I have wasted 10 months of my life because this is all about the heart. And I'm reflecting on the people that I used to work with in financial services who, you know, we talked about it earlier. They took me very seriously. You know, they saw me as being this really talented guy, but then you put the heart out there and they go, you had me, you lost me, right? So that was what I was anticipating. I was going to get that response. So I thought, well, I can't write a book about the heart and leadership because people are just going to think this is stupid, soft and weak and all of that. And my wife said to me, don't you already know it's true? Like your own direct experience? Are you going to basically stop because your own experience doesn't stand up to the question? And I was like, wow, like absolutely. You're right. So I thought, well, there has to be some evidence out there. And so, of course, that became, I would spend another 13, 14 months going and looking for evidence to support the thesis, which became the whole first half of the book. And the principal component of that, obviously, is this science that demonstrates that we have underestimated the heart in a profound way, and that it doesn't just pump our blood, that it's connected to the brain, and that it has a feeling sensing component to it that is influencing our choices and our decisions and our engagement and our happiness and our loyalty. And so everything that I had learned to do instinctively and refined it in my professional career had now just been validated by this emerging science. When I met with this, world-class cardiologist, she goes, "You figured out something that we're just figuring out." And I remember having tears come down my eyes because my whole life was being validated. And that question that my friend Doug had challenged me with, I had now answered. But I'm still deep inside of me thinking the world is, I know I'm right, but I don't know if the world is ready for this. And so I had a speaking agent at the very beginning, right as the book came out. And she goes, "Nobody knows who you are. You've never written a book before. You have a book title that is off-putting, and you need some help." And so she introduced me to this woman who's, supposed to be a marketing genius for speakers. And she charged me $10,000. And her goal was to give me a strategy for building a brand. So how do you get the word out, right? So we're starting from ground zero. And so I thought, that's worth $10,000 to me, because if you have that expertise and you've helped other people do it, great. So she read my book. She read, at this point, the few articles that I've read. I didn't have my podcast yet, but it was enough to go with. But she read the book. She came back. She goes, "Okay, I'm ready to go. I have plan A and plan B. You're not going to like plan A at all, but I don't like plan B, but that's probably what you're going to go with. Which do you want to hear first?" So I said, "Well, give me plan A, give me the bad news now." This is what she said, and I'm just quoting her so that if, our audience is shocked by this, she goes, "You're going to fucking fail if you continue to use the word lead from the heart. You need to stop. You need to stop using it. The book is already out there. I can't do anything about that. But when you're trying to get speaking engagements, when you're trying to, coach people, whatever, stop using that expression." Now, my first question was, "Have you cashed the check?" Because I just paid $10,000 to have you tell me that, my whole direction was a mistake. So I had to do some reflecting, and I'll be honest with you, I did not get angry at what she was telling me, because I had the intuitive sense that what she was really trying to say to me was, the world is not ready for this, and you're going to take a lot of punches. And if you want to avoid the punches, call it killer engagement. Start calling yourself the killer engagement guy. And I thought, well, okay. So I had to reflect on this, and I realized this is a choice now. Am I going to be the killer engagement guy, or am I going to be the lead from the heart guy and take the punches? And I made a decision based on what my wife had, that insight that I already know this to be true. And now I've got all this profound validation for it. It was irrefutable by the time that I'd written the book, that I just needed to wait this thing out. That there was going to be an inevitability. There was going to be some event, I didn't even anticipate an event. I anticipated a timing, where it wasn't going to be like everybody got it over time. It was going to be in an instant. There was going to be this tipping point. And the tipping point, I'm here to say, I never could have imagined. But it's the COVID pandemic that is profoundly changing people. And what's happened is that we instantly, and not everybody is working from home, but professionally, a lot of people are, right? And so what we did was we took people and we said, you got to go and you got to work from home. And many of them had never done it before. So you've got this, this health scare. So people are now suddenly scared about what the work is going to be. The market's crashed. You have, all sorts of anticipation about when they're going to go back to work. People are suddenly losing their routines. They're not seeing their friends. They're losing that social connection. They're lonely. 40% of them we know are ill-equipped. They're working on their beds or in some makeshift offices. So it's like, it didn't go from just, hey, just go work from home for a while. It's all going to be cozy and wonderful, right? And so then on top of that, you've got grief for all this loss that people are feeling, I think people are deeply sad. They don't even know what it's about, but because there's a loss. And now we got to wear masks, and you can't go to the beach, and you can't go to the baseball games, and we're not starting sports, and all these issues. So the long and short of it is that I realized that what's happening is that when we go back to managing people, We can never go back to just managing performance.
Yeah.
People need so much more from their managers. And so the receptivity to this idea of leading from the heart, I knew it would come. I just never anticipated that it was going to be this major health scare.
Right.
And so what I'm here to say is that this is now the time. And we need to step up. All of us need to step up. We need to demonstrate to people that we care about them and that we care about them beyond just, are you okay? Are you going to be able to make your numbers? Are you going to be able to get your goals done? If it can't be just this transition of you're working at home, you're working at work, you're working at home. It has to be you're working from work, you're working in a whole new environment that has inherent challenges that I need to help you with. And those are human issues. So it can't be just about results, and we have to be honest with people and tell people what we're doing. And if we think there's going to be layoffs, we can't hide behind that. If we think there's going to be furloughs, we have to be honest and trustworthy and have courageous and say, this could be really bad, because we don't know how bad it's going to get. But really, when people go back to work, whenever that is, they're going to remember one thing. And it's how they were treated about their new life. You know, were you concerned? Did you ask if I could talk? Because I've got a 6-year-old here that's trying to study, you know, and I can't talk to you right now. Did you respect that? This is, I guess, boil this thing down here. I have a podcast and I've talked to 50 different people over the last year. And they're world-class thinkers. And what I figured out is that their messages all boil down, basically tell me that the world has already here. We haven't adopted it yet, but intellectually, research oriented, we already understand that this is where it has to go. And I will tell you, you had, Dr. Edmondson Amy Edmondson on your podcast. Psychological safety is about the heart.
Yes.
Right? Trust is about the heart. Recognition is about the heart. Radical candor is about the heart. And so what we really have is valuing people. Everything we do is all about the heart. And if we don't transition, people are going to say, I can't work here, because they've had time to reflect. They've had time alone. They've had time in their home. They're not commuting. They're not going, it gives them time to think about, am I happy? Do I have a boss that cares about me? Am I working in an environment that I'm thriving in? And if we don't shift and give people what they need, whether we've done it instinctively in response to this or we adapt it because we know we need to, we're going to lose people when the world goes back to normal. The last thing I would say is sort of a challenge to you. We have, in many respects, said that the way we manage fails to acknowledge that we're managing human beings. The language that I would like for your organization to use is, and I actually did this in the last couple of weeks. I have on my Twitter, who I am, it starts off with human. And it's been like that for 7 years. And I just added an E to it. It's the humane that we're really looking for, because humans until now haven't done such a great job of leading people. We've done a lot of harmful things to people, right? So humans are good and are bad, or are positive and are not positive, right? And so when I think about humane, it's things like kindness and support and coaching and fairness and trust and giving people voice and encouragement and recognition and compassion and empathy. And that, I think, is expansive. And I think if we say we want more human leadership, I think that E is what really supercharges it. It just really gives us where we want to go. So those are the things I really wanted to convey.
Yeah, be humane. I think that is so powerful, Mark. And I love so much of what you've said, and certainly that groundswell of knowing that we needed things to be different has been there for a long time. So the cap has come off, and we recognize. But what happens now is we are coming into a period of probably the great job exchange, right? 20 million people in the United States thereabout are out of work, or temporarily out of work or gone, when they come back, they're going to come back taking a serious look at the choices they have. You can pay me an amount of money, but that's not going to be enough. I want fulfillment. And that
Yeah.
choice of who am I going to work for is no longer what's the amount that I'm receiving. It is what's the value that I'm going to be able to contribute and receive. And it has a much different equation.
So one thing I want to point out around that is that, because I mean, I don't want to be doom and gloom. The signs are, when you have 20 million people unemployed, it's going to take a while for all those people to be reabsorbed, right? So you basically go back to where we were in 2009, 10, right after the recession, where you had 30 people applying for one position and you could treat them indifferently and never get back to the ones that you interviewed. And, basically I get to do whatever I want because, I have a million candidates here and I get to pick the best ones and ignore the rest. And that's kind of how our attitude, treated those people. But that's going to happen again, because with so many people out of work and some industries going to be taking longer, you're going to have more people. So it'd be very easy to revert to the old ways. And so it's like, I don't need to change because I still have more people than I know what to deal with. I can find people, but that day will come. We will get back to the employment levels that we had pre-COVID. And in those moments, that's when people are going to go, you know what? I needed a job. I took my job, but I'm not here. And I think something else that you said that was really important is that, if you've never managed this way before, you have to change your behaviors. You have to adopt new practices. So it takes time and you have to get comfortable with it. So even if you aren't under the pressure of having people leave because you're not managing well, use this time to build your own skills, because this is the future. I'm absolutely certain this is the future. We will wake up and we're going to say, we will never again hire somebody into a managerial role who doesn't fundamentally care about the success and well-being and growth of other people. If they don't thrive in the success of other people, it's binary. They will not go into management in our organization. Are we there yet? No. Do we need to be there yet? I mean, you'll do better, but we don't need to economically, because when we get back, people are in survival mode. They're not really thinking about this. Right. I'm saying, think about the future. Think about the not too distant future, because if you haven't gotten there and you've built no reputation for this, you're going to have a big problem down the road when you need people most. You're going to be surprised when people start to leave, and they're going to tell you they're leaving because you've left them hollow inside. And that's not the role of leadership.
Mark, this is just so powerful. Great session. Thank you for going so deep into your story. I think it's empowering for people. We're at the top of the hour, and I don't want to hold you hostage.
No. Congratulations. I hope you got a lot of coffee there. 10 hours straight.
I'll check in with you at the end of the day. I know you're championing.
I can do it.
I appreciate you, my friend.
Congratulations. Best of success with this.
Thank you, Mark.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Karima, hello. It seems to take a while to kick in when I am transitioning from people.
Okay.
So let me
Can
know.
you hear me? Okay.
Me. Yes, I do.
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good.
So I kind of want to do this. I kind of want to reach out and give you like a big virtual hug.
There we are.
I miss you. I miss you. We were going to see each other perhaps in Charlotte at the end of the month with our friend Joy Nicole.
Yeah.
And
I know. Now I don't know what the status of that to be. Has she mentioned it to you, if she's going to pivot or change the direction of the program?
I think I haven't heard for sure yet. I think we're still waiting, but I hold out that hope,
Okay.
and then I'm never really sure, because we don't know the timing of things yet, right?
Right. Exactly.
So thank you. What a joy it has been to get. We were together in Charlotte. We had that chance to be with a great group of people that evening in Charlotte. You've been such a wonderful support with all of this, and all the Humans First work, but mostly I just enjoy celebrating the strength and the voice and the work that you're doing out in DC with the groups and the associations. And congratulations on the continued success of Poised for Excellence, your book.
Thank you.
You come at this, you're an attorney, you're an author, you're a speaker, you bring councils of people together. I watch you uplift and change and elevate these lives around you. And it's purely inspiring. And I just want to thank you and appreciate all that work that you do. And then you make time for knuckleheads like me, which is awesome.
Well, I just, much like everybody else who's been on here today, I have to say, I have to give you all of that love and appreciation back, because through your movement, it really is a movement, Humans First, have demonstrated the deep human connection that we all have. Even before meeting folks face to face, I felt like we had a deep friendship long before we got to Charlotte. And so when we got there and I could actually hug your neck, which is something we can't do now, it just makes you appreciate how deeply you can connect if your mind is in the right place and your heart is in the right place.
Yeah. Are you feeling healthy? Are you in a good place?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm doing all of the things that the CDC recommends, that we're receiving, the instructions from our government to do. And I'm trying to also take care of myself. And that's going to be something that I want to talk about today, aside from my work.
Excellent. It paused for a second, but it will come back. We're just gonna calmly hold some space. Okay, you're back. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying that you wanted to talk about today that the self-care. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. I mean, normally when I'm on a platform like this, it's all about professional development and leadership in that context. And today I thought I would put a more interesting spin on what leadership looks like behind closed doors and for ourselves personally.
I love that, right? Because it is a chance to go off the path a little bit, right? And
yeah,
and to explore new things. And I love your willingness to do that discovery, with me, with our group here. Thank you for that. It's a real gift. And I think it's showing more of you. And these are unusual times. So,
yeah.
Exploring what it feels like for real in the moment is so much more valuable than the theoretic understanding.
Right.
And I know that, I mean, you live with that richness of care and love for people. And so what that feels like for you and how you keep that power, I think that's a beautiful, beautiful way to go.
Yeah, and it's not been easy, I have to tell you, because I think we all are experiencing this experience in very different ways. And so some days we're really on top of the world and feeling like we can make it, we can get through it, and we're feeling inspired. But some days they're dark days because we are human.
Yeah. And sometimes like portions of a day, right? It was like, oh, it was a good morning. And then
yeah. And you flip the script.
I'm going to do this. I am going to turn my camera off and go and turn the stage over to you. And I assure you that there's a good group right there live on YouTube that are watching. And I get to peer over and see some of that comment stuff. So
Okay.
I'm just going to step aside and you're on stage.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Mike.
you for being here.
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be a part of this Humans First movement and to be able to share a little spin on what I see leadership as. Again, as I was discussing with Mike and with you all just a few moments ago, normally when I'm on these platforms, I'm talking about leadership from a professional development perspective. We're talking about what goes on in executive teams and with the corporation, and all of that is good and well. But today I want to talk about an aspect of leadership that I was inspired by when I read a book long before I started my own business and career called Hacking Leadership. And the reason why this particular book inspired me to talk about what I'm going to talk about today is because there was an unexpected chapter in the book. Now, there were chapters about leading teams and diagnosing this and that and developing the vision and all of this, but it talked about congruency between the life you live personally and the life you live professionally. And that if you really want to hack leadership, you have to be a good example of what you represent, not just on stage and not just where everybody has access to you on the professional level, but also what you do behind closed doors. And it was so shocking, but it was also very convicting. And I had to ask myself, Karima, are you a good example of what you represent? And I would urge you and challenge you to ask yourself the same question, especially as we're going through this experience now. And I sort of broke down what that experience has been for me and what I hope that you will take the time to listen to about yourself during this time into 3 different segments. And the first is taking care of yourself. The second is being kind and compassionate, essentially taking care of others, and then making a firm decision on the way forward. So when I think about the first bucket, taking care of yourself, I know that with business and home, I historically have been just all over the place. And I have not always done a good job of taking care of myself, of self-care, of giving myself those beats where it's just me, taking care of me, asking myself, what do you need to be okay? Because I'm always concerned about my clients, my family, friends that may need assistance, which is not a bad thing, but you can never give from a well that's empty. And I realized that, the Chinese proverb came into my mind as I was thinking about my process and how I'm processing this experience, that a crisis is an opportunity riding the dangerous wind. And I thought, well, where is my opportunity here to take better care of myself and for you to take better care of yourself? And there are many ways that we can do that, whether it's physically, getting out and getting that exercise. It doesn't have to be something rigorous. Some of us are athletes and just want to get out there and, put the metal to the pedal, and that's fine. That's great. But even for those who aren't looking at it in that way, we still need to be able to get out there and get that blood pumping. So a nice walk, even stretching or yoga, whatever that looks like to you, we need to take care of our physical bodies, which also includes what we're putting into them. And I'll tell you, I'm a foodie. Everyone knows, who knows me knows, I love a good wine and food pairing. And while all that is, I love to enjoy that, it's all well and good, it's also to make sure that it's also important to make sure that we're putting good stuff inside of our bodies. So, getting that extra piece of fruit or fresh vegetable or drinking extra water to stay hydrated all amounts to wellness and being able to take really, really good care of yourself. And I thought, well, when I'm normally busy and in this treadmill of life, I don't always take the time to do little things that really show up bigger. Because, for example, if you don't get enough rest, after a while it catches up with you. We don't listen to our body, then it begins to dictate to you. And so I said, I don't really want that. So this is an opportunity for me to take a closer look at how I'm caring for myself and making sure that I'm better, not just right now, but better for the future. And that these habits, the better habits that I'm developing for self-care, can be utilized in the future to make my life better so I can give from a well that's full. And that's really an important process to me. So I would ask you to make sure that you're taking really good care of yourself as well. And another aspect of self-care is how we feed ourselves mentally. And I will say that a lot of people, especially and justifiably so, didn't want to hear about the specifics of what was going on, whether it was a death toll, how many people were infected, the many places where people were being infected and how they were being infected. And I understand that that can be very stressful and certainly overwhelming. I have been blessed enough to have two medical professionals in my life. One of my best friends is an epidemiologist, and my cousin is a microbiologist at Johns Hopkins, and he's been there for the past 20 years. And so they have fed me good, solid information from the very beginning to make sure that I could take care of myself and that I would share the information with those that I love and care about to make sure that they were making good decisions. And what I found out was that having good information was useful to how I guided my thinking and my behavior. Having good information didn't inspire fear. It didn't make me feel like I needed to go behind closed doors and hide away. It made me understand that when I did need to go out, here are some very specific things that you can do to take good care of yourself. And sometimes we have to get out to take care of our family or to take care of our routine or whatever business needs that we might have to do. So sometimes completely staying isolated is not an option. But if you have guidance, it's good. It's good for growth. And so I thought about how we feed our minds. Good information, having that is part of that process. But beyond that, what else are you doing to make sure that your mind is being edified? Are you reading? Are you taking the time to take in good information, whether it be through reading or through podcasts, anything else that relaxes your mind and feeds your mind and makes you better? So it may look differently for different people, but whatever that is, I would urge you to make sure that you are taking that information in to edify the soul of who you are. And that is important, not just in this pandemic, but beyond the pandemic, to make sure that we're healthy mentally, physically, spiritually, and that we can do good work when it comes from the soul of who we are. The second aspect that I want you to focus on is being kind and compassionate. Now, I'm going to segue into this discussion via an experience that I had at Costco, maybe it was about 2 months ago, before we all had to start wearing masks out in public. And I was really proud of Costco because they were one of the early adopters for distancing guidelines. And they allowed only so many people to come in the store at one time, which was great because the likelihood of you running into someone and sneezing on you was a lot less. And so I appreciated that. And I was so excited the first time I got to experience that. And it felt almost like I had the store to myself. So as I was crossing one of the aisles, there were octopus lines, all around the store. And so you'd sometimes have to cross a line to get to where you needed to be. And I needed to do that in this particular instance. And there was a woman on the phone who was deeply into a conversation, not really paying attention. And so I asked her, hey, I need to get through. I'm not cutting the line, but I need to get through. And I don't know why she decided to do this, but she just kind of ignored me and closed the gap so that my cart couldn't go through. Now, I opened that gap back up. I'm not going to tell you the whole story about that, but I did open the gap back up, and I was able to get to the other side. And in that moment, I paused because I learned a valuable lesson. Everything doesn't have to be always touchy-feely for you to take and extract value from it. I thought, we are here in a store, in a situation where we can't move around as freely as we are used to. Everyone, their fears are heightened, their anxiety is very heightened. And so I think it's more important for us to be kind and compassionate and give wide berth to each other so that we can navigate this process more successfully, with more joy, more compassion. That's important. So I made the personal decision after that happened to me because she wasn't very kind to me. I said, I'm not going to return the favor. I'm not going to stomp around the store with a mad face on. I'm going to smile. I'm going to say, excuse me. I'm going to help folks if they need help. If they want to, have a small conversation, that's fine. Because we're all in this together and we're all experiencing this together. As was mentioned earlier, what is happening to me is really happening to us. And I knew that in that moment. And I said, this is an opportunity to make a good decision and to keep making that decision every time I go out in public. And so I really harnessed that value going forward to really look and take a moment to understand our human dilemma. And I would offer you the same suggestion. And if it's not out in a public setting, like when we're going shopping or going to the post office or wherever it may be, is to also check in on other people, to return a call, a text, to be proactive and give a call or text. Because everyone, as we were saying before, experiencing this thing a little bit differently. We know that domestic violence is on the rise, and some of us may have connections that are experiencing that in real time, and they need an outlet. Be that outlet for the person who needs it. Some children are more at risk being at home than they were when they were at school. They have less resources and their home environments aren't best. If there's a way to check in on them during this time, I think that is certainly a priority. Because again, all of us are in this sort of mismatch in different ways. And I think it's important for us to realize that and to keep that at front of mind as we're dealing with this on a daily basis. So if you can find it in your heart, and I know you can, this is something that I would urge you to do. And then finally, is that if we are taking good care of ourselves and we're taking care of others where we can, I think we need to make a conscious decision about what this experience is meaning and will mean to us, and what is the way forward. Yes, there are a lot of things that evoke sadness and desperation as a result, including the economy, the death toll. All of these things are very real, the things that we have to face, although they're not easy to face. But what does it really mean in the bigger scheme of things, in the big picture for you? Does that mean that you are going to emerge from this experience as a different person, as a person who has broadened your skill set because you're taking that time to enhance and to build yourself and edify your mind? Does it mean that you've come up with some new innovations, a way to help people, maybe a way to connect to people? This is the perfect time to collaborate as we're doing now together. What will you come out of this like on the other side? And I think that if we don't consider that, then this is an exercise in futility in terms of what we're experiencing behind closed doors in terms of leadership. Because we have to understand that there is more than the grim that we see here. There is so much more that we can add and that we can use and do to support humanity. And I think at the end of the long day, that's really what we're looking for. So make a conscientious decision about what this experience means to us and how we will use our learnings and glean. There's so much learning to glean from this to become better people and to help others in the long run.
I just wanted to sit and keep sucking it up. I didn't, or soaking it up. I didn't want to come back on and have you stop. You know, your ability to take it to that level of real and personal is so phenomenal. Thank you for going there. But Karima, the encouragement of caring for others in the community and the thoughtfulness about how we show up in the environment, right? And who's making decisions, and just your awareness and recognition of all of those different elements, right? From inside to the expanding circles that you know we live in and we touch. It's just such beautiful perspective you bring. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And your elegance and sharing. You're such a good speaker.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. This is just a wonderful opportunity. I've been on since morning, since the very first speaker today, and I'm going to be on till tonight while I'm working. But it's just so enriching to hear all of the different voices and perspectives and all the learnings. I'm even taking some notes because I feel like, you know, this is part of the way of edifying myself, not just participating in this way, but learning from every speaker as they come on.
You know, isn't it amazing that we all have that sense of let's take care of each other. Let's do better for each other in the work that we do. And we can still go be brilliant and productive, and we can chase the dreams, whether it's, you know, luxuries and expensive things, or it is impact and our impression on the world, or the legacy we leave, kind of whatever is important to each different person. But it all centers back on we need to love and care for each other first.
Yes.
And um, that's our only limitation, is who we leave behind. And I just think you speak to that so well. So when we do become poised for excellence, it's not only grabbing our own strength, but having the will and the intent to carry others with us, to
Yeah.
make room for those ripples that, that we send out in the world. And you exemplify that so much. Matter of fact, I feel invited in that as soon as they allow us to, like, go see people again, I think it would be fun to figure out, do it like a joint book event together in DC. I think that
That would be so awesome.
I want to put that like first on my radar and get out there and see you and share an experience, because
Yeah. And I love so much about you in humanizing the work world, the experience of work, and all those things we think about, that a lot of the times you got into them for, I don't want to say the wrong reasons, but maybe for different reasons. And we were focused on things that really don't produce the outcomes that we're focused on now. And I love that, because, when I think there's a phrase in my book when I talk about humans are not machines personified. And so I even love that you've named the organization Human First, because before we do anything, I mean, that's who we are. Before you incorporate a corporation, it's not just this crazy thing over here. It's people. People will have to move the vision forward. People will have to do the work. So it is humans first before anything else.
Yeah, and just that priority of, let's take care of the people that are going to run the business, right? I mean, we've created roles around, let's bring more complexity into our world. And, we've already figured out how business works. It's not a mystery anymore. It's pretty well documented. Maybe it's some of the simplification is actually the magic now.
Yeah.
And we don't need the complexity orchestrators to show us the way. We actually need to simplify and, get back to the essence of it, is, if I take care of you, you're going to do better than if I'm not taking care of you. It's kind of that simple.
It is simple. I think you were with one of the speakers earlier, and you were talking about happiness, and happiness motivates people to do better work. Yesterday, I had a really crazy, stressful day, and I needed to turn in an assignment before midnight. And I was so stressed, and I couldn't find the happiness. I couldn't find the joy. So I couldn't find the motivation to get the work done. And so, when I was telling you, you got to take care of yourself, I said, well, how can I take care of myself so I can think clearly enough to get this done and bring forth the thoughts that I know will be useful in this project? So I started to breathe, just really take some deep breaths to calm my heart down. I felt like my heart rate was just, So I lit a candle and I played some of my favorite music on Pandora, and then kept breathing. And I began to be able to focus and find that joy and get that momentum. It took me 5 hours to get it done, but it was important to really shift my state and find that happiness so I could go and do the work.
That's so, so wonderful. You have been a great joy. Thank you for bringing so much goodness to all of us today, Karima. And I know that you're making time in the middle of work and a move and other things going on. And, your willingness to continue to give is just greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me here.
Love you, my sister.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Take care. Hello, Gavriella. I'm not sure why
Hi, Mike, can you hear?
Yes, Jeff, we are all three of us right now live on YouTube, as this is streaming directly into YouTube. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. Gavriella. Hello, Gavriella. Gavriella, are you able to hear me? I'm not hearing you yet. Can you hear me, Gavriella? Are you able to hear me? We'll get there. So I'm learning a lesson here that I will have a green room the next time I do this. See if we can get some sound. All right, I'm guessing that she'll try to log back in. So while we're waiting, I hope everybody's enjoying this. What a blend of perspectives and, brilliant people sharing and we're getting a sense of so many different experiences. Come back in here. I'm going to admit Jeff. I'm going to admit Gavriella. Jeff, I have you. Hope everybody's enjoying this. What a blend of perspective.
There we go.
There we go. Mike, it reminds me of my days in live TV.
Now there's this back voice coming in, and it's so funny, Jeff, that we have that. So this is streaming live to YouTube right away. So there's actually no green room here. So I want to introduce Jeff as well as Gavriella to say hello. I got to meet Jeff a while back. Jeff is very instrumental in all the communication, and we went back to the chance where we were able to be together in California recording. And so I appreciate all that Jeff brings in, and like he was saying, his experience in live broadcast. Fortunately, he has that experience, Gavriella. I don't. So this is all just like a big live experiment to me.
Exactly.
But it just makes it worthwhile being able to see your smiling face. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
And what a time that you're going through. Oh my gosh. I think of taking, 8,000 people that since I was a young man, have been going to the, what used to be the Worldwide Partner Conference and now Inspire.
Right.
And you think of those 8,000 people, converging on a city.
Yep.
for a full week of huge events. And, you know, you probably have a dozen keynotes through that thing. And then all of the many, many meetings and organizations and the partner network that you take care of, like literally thousands of people that now all has to be completely re-envisioned
Yes.
in the snap of fingers to be an online experience. I can't imagine how large of an effort that is. And you still look like fresh and energized and ready to go and embrace the whole thing. You're amazing. And so for those that don't know you, I just want to say, Gavriella Schuster, Corporate Vice President with Microsoft, and she runs the whole worldwide commercial partner group, which is 400 some thousand partners all over the world, right?
Yeah.
Extensive network, many different flavors of partners, from developers, and even clients are becoming partners now in this, you know, new consumption world of the cloud. And it's just phenomenal how you're able to bring people together and unite from within your company and move everybody forward. But then that expansive influence out to the worldwide network is, it's just something that's always amazed me. And yet you take the time to be so gracious and so human and so giving. And so I just have great appreciation for you. You rolled your eyes at me, but I want you to own that because it's so true.
I mean, you know, we all just do what we can do, right? And you know, I love working with people. I love helping people. I love my job because I do have the opportunity to help and support organizations all over the world to build their businesses, to create productive lives, and to actually create economic opportunity. So, I mean, it is a fantastic opportunity that Microsoft gives me to actually, you know, have this job and represent them in supporting our partners.
And you live that purpose so well, Gavriella. I mean, the whole diversity and inclusion, really making a difference, and you know, bringing women into technology, and again, uniting so many people around that strength and bravery in grabbing their ambition and being able to dream. And I think of, you know, when I first reached out, it was in November of 2018.
Yeah.
And I was coming to Seattle for what would be the second ever Humans First live event. Not really sure what we were doing. It was kind of like, people are asking, so we're just going to meet in the need, and we're just having open discussions. And I reached out and said, would there be a chance that you could join us? And you had other commitments, but you said, what can I do to support you, Mike? Because this is, you know, it felt right.
Very cool. Yeah. I mean, it's a great idea. I love what you're doing. I think helping people to become connected, to feel belonging, to create community. I mean, those are the most of what we all need.
Yeah. And
right?
I so appreciate that, because it just demonstrates how true you are to that mission, right? Like, you have a million things going on, but you find the time to live that purpose, and really you show up and demonstrate that. And I want to acknowledge that, because I truly admire that. And it shows what's possible when that authenticity is within us. And thanks for being that person. Thanks for always showing up that way.
You're welcome. I mean, it's what gives me meaning. It's what helps me feel that connection and that belonging. And like I'm having an impact. So it's what I do.
You are. And I know that you have so much goodness to share. You know, people are very interested in what this looks like. You have a grand perspective from, you know, from the view that you sit in. You know, you have the altitude and the depth. And so I would love to really turn it over to you and let you share, out directly to the group. I'll step aside, but I'll be here riding along if you want me to jump back in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think that, what I thought I would share is exactly that. I mean, it is so easy right now as everybody is quarantined and sheltering in place to feel disconnected, to feel isolated, and to feel like, kind of chaotic, right? And so, in this very chaotic time, what we have to do is we have to empower ourselves and figure out how do we create that level of empowerment. And so that what I thought I would do is kind of share the framework that I have in the hopes that maybe this would help others as they think about how they create that connection, how they create that community and that feeling of inclusion that empowers themselves, but then also empowers others. So when we're all really just adjusting to this new normal, and I hope there's more normal that comes from it, right?
Yes.
But if you think back to the day in March when all of this became real, I mean, it really depends where you are in the world, like which day that was, whether it was February or March or whatnot. But did you have a day when you realized that your world was really suddenly turned upside down?
Can I tell you mine?
Yeah.
It was March 11th, and we had just had the Humans First Club event in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
And, it felt weird, right? Like everybody was realizing that this could be very real. And, we were being thoughtful to how people were feeling. But I was in the airport the next day. I was flying back to Minneapolis. It was the 12th, and the news was on as I was waiting for my plane. And that's right when the Major League Sports decided to shut down the decision.
Thing, right?
And with me, it's like, oh, well, then that's really big. Like if they're going to empty stadiums and they're not going to there's not going to be a Final Four and the NBA and the NHL aren't going to finish their seasons. It's like, this might be serious.
Yeah.
And it was at that point that it's like, oh, this is a completely different level.
It's a whole new thing, right? Something that I know I have never experienced in my life. For me, it was the day that we had to cancel spring break plans, right?
Yeah.
And we were set to go down to San Diego, get a little sunshine, get out of the Seattle rain, right? My daughter was going to fly in from college, and and we were going to even be able to take my son to go skimboarding, and we were all excited about it, and we had to cancel. And we had to figure out like how were we going to do with Hannah? How is she going to get home? Could she get home?
Right.
Why should she drive? Like, what does this mean? And, for that moment, I felt like a victim, right? Like my vacation was taken away, and my kids, were very disappointed, and there was just a lot of anxiety in the house. And, what we needed to do was to get recentered, re-empowered, and figure out what was next, right?
Yes.
And and so what I realized in that moment is that this is change management, right?
Right.
And change management is something I've done my entire professional career. I work in an industry that is full of change. We have to do change management all the time. It's just, not necessarily always so deeply personal or, so kind of surprising, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's the same kind of thing that happens anytime there's big change in your life that you didn't expect, right?
Right.
And so I just thought back to all the chaotic moments in my career and thought, okay, what's the framework? How do we do this? How do I put this back together for myself and my family? And it reminded me actually of a time when probably the biggest chaotic moment of my life was when my second child was born, right? So when I had my first child, I could incorporate her into my life and it was okay. It was a little disruptive, but it was okay. But when I had the second one, I was like, because if anyone has children, they know like the second one isn't like just one more. It's like 5 more. And like the first one's not out of diapers and you gotta like do things all over and you're crazy, right? And that was when I realized, and then I was trying to like work back into that. And I remember thinking, no way. I mean, I've got 2 little kids where I can't even do everything I need to do every day just being here with them. How could I possibly work back into work? Right. And I created this way of thinking about, okay, well, what is it I uniquely need to do at work, as opposed to how do I just step back in and do everything I used to do, right? So, identifying what is my unique perspective, what is it I have uniquely to offer and give here, and what are the boundary conditions that I'm going to have to set around that so that I actually can work back into this life of family. And then what tools and resources do I need, and how do I create the right support around me, both at work and at home and in the community, to help me to actually manage that chaos, right? And so it became this platform for empowerment for me. And so I hearken back to that platform because I've used it a number of times throughout my professional career in change management. And so I just got it to work with the family, right? So it has, the first part to create that platform has 3 simple steps, right? One is to understand what is your unique contribution here, right? Because there may be 1,000 things that need to be done, but what are you uniquely qualified to do versus what everyone else can do, and what just doesn't have to get done, right?
Yeah.
And then the second thing is to really get clear on those boundary conditions, right? Like, what am I willing to do and what am I not willing to do? What am I willing to give up? What am I not willing to give up? And then, and then the third element of that is, how do I structurally set myself up for success here, right? And so when you code that first one, it's about really assessing your unique value. And this is probably where a lot of people get tripped up, because most people look at all the stuff that needs to get done and they just get overwhelmed, right? And I know that's what was happening with my kids initially too. And it's kind of like when you start a new business or you launch a new product. When you set out, you have to identify what you want it to be, and you know that you can't do everything, and it's the same for you personally, right? You have to say, what is it I need to accomplish here? What am I uniquely qualified to do? And how am I going to get started, right?
Yes.
And so, once you can identify like your unique differentiation, then like what can you try and start to delegate, whether that's to the other members of your family in this case, or whether that's to friends, or whether that's out to coworkers, and so that you can actually focus on the things that really need to get done, right?
Yes.
And that's how you start to empower yourself through change. So that instead of getting overwhelmed with everything you need to do, you have to figure out what are those things that you must do. And so, for my family, it was, okay, so what are the things that we need to do to organize ourselves around what's coming, which is apparently going to be staying in this house for a long time. And so, what's the most immediate needs? Getting my daughter home, figuring out what we're going to do for the next week, figuring out what's going on with all of their schools and the classes, and, that sort of thing. And just getting our priorities straight about what needs to be done and how do we get it done, and what do we have control of and what don't we have control of, right? And that's the very first step in empowering yourself, is really understanding what you can control and what you can't. The second one is those boundary conditions, right? So at work, that may be, how much capital do I have or how I set up to scale. But personally, it's just, what am I able to do and how much time can I put to this, right? How do I make sure that I have enough energy for every day? And how do I set myself up within those boundaries, right? So generally within my life, my boundary conditions, my global boundary conditions are that I have dinner with my family every day. I go to bed by 10 o'clock. When I get up, I work out so that I get off, I get off to a great start and create some energy for myself, right? So those are my general boundary conditions. In this circumstance, what I realized was I needed to create a new routine for myself.
Right.
Because I generally had this routine of getting up, working out, going to work, getting my coffee, all this stuff, and being at work. And then I had time between meetings where I could, kind of decompress. And then coming home was a decompression. And all of that's gone when you're all at home, right? And so, I had to say, okay, I still have a routine. I had to set up a routine with my kids. They still have to have a routine. Because if we get out of a routine, if we don't know what's next, if we're not clear, then that's another level of uncertainty that we create in this chaotic world that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was about creating that routine for all of us and connecting on what's important for everyone, what you want to accomplish, what do you want your impact to be, and let's just get clear about that so that we all understand our boundary conditions. And there's this other element of boundary conditions when suddenly you're in your house all the time with your family. Is, when is my alone time versus when is our together time, and how we interact and how we make that really productive and how we each give each other space, right?
Yes.
And so that's the last piece really, which is the space. How do you create the space so that you can be comfortable and confident to do your best, to be your best, right? So during this time, my daughter, she came home from school. She's looking at her room that she, decorated when she was 14, right? And she's 21.
Right.
She's like, okay, I've been able to deal with this room on and off over the last few years because I'm only home for a couple of weeks at a time. But if I'm going to be in this room, this has to be a great space for me. And, and my daughter is now a yoga instructor, and she's kind of a minimalist. And so we had to just redo her whole room. And so while it threw my whole house into even more chaos, we repainted, we moved everything around. She got rid of half her furniture, and she turned her room into this hot yoga studio. Oh. Right? Because that's the space that she needed to be her best self and to feel like she had her sanctuary within our house to go to where she could do her best work.
Yeah.
Right. Similarly with me, I had to reconfigure this office, this desk, so that I could do my best work and feel comfortable and confident and able to be productive here. And so, those are really the 3 steps in my framework on how to empower myself back into productivity and what I've been able to do.
It's so wonderful. It's such wonderful advice. And it's so gracious of you to like share that on a personal level. Like, how do you get through that? And huge takeaways with that, Gavriella. So your unique contribution, right? That's such a wonderful thing to contemplate, because outside of that, I mean, it allows me, or it allows you to focus. But around that, it's like an invitation then for everybody else to bring their strengths and their gifts to fill in those gaps, because there's clarity on, and then you said something really that impacted me, is what we understand does not have to be done. And so what are the low priorities that we can acknowledge that we can get there at some point, but it's not now and it's not necessary. And so it's kind of that now, near, next.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably even more important to know what doesn't have to get done as it is to know what does. And that, you know, to say, I'm not good at that. Like my daughters ask me, like, Mom, I need to get my hair cut. Can't you just cut my hair? I'm like, oh no. I know my limitations, the things I'm good at and the things I'm not. That would not be one of those.
It's wonderful also that allowing that adaptation, right? And so recreating a space, recreating your space for your office, because there's going to be extended time there, and it has to be highly productive, and it needs to be a bit of a sanctuary where you can think and feel, and, you know, let all of that energy flow.
Yeah.
Same for Hannah with her room. I think they're just such brilliant examples, because we take that out to the environments then where, you know, virtually now we live, because our work environments are virtual, but it does manifest the same way. Can we hold that framework, as you've discussed, in place as we go through all of those priorities? Because as the complexity advances, it gives us tools to handle that.
To handle that, right? Because then you can layer on to that, like, do I have the tools and the resources I need to be productive, right? And technology is a great enabler of that. I mean, this is an example, right? Technology is a great enabler of that in creating this connection and belonging. Tools like Teams, like Zoom, social media like LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, you know, all ways that we can stay connected in a virtual way and not be isolated. And still reach out and have, you know, virtual coffee together, or, you know, meals together, or happy hours. And so, you know, we've done a lot of that. I've done a lot of that with my teams, with my partners, and with family who I can't have with me here in the house. And, you know, creating that way of creating that connection and belonging as well. And then that community, like, am I surrounding myself with a community that feeds me with energy, right? And like, this is a great example of that community, right? And we all have to think very clearly about how we're pulling that community into our lives, because it keeps us from being isolated. It enables us to contribute. So taking those unique contributions that we make and to be able to contribute them into something bigger, it makes us feel empowered, makes us feel impactful, and gives us back that element of control that's kind of missing.
I so love that. And you know, when you say, and it expands out and makes it bigger, you know, I have the context for what that bigger is, right? Because I was part of that ecosystem for many years, and, you know, it's just so expansive. And I see you in your office now, and sharing that framework and putting it in a very personal way, which that's really important, right? Like, how it impacts our family is really important. But then to be able to expand that out, Gavriella, into, you know, a truly worldwide influence is, it's really, there is no mask. You're just so genuine and true in how you show up for all of us, that I have a lot of respect and great appreciation for that.
Thank you. Well, I mean, hopefully, you know, this helps those people who are listening to us take something away from that on, okay, I'm not a victim of this circumstance. I can take control back. I can create the space for myself that I need to be successful. There are tools out there that I can use to create that connection with other people, whether I live alone or live with family, you know, because this is for those who live alone. super, super important to create those connections and to find those tools and the technologies that's available to still stay connected.
Yes, yes. You have been so gracious with your time, and I really appreciate all that you bring and you share. Good luck to
Thank
you. I'm thinking of you. I'm well wishing you through this, because I know it's going to be a whole new experiment, but I also feel good that it's in very capable hands.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all of your support and all of your help, Mike. I'm happy to have been able to spend this half an hour with all you and anyone else who is listening to us. And, you know, stay safe, stay healthy. And I look forward to the time where we could actually be in the same room again.
Thank you. I do too. And we will make that happen as soon as they allow it.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Look who's joining now. Hello, Nuria. Hello, Brooke.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. You can hear us?
I can hear you. Nuria, you're on mute right now.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
There you are.
Okay.
Hello. Nuria from Zurich. Welcome.
Thank you, Mike. I'm pleased to be here.
Oh, it's so wonderful that you're here. Brooke, hello. How are you?
Very good. So grateful to be here. I can't believe what you're doing. Like, you're already in your 6th hour. What are you doing? Give yourself a break. So thank you. I can't thank you enough. And to do it with Nuria is another pleasure for me. So
Yeah, to see the two of you together who have been, you know, so important to me along this journey, support and friendship. And, you know, Nuria and I were having conversations it was about 2 years ago now. And it was before I even took my trip to Switzerland. Went to France and then Switzerland, and Nuria and I were trying to coordinate to get together in that time. But Humans First was really just a notion that we were kind of kicking around at that time. And so now it's fun to have been on this journey and experiencing this with you, Brooke. We've been together at 3 live events now, and, you know, explored collaborations within the community. And you both bring so much thought leadership and encouragement to others that it's inspiring for me. And not only what you write, but you're always present for others and nurturing in your mindsets and open to new possibilities. It's a real joy to be able to spend this time and then to open up this platform so you can share with a larger group. I'm really grateful for both of you, for the support and the strength that you provided for me personally, but your expansive mindset and your open mind to making the world a better place for others, because you both lead in extraordinary ways in allowing that to happen. So thank you.
Mike, I'm grateful for your words, and you know that 3 years ago I would have never thought to be where I am with this extraordinary community that I've discovered little by little. And indeed, maybe you don't know, but Brooke was one of the first persons I connected with in LinkedIn. And I have been learning and being inspired since the beginning with what she was sharing and talking about purpose. And then many of the people that are right now in this community were my connections for long. And so I've been, I was reflecting about this day today, and I'm here just thankful for all the connections and everything that these people has given to me. And I have the hope that I can give just a little bit of what all these people have given to me. That is this inspiration, this clarity about what others are doing, being so positive in this world. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to share with Brooke, that is one of most important people in this community since the beginning, and all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know, you know, the journey that you were on, right, from Spain and traveling all over the world for a company, enacting change programs that were very difficult, that very few could take on. And when you completed that, so much sacrifice in your own personal life to get that done, in a way, you were almost discarded from the company at the end of that journey. And you had to go through this personal transformation. And, you know, there's such depth in experience to that story. And, you know, so I wanted to tell that background a little bit, because it is that true lived experience that you're now bringing into a better view for all others. And I think that is such strength to be able to turn that around into a gift that you're willingly bringing forward for others. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mike. I'm just full of strength to give back what I've received and what I've learned.
And who would have known that I'd actually have a memory like that, right? Brooke, what I would like to do is step out of the way and turn the floor over to you to share, because I want to make sure we're using the time well. Is that good?
Sure. Thank you, Mike. And thanks to everyone who have chimed in and shared all your wisdom with us so far. I've been trying to watch and listen to you all. So I would love to refer to all of your talks, but I know we have a limited time. So like Nuria and I'll just start, and I'm sure like we're gonna have a good conversation just between the two of us, but sharing with you all. From the very beginning of this pandemic, both Nuria and I and Garry and a couple of others who are not here with us have been very passionate to figure out how some leaders are navigating through the crisis, because it is one of the most challenging things for both leaders and organizations. And I have a big empathy for them too, because this is unprecedented times, right? But both Nuria and I, without knowing what we're doing, we were both interested in finding and pulling those best stories that we're hearing. What are the most human ones? What are they doing? How are they doing it? So we started collecting these stories, tagging each other. So we wanted to share with a few of them, because we don't have enough time to share them all. But if you follow us on LinkedIn, we can definitely sharing them with you if you're interested. So I'll give it to Nuria to start with one of her examples, and then I'll pick up from that. Yes,
Thanks, Brooke. And I just want to start saying that even if there are hundreds of examples, inspiring examples, from social responsibility to how companies are treating their employees, how they are reacting, fast reacting, how they are showing compassion and kindness. At the end, every company is different. And the first thing that companies have to do is to look at themselves and see the possibilities that they have. And that is something also mentioned by Amy before. What are the possibilities we have from now on that we want to reach? And all these companies that we are going to mention, some of them, they are inspiration. We are not going to try to copy them, but we are having these ideas and these common traits that can bring us some reflections. And one of the first companies that was inspiring me was Danone, because I saw directly Emmanuel Faber, the CEO, giving a very brief message of almost a minute, just a minute, to say that he will take care of his employees first, paying them at least until end of June. He will dedicate a big bunch of cash to help financially his partners, and he will increase the healthcare for his employees. So this company has already is not reacting spontaneously for that. They have a long-term goal. They are a big corp, and they are having to make something very impactful for 2030. That is to get full B Corp worldwide. At the moment, they are only in US. So we can see how a company that has already strong principles, values, and strong goals can react. So just an example of something that is happening at the moment.
Yeah, that's great. Good. Thank you, Nuria. And one that we have been following, and I'm sure some of you have already heard about him and the company, is Dan Price, the CEO of Gravity Payments. They work with small businesses, and some years ago, one of his employees told him like he's ripping them off because they're paying them so little money, and he was so shocked. But he did a lot of work on himself and his numbers. And he was one of those CEOs who dropped down his payment from 1 million to 70,000 because he wanted to give every employee that he has a 70,000 salary too. So at the time it was got so much attention, obviously. But what it did for him, putting his people first, helped him a lot during this crisis. So as soon as this crisis hit them, of course, working with small businesses, and I am a small business owner, we're all hit. So he knew that he was going to lose some of the money and was able to maybe survive for another 3 months, and that would be it. But what did the people do for him? Without even being asked, they got some voluntary pay cuts. And in some cases, they even wanted to work for free. So that's what happens when you put your people first. And I love that when he has said purpose of a company is making people's lives better. So a lot of leaders do not understand that when you treat your people with respect and dignity, it helps them in the long run and in the worst of the times, and they're going through that right now. And it also reminded me a saying I heard a while back. It's like, in times of adversity, leaders are not made but revealed. So this is definitely a good example for that. So I wanted to share that with you, Nuria, and everybody else. So and then I give it back to you.
And Brooke, this is an excellent example of how you can get rid of your span of control and go to your span of care that is so much used by Bob Chapman as well. So when you really care about your people first, then you have definitely other way to see your world and your business. And another example that was also very important for me is the social responsibility of a company called Pret a Manger that is based in UK. They have a sandwich chain. So I started reading at the beginning that they were just sharing all the food leftovers in the shops with people who would need that. Then they immediately closed the shops for as a priority for health, for safety for his employees, and then they have gone to mobilized part of their employees to deliver food to charities, and to even give food. They reopened recently in the last week, I think, the shops closest to NHS, that they could provide food to those people that are working, to all the health professionals that are working very hard for the others. So this week, there we can see this social responsibility very strongly. And as well, it's not coming out of nothing. They are socially very committed. There is a company that they have several programs to make society better. They just include people from homeless and try to give them an opportunity, and they raise people within the company that other companies would not think of, but just developing them because they care first about their people, and then they care about their customers. So they are very much focused on behaviors. So which behaviors we want to see, yes. We want to reward, and how we can with that make a more human place. And this is a little special company because many of you maybe know them. They had some not easy life in the recent years because they didn't specify the allergenic ingredients in their products, and because of that they had some people having big problems. So they had to overcome this crisis. That was also for them a crisis, and I think this already made them strong. So you can think they didn't care at that time, they were making a failure, and then they are coming stronger from that failure that was happening in 2016. So that's another example of how failures can make us grow.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't know about the crisis they went through. And I think it's a great example of what we talked with you before. It's like they have the biggest, like they have the stakeholder mentality, it seems, because they don't only care about their people during crisis time, but also their customers, but even the community, helping the homeless people in their community, right? So that's amazing when some leaders can do it in so many different phases and looking at the whole instead of only trying to have one portion of the stakeholders. So that's a great example. Thank you for that. And that reminds me and make me think about another company. And I was really fascinated by reading their story. They're a company, a grocery store chain in Texas. It's HEB. I didn't know about them before, but reading about their story during the crisis made me think how some leaders who are so proactive can make such a huge change too. Because like they started like following what's happening in China before we had any conversations here in the United States. They saw this virus has started there. They did expect it might be coming here. I think in some ways they're more prepared than some of the governments of countries that we see. So they have a director of emergency 24/7. They were watching what's happening with other retail stores in China. And then when it spread to Europe, they were in constant contact with other grocery stores. They find out what's the products that most consumers want in these times. They still didn't figure out why the toilet paper is so much needed everywhere, but they were prepared for that. They prepared their stores so that people, the consumers who are gonna come in their stores are feeling safe and hygienic. They were prepared to have a emergency hotline for their people if they have any concerns so that they can call in and ask their questions. They increased the salary of their people immediately. So they did so many things and they did everything being very proactive. I think one of the speakers, maybe it was Amy, was talking about good leadership skills at these times. And she was saying that forward thinking is so important, not only now looking forward, but they were looking forward in the beginning of this year, looking at what's happening in another country. So I was really blown away when I read their story and I said, okay, this is a great example that I want to share because of their stakeholder mentality again, because they did not only think about their people, their consumers, and they're also the community. They care about the Texas community, their society, I mean, everything. So I really wanted to like tag them in some of the articles that I wrote so that they know we appreciate them. And those are the stories that we want to highlight, because like you said, we don't have to imitate them, but we do get inspired by them because they have some certain common qualities to them. And I know you and I spoke a little bit before, but maybe you can tell a little bit of some of the qualities that you see in all the wonderful stories that you read on LinkedIn and all the social media. What do you think some of the best qualities that these type of leaders have?
Thank you for the question, Brooke. I think it's somehow for me, it's quite obvious to see the common traits. So basically, they have a higher purpose as a company. They are very much focused in the power of their teams. And in order to do that, you need to build trust and you need to care about your people, to be compassionate, to be genuine, caring about them. And here I would add the new clever defined by Garry before. So they have this connection, they have this listening, the experimenting, they experiment and fail and they try again. And they accept the vulnerability, they embrace anything that is needed to go forward, and they expect a renewal of themselves. So that what Garry was bringing before is perfectly aligned. And they, of course, they don't think about the short term, and profit is not the first priority for them. Yes. Profit is just an outcome of what the people business is doing. Yeah. That is for me the key traits.
Yeah, that's very true. And because I'm so much passionate about purpose, like you said, they always have something beyond profit maximization. And even if they don't have a very clear purpose statement, all of these guys, these leaders, every organization that we mentioned and many others that we're really watching are like, they have put their people first. That could be the best purpose that a company can have. And for all these times in the Industrial Revolution, we had it so backward, right? We cared about the shareholder first, then maybe the clients, and maybe at the very end, our people. But these people proven over and over again, like the example that I gave, the examples that you gave, if you put your people first in the best of times, in the worst of times, they are gonna stick with you. They want to do the best in you. And one more, like two more traits that I see in them is these people have gone to their people to be very transparent with what's happening, because they're adults, right? You don't have to protect your people like they're children. They have done like so many things in their lives. They're making decisions every single day about their family and personal stuff. They can make those best decisions at work too. So the ones who have been transparent and went back to their people to ask, what do you think we should do? How do we go through these times? We're able to find much better solutions than the ones who are myopic, looking short term and just laying off people just like that, right? They proved it. That's why you and I and people like us want to highlight these stories, because we want people to know there is a better way to handle this. So the transparency, the people focus, the purpose focus, I think those were very common. Just like, and I was listening to Amy, I looked at the list that we have and then hers, so a lot of them were really matching, so I was glad to hear that. And Mike has said that in a lot of times when he was on the microphone, I think I love that too. I think I heard it from Mark Nepo, but he always says like, drop from your head to your heart. So these people can do that. So, and like many others have talked about how we do self-care, self-work, our inner work. No leader who is really acting with their ego or command control can really be transform just in a day until they build their self-awareness. So I think there's a lot to be said about how leaders can turn out to be more human leaders. They have to do the self-work at first, right, in themselves. So anyways, there's so much to say, but yeah, anything after that?
I may just add to conclude that we have given 4 examples. One could come from more conscious leadership in Pret-a-Manger. We have a B Corp representation. We have a company that is focused in their people, human-centered. We can have another kind of leadership. My message here is that there are so many good things happening, different movements, and for me it's important that we come all together. It doesn't matter if you are coming from something labeled as conscious capitalism, servant leadership, conscious leadership, B Corps, SDPs, whatever it is, we are going towards the same direction. So I think it's the right moment to come together, to support each other, and to show the world that there are many good things happening that are away from the traditional way that we just give for granted that nothing else is existing.
Yeah, very true. Hi, Mike. I was just going to say, Mike should come because we'll never stop talking, okay?
Oh, I love that, and that call, Nuria. You know, to really exemplify what's possible, we can't be myopic or egotistical about, you know, the journeys that we're on, and I'm certainly not. With Humans First, it is all about those many streams flowing together. There is not one main road anymore. There's not one best way to get this done. If there was, we would have already all adopted it. And so it is all of this fresh thinking and all of this wonderful thought leadership and movement toward a better future that can come together. And those paths need to flow together because it will allow many more to come along, right? The 1,000 ramps and the 1,000 doorways to a better future. What you two have done together, highlighting the great choices and the many companies that have already demonstrated the many stakeholder, the all stakeholder value. And there is shareholder value. These are successful companies that can make the better choice. And the differentiation that you've provided in that leadership philosophy is so important, right? And for those leaders that haven't had that personal epiphany, at least acknowledge there's a possibility and surround yourself with the right team that can help move your company in that direction. Because in your rigid mind, you are now the barrier, not only to your company's growth, but the future and the legacy and to the well-being of the many in your care. And I think both of you have expressed that so demonstrably by using these examples. And then I also want to call out for the audience and those watching that are going to see this later, perhaps. The two of you are doing this work. So not only acknowledging where it exists in companies and how it's being done, but each of you are actively working inside companies to make this a reality. And I think that's important to call out. The consultancies, I think, that have been taken the attention in the past, and we can call them out by name if we want to. I'll resist that at the moment, although I often do that. But the major consultancies that have been delivering for so long are actually more in need of the solution than have the ability to deliver the solution. And so these old consultancies now are saying to these big companies, let us take you through to the other side of these challenging times we're in, this crisis we're experiencing now. They cannot do that because they are stuck in the old ways. They are not the visionaries of the new ways. And it's that reimagining is our greatest opportunity. And I think both of you exemplify that, not only in how you show up, but in the programs and the work you do with those people and those companies that you engage with. So thank you both very much for bringing your gifts forward and sharing them so wonderfully with this group.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for putting all of this together and everybody. So it's a very inspiring day for all of us to hear from everybody. So thank you so much. And one last thought before I go, like Garry and I had a long conversation just recently. We should also not only look at the top people, the top CEOs or founders, we can do some of this work wherever we are, and we are all leaders. So like when we go out there and have our message, it doesn't have to be like the business owner or the founder or the CEO. So just want to definitely mention that and do our inner work. Purpose starts with finding our purpose, and also the companies finding their purpose. So it's a two-way street. So thank you. Thank you.
Oh, so wonderful.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for this opportunity to share. It's a pleasure to share these inspiring examples. And for me, I will just end saying that we are all leaders. We all can inspire. We can also, every of us can make a difference, and mainly supporting each other. So everyone counts here.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you for sharing so brightly today. And I look forward to the next conversation with each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yes.
Bye.
Stay strong, my friend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, Mike.
Dennis, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks. Let me just get rid of the other screen here. Okay, good. I was listening to two of them. Let me get my video going.
I appreciate you joining.
Hey, this is just like the Jerry Lewis Marathon on steroids.
Well, welcome to the show. I'm really excited to share this with you, Dennis, because I've been so inspired by our recent conversations, and to be able to be in conversation and collaborate with you, who's already been so gracious for others in lifting other people up and bringing so many voices to the world. It's just a great joy, and I'm inspired by your work.
Oh, thanks for that, Mike.
And we've recently been able to start to envision some partnering opportunities and creating the friendship bench, which is a fun first start to building community, and it's just the doors are wide open to explore how we can expand in the future.
Good point. I wanted to wait until this marathon was over, but we should set aside some time because there's just so many more things we can do. And I'm not going to take up time here, but I'm so worried about this door of humanity shutting on us right now. So we just keep the energy going.
Yeah, I like that. And I think that urgency is important to stay in mind, because we don't know when the spring will kind of snap back a little bit.
That's my concern. So boy, I just want to grab all the gusto and see what we can do with it. So on the other side of this, let's put aside some time. We've got some ideas. I know you do too.
Thank you. And the great work that you've done with the 360 Nation and Biz Catalyst 360, I invite everybody in to, please look and explore and sign up for that, because there is such a wonderful flow of great information and inspiring people and authors and writers and voices that are stepping in to explore what's really possible for us. And you being the catalyst for that, and the publishing house really is just such a great gift, Dennis.
Well, Thanks, Mike. I sent Melissa a note. I've been on a dopamine rush ever since the thing started this morning. I asked her for a cure. She said, there isn't one. Just stay on that high. So God bless her. You know, I like to, as you know, I like to frame most of our discussions with a quote. And, you know, I don't live and die by quotes, but I always seem to stumble upon one just in our daily life that seems to be a jewel for where we are in that day. And this one came to me this morning and it was just perfect. And it's one of those ones where you say, boy, I wish I said that. So this one really frames, I think, the rally and all these wonderful people around us today. And it says, I think when the dust settles, we will all realize how very little we really need, how very much we already have, and most importantly, the true value of human connection. I mean, doesn't that just capture it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Well, you know, we've been traveling down this road together. I know you've been rediscovering humanity on your end. I've been doing it in a different way. And for some time now, we're not talking months, we're talking years. And so have the people that are on with us today. And, you know, call it good karma. You and I have talked about this, but I'm convinced, you know, we intersected by purpose, not by chance.
Yes.
I don't remember how it happened, but it happened. In our case, we kept knocking at this thing we call humanity for years, but we just couldn't seem to break through all the distractions and all the clutter. And, you know, we wanted to break through. We wanted to capture the hearts and minds of all these good people out there. We knew they were there. We knew they were trying to break through, or their busy lives wouldn't permit it. And then came the pandemic. And I don't want to minimize the challenges faced by so many people out there, but when the world paused for just a minute, and people have talked about pausing today, you know, from my perspective, it was like the clouds suddenly parted in opposite directions, and it allowed you and me and so many other people to step back, just exhale for 1 minute, and then break through that door and actually see each other. Somebody mentioned the thing about being present today and listening. You know, what a gift that's been. It's our version of Christmas morning. I mean, underneath all this adversity, we've discovered what some people might call a once in a lifetime opportunity for the greater good. You know, and I've said this to many and I'll repeat it. It's like the proverbial dog who's been chasing the car and suddenly they caught it. You know, now what do we do? And that's what we've been focused on. And I'm telling you, we have been so inspired, so excited. We're digging deeper. We're working longer hours than we've ever done it because of that concern that, you know, we want to join hands with all these people out there, hold on tight. So when we're on the other side of this, you know, we know some of them are going to let go, but before they do, we're just going to grab tight. And for those that, you know, they've tasted what you and I can call this conscious community, you know, the magic of, you know, more joy, more kindness, more understanding, more listening, more respecting, more empathizing. I go down this list because we're living this every day, more supporting, and to do all that without judgment. It's like the radical honesty you're hearing today. That's threatening to some people. That's vulnerable, but boy, it sure feels good once you taste it. And so once you have that chance to feel like you belong and feel safe, those are the people that I think will not let go of our hands on the other side. They're going to take that step with us. And I don't know, I can go on, as you can tell. We're just so excited about it.
No, it is beautiful, isn't it? And the strength in that is we don't have to be afraid of the voices we're inviting into the conversation.
That's it right there.
And that has been such a lie, I believe, that, you know, the controlling mind says, I need to control the environment and I need to control the conversation. And I think what we're experiencing is people will bring all of their goodness in, that it's not going to destroy, it's going to enhance.
Well, you've been on the Thursday benches. It's the same analogy we've used week after week for those that haven't been on the bench. For those that remember the show Cheers up there in Boston, we want the bench, we want these gatherings to feel like you just wandered into this place called Cheers. You sat there next to George, you got a beer, and you just let the conversation flow. You don't know where it's going to go. You don't have this control issue, Mike, as you say, and you don't know where it's going to end up. But it sure feels good, doesn't it? Because you're safe, you're not being judged, and you might even have a chuckle along the way.
Yeah, and it, and I think it's been explored from so many different perspectives today with the different speakers, but we've seen where it works in so many different environments. We've seen company examples, Gavriella with Microsoft, expressed how, living that even in her home expands out to, billions of dollars of business and hundreds of thousands of partner companies. So, millions of people. It's quite phenomenal that philosophy isn't a crazy idea. It's actually acknowledging the reality that we're living in rather than the illusion of the controlled environment that we've tried to hold together for so long.
Well, people keep asking me when I try to speak about this because they want clarity. They want definitions. What is this? And I said, well, some people call it a movement, although some people think movements mean like the hippies back in the 1960s. And so, it doesn't matter the word. We're calling it just for day to day. It's an awakening of the real human spirit. It's a renaissance. It's the wonder of possibility. Call it what you will. We don't have to define it and frame it. And part of that's the freedom of just living it. I'd like to put you on the spot, though.
Uh-oh.
Just in case you thought you were going to close that window for a minute. You've been talking about your book, and I've read your book. And what's interesting about that book is, I know it was published, I think this year, but you wrote it last year. But I got to say, there's words in there that I want to repeat because they're truly prophetic. And this is a quote right from your book. People are tired, they're broken, and they're scared. This pattern of oppression has lowered our human capacity to an alarming level, still declining in this time of disruption and transformation, when we need to be enthusiastic, resilient, and hopeful. Now, when you layer over that where the world is now versus when you wrote those words, Moses has got nothing on you when it comes to being a prophet. In the current context, though, it's a prophet of hope and rebirth and renewal. But it's amazing when you just pull those same words forward and say, boy, different time, but who'd have thought when you wrote those,
Yeah, there was certainly no way to know, and certainly didn't have this vision. I thank you for calling that out. My experiences led me there. That's what the research was saying. That's what I was hearing as I was out with companies, and knowing where we're going from a business disruption and all the different factors coming together, and technology, where that is going, having a very deep sense of that environment. I have a future view, and it is larger than we've prepared ourselves for. I had no idea, certainly, this type of disruption was coming, but it certainly brings all of that change to immediate view and creates the urgency around taking action.
Oh, amen to that. You said also one other thing, and then I'll let you go. But you said back in your M&A days in the book, you referred to yourself as what I think you wrote, chaos pilot. I'm not sure what it meant back then, but let me just say, I'm sure, and I'm sure the people that are watching this today are glad you're the pilot for this ship we're on right now. But you brought new meaning to the word chaos pilot, my friend.
Thank you very much. That's deeply meaningful to me, Dennis. Thank you.
Well, thank you, my friend.
Can I step out of the way and give you the screen for a moment?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello, everybody. I thought about this today. In fact, I talked to one of my co-conspirators, Melissa, yesterday about this gathering and said, I don't want to go into this thing rehearsed because I think we talk about authenticity a lot. We talk about vulnerability, and you don't want to write a speech and come into this thing. So as I've said on our Thursday friendship bench, if it looks like I'm in control, please don't let me mislead you. This is winging it, as they say. But I need to talk about, somebody talked this morning about their story, and that kind of inspired me to say, let me give you the Reader's Digest version of my story, which I don't talk about very often. it's an epiphany, I'll call it, that I went through with my wife about 5 years ago, this month, as a matter of fact. And I always thought prior to then that I was a Boy Scout, always doing the right thing, but I had a genuine wake-up call that I didn't know was coming. Just backing up a little bit, I was flattered to be invited, excuse me just a minute, I was flattered to be invited to be included this story that I'm about to tell you, or the Reader's Digest version I'm going to tell you, in a book that was published last year, because it was such a life-changing experience. The book, it's called Chaos to Clarity, and let me tell you, it is defined by what happened to us. So just to give you the Reader's Digest version, the actual title of my chapter was called Disconnecting to Reconnect, Our Search for More with Less. And it started with this notion going back about 6, 7 years ago about unplugging. You know, we can all talk about, we read about it. I, as a publisher, were reading story after story about social media, and it was dominating our lives. Everybody's talking about it. But the more I read these stories, I said, well, who really does it? How many people can raise their hand and say they unplug for a day or a week or even longer? And, you know, and I'm in the publishing business 24/7. So if any guy has an excuse to always be online and always be on social media, I've got a whole bucket full. But that inspired us to say, no, we're going to walk the talk, and then we're going to tell our story. So this goes back about 7 years ago. We started planning to do something. There's a journey we wanted to take. Many of you may have heard about it. It's called the Camino de Santiago. Translated, it means the way of St. James. And it's a spiritual walk that's been around since the Middle Ages, about half a century. The total walk is about 500 miles. It's from the north of France to the town of Santiago, and there's a cathedral there where the remains of St. Francis is buried. We decided we didn't have the capacity to take a 500-mile walk for all kinds of reasons. So we planned a 205-mile walk from Leon, Spain to the cathedral. Some people call it a pilgrimage. Some people do it to find themselves. Some people just want to escape. There's been movies done about this, but anyhow, so we planned and we trained for almost 2 years. We researched it. We got the best equipment. We got the best shoes. We got the best advice. And then we got off on our walk again 5 years ago this month. And we were just so excited and so inspired to get this thing done. It was just the two of us. We were 10 miles into our 205-mile walk where suddenly my feet were on fire. And again, you're talking about a guy who trained for this and gotten the best shoes and done all the walking before that. But literally every inch of bottom of my feet were almost black with blisters and couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was a change of climate, whatever. So here we are 10 miles into a 205-mile walk, stuck. And I forget the name of the town, but my wife, God bless her, she walked into a village. Now she's walking into a village looking for something for my feet. Now we're in a country where the average size foot is size 8 and my feet are size 12. And we don't speak the language. So I sat there on a stone bench. I mean, I was at the point where I couldn't put my shoes back on and there was no alternative there. It was either find shoes, put something on, or quit. And obviously I started thinking about, look, I'm going to disappoint my wife who's trained with me. I'm going to disappoint all the friends and family who've rallied around us. Some of them were pledging per mile to their local charities. And I had to really dig deep for a reason to go on under the assumption that I could find shoes to wear. And I did. And call it an epiphany, a revelation, what do you want to call it? I'm one of 8 children, a large Italian family. We've only lost one of my siblings, and God bless her, it's my sister Dee, who died of cancer about 10 years ago. My wife came walking up the path. She found a shoe store. I had to hobble back there with her, not barefoot, but without my shoes on to see if we could find something. We walked into the shoe store, and it was comedy. It was almost like a movie. This little guy with these stacks of shoes coming in and out of the back room, back and forth. He couldn't find anything. He tried really hard. And then he said, wait, one more. He went out to the front display window of the store and he brought back a giant pair of display sandals. I honestly think they were the kind of big things you put in a window to attract people. Nobody's supposed to wear them. Well, don't you know they were sandals, they were Velcro, and they worked. So that pair of sandals gave me the ability to move on. Then I had to have the will to move on. And that's where we say, divine intervention, kicked in. And I said, I'm going to do this for D. I've got every reason to quit. You can get a taxi if you find one, but I'm going to do it for D. And every morning I'm going to get up and I'm going to pledge to finish this thing for D, because I needed something beyond myself. I'm happy to say, 12 days later, after hobbling every morning, 205 miles later, in fact, we counted the steps. It was 485,866 steps. We reached the cathedral. And when you get to this cathedral, there's a row of monks literally there. And their job is to record the trip, verify that you've done it. You carry what they call a passport with you that gets stamped each time you stop in a village. And their question is, why did you do it? What's the reason for your walk? Again, many people do it for different reasons. In our case, I said, well, I did it for D. Now, what's interesting about that is we started out wanting to unplug. We were searching for more with less. My motivation to carry on was different. But that's really not the entire story. The story is what happened after that. We came back, took about 6 months for my feet to heal. And over the years, people will ask us, what did we learn? Did the walk change our lives? Was it worth unplugging? Would we do it again? And our answers are always the same. We were grateful, despite all the adversity, to have learned so much more about each other. Not only did we kind of face down a crisis, but we literally spent hours together each day experiencing, nature at its best. You're walking up the hills in the vineyards, and you take every Post-it note that's been stuck in your brain for years, and every story that you never shared, as much as we'd been married for 15 years, you just don't always go that deep. Every unspoken word. We just embraced the silence. People mentioned silence today. That was just marvelous. For hours walking, nobody else around, no noise, no devices, and just nature. So that allowed us to reconnect at a much deeper level than we ever imagined. And the opening of the book starts with, what did we learn? Well, we learned that life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Many of these discussions today, many of the online chats we're having, that is life beginning at the end of your comfort zone. Back to the vulnerability. So what did that do? Well, we came home from that trip, and it was a life-changing experience. What I mean by that is we took inventory of our friends, our family, people that we were close to, people that we weren't close to, the people that you never hear from unless they need something. We've all got those in our lives. And we had just this clarity of purpose and a real understanding of what mattered. And it helped us decide then and there, how are we going to invest our time from that point forward? With clarity and with purpose. So we reached out to friends, we reached out to family that were important, said, look, I want you to be a greater part of my life. I don't have a roadmap for that. I'm not sure how it happened, but let's both just do our best. I'm happy to say that has renewed relationships with two of my brothers. We were always close, but we are so much closer now. And maybe it just took that vulnerability or that invitation to say, I care about you, be part of my life. We've always been very dedicated to the nonprofit world, but we decided to put our faith, our family, ourselves, and humanity first. We redoubled our commitment to the nonprofits around the world, and we did it in a way that we were capable of. We took what we've learned from our publishing platform, and we launched an entirely separate platform that a lot of people don't know about. It's called GoodWorks 360. It's entirely dedicated to providing free services to nonprofits anywhere on earth. And I'm happy to say we've helped about 24 nonprofits now, particularly during this crisis. And then came the pandemic about 6 weeks ago. People said to us, you should turn the lights out. The website's still there. You've got 20,000 articles. Nobody will know. And just take a break until it blows over. And we said, no, I think that's against the spirit of what we've learned. So we chose to pivot. We changed the focus of what we decided. Let's take this global reach, this presence, this social media network we've got, and let's pivot into stories that can lift people's spirits. give them hope. You know, let's talk about a brighter future. We reached out to all our writers, and we were just so humbled by the overwhelming feedback we've gotten from writers who are telling stories that they probably didn't know they were going to tell. You know, the people that might write an article about Leadership 101 are now writing articles about things that happen in their life, you know, and maybe their chaos to clarity. So we've rediscovered talent. The audience response has been amazing. And somebody said this morning, I think it was Jane, I used the word opportunity earlier in this discussion, and I just say it's less of an opportunity, but more of a responsibility. I think we need to walk the talk. We need to own what we learned, and we need to do something. And then the last thing I'll share with you, people said, would you do it again? I'm talking about the walk. Well, although the pandemic's here, we were already booked, we had already trained, we would have been 8 days into the walk right now, 5 years later. This time though, with two of my sisters who we renewed relationships with and two of our close friends. So we had spread the joy and they wanted to come because they heard our story, they read our story, and they wanted to unplug. So, boy, what an adventure that was. So, Mike, that's my story. And we're trying to live and breathe it every day.
What an adventure indeed. It just takes a moment to really let that settle in, Dennis. And you know, it was so moving as you were finishing, getting to the end and the pivot that, you know, before you got to the pivot point. But that moment of clarity to take inventory and then to be so intentional about where you're investing this life of yours. And you said time, but with you and your wife, the intentional choice of pouring yourself into goodness for others, but then family and your priorities and the things that were really important. And then you shared even with the, you know, renewal of relationships within family, those close to you that may have been gone. There's just such hope and possibility in that. And I love that when we can experience, you're sharing with us that, inviting us to experience that in our own lives.
Wow.
And then be able to bring that out to so many millions more. You just helped 2,000 nonprofits out of the goodness of your heart. That came from that same place of doubling down and reinvesting in priorities that brought your family back together and would have had you together on this walk doing it again. I'm moved, just profoundly moved by that story and that
Thanks,
share.
Mike.
Thank you.
I mean, without question, we discovered more with less. We didn't know it, but we discovered so much more.
It's a great joy to know you and to have found you, and thank you for inviting me in. The willingness to take some strides together energizes me, gives me hope, and I'm excited for what we're going to be able to do next, Dennis.
Well, thank you, Mike.
Thanks for being with us today, and we will be seeing more of you soon.
Indeed. Thanks so much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Hello.
Hello there.
I could have given myself a whole nother minute, but I couldn't wait to get you in. It's like, no, I'm ready to go.
I've been watching all day. I've been on, so it's been a lot of richness. It's a marathon.
Yeah.
It is. It's a marathon. I mean, there's a lot to take in. There's a lot to process. So it's good. It's really rich.
I think of, we've had conversations where I think some of this really becomes pillar content, right? That we can explore some of the commonality, Heather, and find a way to go deeper with it. And with you, it's that just gives me a lot of hope, right? Because I can already envision those conversations with you and your thoughtfulness in creating better opportunities and a better future for companies and those people that the lives you touch. And I know it's true because you've touched my life so positively. So, I'm
mine, you know that. This is the adoration crew here.
And I'm so excited to be able to spend this time with you, and I know that you're bringing so much new thinking into the world with your new book. Your podcast has created such great exploration for so long now. You have been leading with heart for years and years and years, and so it's fun to see so much strength and motion and belief come along in that direction, right? That you've been forging a path for so long, and now many of us are finding our way to that road. And we're paving it together, and it's just possibilities are wonderful. So that's my little reflection before we even start.
Yeah. Are we not even on yet? It's just you and
we
I.
are. We're live.
Okay, good. I think the interesting thing for me is that the road is it's just ever changing, and so while many of us have been on it for a long time, it just keeps changing and winding, and what I found is that if we don't change and wind with it, we are in trouble. So that's kind of I feel myself to be the master of change, personal change in that regard.
Yeah. So I as way of introduction, I mean you've been with me since when I had just had this idea of doing this, and we'd talk and laugh about that first conversation. I remember walking around up on my deck and you're saying, I'm not saying no, but express a little bit more. What are you thinking? And
I'm like, who are you really? I kind of know. And what are you talking about? But I like you. And so I'm coming along.
And then, you came to Seattle for the second ever event. And then, very shortly again, we were in Denver, and, you've just been such great strength and a contributor to this. And it's been fun to watch your journey and your exploration. So the success of your first book and the programs and the teachings and the goodness you brought to companies around that, with the 7 laws of loyalty, and now, again, I mentioned your podcast, and now with your new book coming out, which is an exciting new venture that I welcome you to talk about, or wherever you're going to go today. But I want people to know that you've through your TED Talk and diversity and vulnerability, just the strength that you show up with every day is truly an encouragement to all of us to continually grow and seek better and not accept limitations that are put in front of us or thrust upon us. And you know, you've strongly, boldly walked through and created that space for so many. So I just total respect for you.
That's pretty, thank you. That's wow. Okay. I'm going to take it. I'm not going to say, but I'm not diminishing that. I'm standing in that. So thank you.
Yeah. And you know how to be a great friend. So thank you for that.
I try. Oh yeah, I try. It's a work in progress.
And I know you're a great mom and a great wife and all of that, because we've had those conversations where you're juggling like 10 things. It's like, yeah. I dropped the one kid off and now I'm driving here and I'm getting cupcakes and I'm going there. And, you know, but you're talking to me and we're juggling and making, you know, arrangements for something else. It's like, I know I can't multitask. I alternate task, but I think you've truly mastered the multitasking.
Yeah, I don't know. I think by making it look so good, I've also created quite a bit of anxiety inside myself too. So, you know, again, there's always something that's going to give. We only have so much in us. So, yeah, that's the story.
Well, you know, that was the big introduction to the group. I think what I would love to do is turn this over to you and step out of the way, let you share, and then I'll come back on at the end.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Let's do it. Well, what I really wanted to talk about is really, what does it look like to be more human, especially in this crazy time where we're filled with anxiety and uncertainty and doubt. And so I wanted to talk through about 5 things that I think are important for us to focus on right now. And one of them, when I say it, I immediately think of one of my besties, Melissa Hughes. But the first one, it really is to be grateful. Right now, I have been getting people have been reaching out to me with feedback related to being, you know, furloughed or laid off. We see stories about people being in abusive homes, and people are homeless. And here in Colorado, there's lines and lines of people that are, you know, trying to get to food banks, and they're not accessing food. And I sit in that and I realize how grateful I am and how thankful I am for what it is I have. I'm sitting here in a house with the roof, with food in the kitchen, with all of my kids here. I have 4 kids, and it's an interesting time to be having 4 kids, you know, some of them giving up school, one of them getting up their prom, all of these issues that we're all facing. But in my first 2 weeks, I'm going to be honest, I was going a little bonkers. I was in that zone of like, woe is me. And we all get there, and we may have all been there, and maybe we may go there intermittently here and there, up and down. But I was going a little nuts. I mean, I was sitting here going, wait a second, I did not buy into being a homeschool parent. That's not what I went into. I'm a lawyer by education. I don't practice. I have my own business, a podcast, all these other things I'm doing. And I did not sign up to be a stay-at-home teacher. These were all the things that were going through my mind this first week, the first couple weeks, at least 2.5 weeks. I was getting up doing some of my same thing, my same process of like working out, but my mindset was all messed up. And so right now, the first thing I would say for us to really be focusing on is just try to be grateful for what we have right now. And secondly, I think this is the time, and I think I've always felt this way and always been this way, but right now, right here, it's a time for us to empathize deeply. And we are in trying times. I'm not going to paint a sugary, pretty picture of this, but you really, no matter our political makeup, we're just all in this together. And so if you are stronger, look out for those who are downtrodden or weaker. It'll make you feel better too. Melissa will tell you that. There's all kinds of positive chemicals that are delivered when we are out helping people in the community, or helping people anyway, even extending ourselves past our computer screens, right? If you have more, then offer some of what you have to someone else. So just yesterday, I was standing outside with my husband, and we were actually just coming back for a walk. And one of our neighbors that we hadn't seen for a while, she stopped us, and she was, we hadn't seen her in like a year, even though she's a neighbor. She happens to work for Southwest Airlines, which is my favorite airline and one of my very favorite brands. In fact, Kimberly Davis referred me to Mark Nagel, who happened to be on my podcast, Leadership with Heart, and he happened to be one of the leaders in the people operations department for Southwest. So before I even got into that conversation, she was just talking to us about how the leaders inside of Southwood, how she just has so much respect, that she's worked for them for 26 years. And she has so much respect for them, and really, really, it cannot believe the things they're doing. So they are making masks at the front counter. The organization is trying really hard not to lay people off. And as she's saying this story, I'm feeling what's happening with all the people. There's some people that don't have food. There's still people that are working there that are struggling with other things within the family. Maybe one of their spouses were laid off. And so I'm feeling that deeply, and I'm standing there and I'm listening, and I'm doing what Jane talked about earlier. I'm just really actively listening to her. And I think that empathy is what's really needed right now. And I feel like we connected in that moment as well. One of the other things I think we should focus on is that we need to be kind. Just recently, my mom was furloughed as a part of a furlough at an organization, and she recalled for me, and I've heard a couple of these stories just lately, but this one hit me. And she recalled for me a time just recently where she was talking to someone and mentioned something about unemployment benefits. And the person basically said, you know, unemployment benefits are a handout. And the person was really negative towards her, and it hurt. It hurt a lot, because I know my mother and plenty of other people around the world to be people who work very, very hard to do, you know, to work, to do the best they can in their jobs. And then this thing hits us, all of us, unbeknownst to any of us. And then they're unemployed and they have to find a way to survive. So people have to access benefits, or they have to access things that maybe they didn't have to before. And so being kind to people right now is critical. And one of the things that pops into my head right now is that we are our brother's keeper. We are our brother's keeper. We're responsible for one another, and we're in this together. And so even though there's been isolation, kind of the news and everything has framed this isolationist idea and frame it in our heads, right, to keep us safe. Know that we're in this together. We're not alone, but we must be there for one another in any way that we can be. So being kind is critical. Trying to be careful about what we say to people during this time when we're all struggling is key. One of the other things I want us to focus on is to be flexible. I've had clients reaching out to me kind of frantically, trying to figure out how to do virtual onboarding with new employees, wanting to keep the positive experience going that they maybe had when people were actually in the building. And so basically, right now, they wanted to find that out. And so I was helping them with that. And then there's other people who are now getting a little nervous because now offices are opening back up, and some either people have been laid off or furloughed, or people will be fearful from going back to work, and they don't know what to do to set up an environment that makes people want to be there, want to feel safe there and be with their coworkers. And so I've been trying to counsel them on that. And the idea is counseling them around being flexible in their mindset. And so one of the things the reason why I'm really telling you this actually is I have 4 kiddos, and as I talked about earlier, and I had to really kind of readjust my whole thinking, readjust myself, thinking about, like, I already work from home. I run a podcast right here, sitting in this chair where I'm at right now. And of course, either coaching clients here or going out to clients. But again, I have to, my kids get in the morning, I'm working in the middle of the day. It's like, oh, are you going to make us lunch? There's expectations that are different and changing right here. I have to try to meet those expectations while at the same time showing up to things like this, where I feel like I'm giving from the heart. And then going back to writing the book or whatever I need to do. And so we all have to rework our day, and we have to be flexible in our thinking. And if we can be flexible in our thinking, then this scenario won't feel like it hits us as hard, because we were able to kind of move around. Garry will remember this little thing I did the other day on our podcast where I talked about having kind of like a tube around me, where every time something hit me, some adversity, I would just kind of go boing, boing, boing. So I'm going to give you that little visual too, but it's like things would pop off of me, and they would just go off. I would repel those things. And flexible thinking is something that helps with being able to repel the adversities, the concerns, the things that come to us in big ways. And lastly, I want to be talking about being intentional. It's my job to help clients or audiences I speak to reframe and be more flexible in their thinking and their actions, because often what happens is we get ourselves in a place of stuck thinking of Jeff Ikler right now in his podcast, Getting Unstuck. And we often find ourselves there, and it happens first in our minds. And so my goal is always to make, in the work I do in employee loyalty and leadership, I am always trying to help people understand the power they possess to change experience for their employees and to change the results by changing their minds first. And so I found in all my research that positive emotions, whether it's at work or not, drive a positive employee experience or a positive perception by others. And the opposite is also true. And so being intentional about how you leave people feeling right now in this moment will make a big impact on how either they are at work with you, if they're coworkers, your family members, and they'll be remembering these things. They'll have a memory that it'll stick. And so what is it that you're doing to be intentional about producing more positive emotions and memories inside of those that are around you right now? And so what do I think intentional means? It really does mean being purposeful. It means it's not accidental. It means we are curating things and we are defining things. And so how do I do that? I'm always looking forward. I have this thing in my head. It's almost like a bullseye. And so, yes, all this stuff is happening around me. And yes, I have times when I'm down, but I see this bullseye in my head, and I have a goal or something, let's say for that day, or a big goal in the distance. And I see the bullseye and I just keep moving towards that bullseye. And that allows me to become more intentional in my day, because if I'm doing other things that are counter to that, then I'm not being further and further away from the bullseye. So all of this, I just want you to know that we all have a choice to make in the person that we're going to show up to be today, and how we're going to lead others, how we're going to lead ourselves. And so, get ways you can be intentional, things that I do. I get up in the morning and I immediately go down in the basement and I work out. Some people immediately get up and they go meditate. Enjoy a simple pleasure. You're going to laugh at this, but I found this. I know my time's almost up, Mike, but I found this. This is this bottle of lotion. It's a simple bottle of lotion, but it's a ginger peach bottle of lotion. And I'm allergic to pretty much everything, but it's the one thing that I feel like, Calgon, take me away. And it's just a simple pleasure for me, but it's one of those things I've introduced during these times, something that it smells good. It takes me to a place where I know I can feel relaxed. So that's a part of being intentional. What are the things you can do to change your mindset? So before I go, I want you to write in the chat the one thing that you're going to do tomorrow, today, whatever it is, to set your intentions straight, to be looking at your bullseye, to be thinking more forward thinking, because I think that's what's required of us right now. Well, thank you. And don't forget to keep your eye on that bullseye too.
That is fabulous. Thank you. And you know that we do, have some time, and I think it will be fun to watch what people put into that into the chat. I'm just actually, thank you. I'm clearing my screen so I can focus correctly. The intention and keeping our eyes on the bullseye, right? It's so important, because the distractions are plentiful if that's where we put our attention, right? And I love the clarity that you're bringing in the invitation, Heather, to really own the outcomes that we want. And I think there's so much permission in that. I know it's a word that we bristle at sometimes, but even giving ourselves permission to want what we want, and to put our priorities in place and not stay beholden to others' expectations. I think there's some healing and some wellness that comes along with that. The potion in the bottle that gives us that calm, right? And
it's so true. I was putting on this morning. I'm like, this is so simple, and I'm running out of this little thing, and I'm making it last. And it's because it is that one thing. It is like kind of that shelter in the storm, where it's like I do it, and I'm like, okay, I've just worked out. I'm doing, and it's like, whew, and now my day starts, And I'm able to kind of separate whatever else was happening. And then it's like the Calgon. It literally is that effect, that commercial, if everybody remembers that. And so that's what it does for me. But I think we all have that thing. I mean, again, there's lots of different things we can point to, but for me, that's just the one simple pleasure, one thing that I found to be useful. And I do think that it's interesting because over time, there's been an evolution in the work that I do, but really in how I talk about the work that I do. And it's because over time, what I've come to realize is that leaders, organizations, like we heard Nuria and talk about earlier, they're all making choices right now. And those choices will have ripple effects for, it's not just for like next week or when people go back to work, it's like a year from now. When they go to look at their retention numbers, the ripple effect will take place. And so I think when I think about that, it's the choices that we make, it's the intentions that we have, it's our mindset, it's our behaviors. It produces results we want no matter what we're looking at. The level of intentionality that we need to be having that's how we get to where we want to go with the other side, whatever the other side looks like. And when you talk about, and the stuff you talk about with things aren't going to be the same and we don't want them to be the same, we need to be thinking about what we want them to look like, because that's how we curate a different experience. If we don't want it to be the same, we have to, and curation means that we have thought it through and we have laid out, a framework or laid out a path. And I think that's the key, is that each of us individually on the live call, any of the other types of environments we're in, we all have a choice to think more holistically right now about the path, how we're going to pave the path. Are we going to fill in those potholes or not? Right.
And I looked at the comments and, people were writing down to be honest with themselves, and so there is that, what's our truth statement? Because I think that's powerful. The intentionality of taking care of ourselves is so important. And, looking at the future, Heather, because you mentioned that, I think it's not that we want to eliminate everything in our heritage or from the past, right? There's a lot of goodness we want to carry forward. But we don't have to take the bad with the good. We can actually eliminate, we can discard, like we do spring cleaning, like we clean the house, like we disinfect now for safety. We can think of our work environments and so many areas of our life in that way. And as you're speaking to, what is that intention? What is the outcome that we can envision? And I just think you've empowered so much with that, as you do, and as you share, and then you invite so many others into that conversation, which I think is wonderful.
Yeah, I think the thing that attracted me to the Humans First movement early on, even though I had no clue what the heck you're talking about, was this idea of uplifting others, and it is a natural position for me to take. So when you use that language, it speaks to me very deeply because I am that person. I take it very seriously to do that, and so I think that's the reason why I was drawn to it so much, is just this idea of how do we uplift people? How do we take people from their current situation, feeling like I'm beaten up by the manager I have, to a place where they feel like, okay, I don't have to stay here, or I can switch teams, or I can choose to see this manager differently. Maybe this manager needs me. Maybe I'm put on this earth to do, you're right. And so that's the role I choose to play. I think I was put on this earth to play that role. And when you brought this opportunity to me, it spoke to that personal calling. And that's why I remain here, because of that.
And that's the way you lead, right? I mean, because it is acknowledging all of the depth and all of the people. So when we can get ourselves invested out into the margins, when we can get underneath the clouds in the storm where it is harder and it is messier, we can help more people than just trying to attain that, comfortable spot in the right elevation, with a megaphone on the hill to yell commands at others, right? It's like, that's fine. I don't think either you or I would totally be satisfied with that.
No.
Because we care enough where we'd want to get down in the valley with others and go help, right? Truly lift people in and through and help them explore. And that's the beauty, Heather, is we can help move the many forward, not the few forward. And I think that's a great opportunity for us all in this. And it's why I want you close to me, because I think that you empower all of those people and the many steps forward for the masses, which is how we're going to heal our current condition, is to equalize the opportunity to find what we need in our lives, not be told what our place is or what's expected of us. We can help people envision what they truly believe in and what they want. And that's possible. It's not a dream. It's not a great hope. It's a possibility that we just haven't grasped yet. And I want you by my side making those strides, because I believe in that strength of yours.
Well, I appreciate that. And I was it maybe a year and a half ago? It might have been a year and a half ago. I went in to speak to a group of law enforcement. I was referred by Amy LeBusque to this group. I don't know if you remember me doing that, but anyway, Chief Garry, he happened to be on my podcast afterward, but when I went into that presentation, the idea was to help them move past their own perceptions of themselves, basically how people perceive law enforcement in the community, particularly in California. They were just having a hard time getting past the perceptions of others of them, and they didn't know how to move past that. And so what we worked on was helping exactly what you're talking about, helping them to envision something different, and also putting the control back in their hands, because what was happening, we often do, is we put so much control in the hands of others by how they perceive us or their expectations of us or whatever that is, right? And in this situation, I was able to help them take back that control and change the perceptions. And it was marvelous. I didn't really expect for it to be, to really turn out this way. It wasn't, because again, it wasn't something that I wouldn't say in that case, I curated the presentation, but the expectation, I wasn't sure what was going to come up with it, but they really seemed to take to it. And then we're able to do kind of what I talk about in that TED Talk, which is they were able to take this whole thing, these irrational thoughts of how the community perceives them and all these things, and to really, they melded it into something totally different that said, wait a second, I can actually do like this, and we can do this together, and we can do that, and we can change people's minds. And it was like, they don't, what? It's not about the budget. It's about how much we own our journeys. And so that's what I would say right now. I think, one of my final messages, that we have to own this journey, the journey now, the journey forward. And we have to decide which role we're going to play. We just do. And we have to pick a side. That's the other thing. Being on the fence with it. I know you're picking a side now by being humans first, but we got to stay on that. We got to pick the side. We got to stay on the side. We got to basically have that stick in the ground that says, this is where I'm at. This is who I am. And I'm sticking on the side. And even if it's not popular.
Thank you.
Right.
So appreciative of you. Thanks for joining today. This is fabulous. Hopefully I get to talk to you soon.
Love you.
Love you. Thanks, Heather. Bye.
Well, hello, Mike.
Hello, Kevin Monroe.
And we're live. I know that. I've heard that enough today to know.
And I love that you're like there and prepared. It's great. And
wait, is this working? I'm sorry. No.
Isn't that funny when it's just like, I know this eventually comes about and it will work.
Yeah.
But it's so much fun because you pop on, it's like, boom, you're there. And like the internet's good, your mic's good, we're all set.
Yeah, and we're broadcasting, right? The green room experience has a little to be improved on for the next one.
Yeah.
This has been a wonderful day. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for inviting me to be a part. What a fun day to spend time with some of my favorite people on the planet.
You know, and so much fun, Kevin. I mean, you're a great community builder, right? We've been in many conversations through this whole exploration, and you know, there's been times when, you know, thank goodness we can rely on friends to let out some of the challenge and the angst and the frustration, and you know, to be able to put a mirror up and have a sounding board. And you know, you've been a wonderful friend through that journey, and I really appreciate it.
As are you for me. Hey, Mike, did you know when you planned this? I was doing some math earlier this week, and I exhausted my math skills to calculate this. But today is day 50 since the World Health Organization declared the global pandemic.
Oh.
50 days. Yesterday was 7 weeks. So today is day 50, depending on how you count, but I think it's day 50. I thought, what a milestone for what a way to mark this milestone and move forward and rally people around something positive when so many people are giving up and giving in. So thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for that. 50 days. You know, it's funny because we've all heard there was 29 days in February, and you're right, 300 days in March and 5 years in April. And
I love that one. Yeah. Yeah.
But
and hopefully only 31 in May, right?
Yeah, I think that we've all understood that there isn't a snap back on this, right? It's going to take some focused effort and a lot of patience with ourselves and with others, because as Bob Chapman was sharing earlier in the day, you know, the ramifications here are very, very significant. And while we might want some of our, you know, daily activities to, you know, resume as we had originally planned, the environment and the climate that we're going to be navigating is going to have many new challenges and complexities to it.
Yeah, you know, I was in a conversation with Patty earlier this week, and she was talking about how, like, there's a word that characterizes each week, and that kind of changes. And, you know, we've been kind of using some questions, different questions of the week. So 2 weeks ago in the Hangout, we asked this question, what if it sticks? What do we hope sticks? And we've had some conversations about that earlier today, especially with Jane. The question that hit me Sunday afternoon or Monday morning after we had shared yet another socially distanced family outing, which is really weird, right?
Yeah.
Being with your family, but not able to hug anybody or really enjoy the kind of close camaraderie we normally would. We were socially distant. The question that hit me, and it's taken a little bit to deal with. What if it lasts longer than any of us? You know, we're Americans. Those of us that are Americans on the call. I know this is a global call, but those of us that are Americans, we thought, well, we can whip this in 2 weeks. We can take 2 weeks of this. We'll man up, or, you know, put on our big boy pants in 2 weeks. Well, maybe 4 weeks. Okay. Well, we could do 6.
Yeah.
Well, now we're in the 8th week, and we've been stretched beyond most of our capacities, right? But it's like, what if it lasts?
Right. You know, and there's so much to explore because we, you know, that uncertainty exists. We don't know the timing, and we don't know the end. And so any plans we have, it's for the next step. It's not the last step.
Yeah.
And you know, there's been so much encouragement not to waste that opportunity, right? So what we're seeing is it's an opportunity to really have these deep discussions and be intentional and selective of what we want to focus on coming out of it. And I love that. You know, one thing I want to share before I turn it over, Kevin, is again, you know, it's the gratitude for all the strength that you've put into my life, but this whole Humans First journey. You were the first person ever to invite me onto a podcast. In January of 2019, I had never been a guest on a podcast before. And you probably know that because I was very awkward as a guest on the podcast.
No, you weren't.
And
You're
then,
natural.
you know, we've shared relationships, we've shared friends. Networks have built around us together, and you know, you've brought so much goodness into the world with, you know, with the gratitude challenges and how that's opened up minds and hearts all over the world and invited people in to engage at a deep, soulful level. You know, it's beautiful work, and you know, the extraordinary life and the community that's built around that. I just, you know, I want to give you kudos for your dedication to building a place of structure where others can come and explore themselves. It's a gift, and I want to make everybody aware of that. So
Well, thank you, Mike. It is a gift, right? And gifts are to be shared. So sharing these gifts has been a great joy. Yeah, I'm going to point out something that's kind of been fun today, and it started before Marcel's session. And I've known Marcel for 10 years now, I think. And it was the pursuit of servant leadership that connected Marcel and I some 10 years ago. But Scott Jones, right before then in the YouTube chat, said, hey, Marcel's about to come on. And Marcel's the guy that, or is how I met Kevin. And I responded, and I said, well, isn't that funny? Marcel is how Mike and I met. You know, Marcel was the person. It was December, right around Christmas 2018, that sent an email. I'd seen you on Twitter or seen you on LinkedIn. And Marcel said, hey, do you know this guy? And I'm like, no. And he said, you two need to know one another. And you know, so it's just fun to watch those threads that are woven throughout life and how they're woven throughout this day.
Renee Smith introduced me to Marcel, and Renee Smith was the person that was giving me the encouragement and the strength to actually say the word love in my life, in my business world. And isn't
that great?
Yeah. And she is that strength, and she does bring that forward. And, you know, the connected community that is developing globally now is, you know, something that I greatly honor, don't take for granted. And, you know, it's just beautiful that we can support and encourage, help each other discover what's next for each unique path.
What's next? Oh, and if you're on the chat, drop in if you haven't already where you're from, because I want to thank those of you who are in Europe and beyond time zones staying up, and welcome those of you in Australia. I see Nicola just joined on. So Australia's just getting up, and some of our friends in parts of Europe or Asia are calling it a day. So thanks for those of you who've made the effort to linger a little longer than you might normally would online to be part of this today.
That's wonderful. You bring that up. Dahlia Feldman, right, from Singapore, hung on for, you know, we're way late into the evening.
Longer than she probably should have, right? But she just couldn't leave. It's like, oh, I need to go to bed. But I'll just take in one more. So
We're 10 minutes into the half hour here, and I do want to give you the opportunity. I'm going to step aside and give you the screen because I know that you have some goodness to bring to the group.
Yeah, and it's only going to take maybe 10 minutes. So we'll have some time at the end. So I don't want to take the whole time, but I do have a couple of things I want to share. So thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Kevin.
And thank all of you who are here for joining. Mike asked to look forward through our times together today. And that's what I want to do. But to do that, I want to start by looking back. And I want to ask you a question. And I've thought about this recently. Imagine if we had sat down for coffee or tea in January of this year. Now, as Mike, was alluding to, that seems like a long, long time ago, but it was only, 90 days ago, maybe 100 days, depending where you're going in January, but January is just 90 days ago. We're together and I ask you this question. What do you think is at the heart of business? Or maybe I make it personal. I say, what's at the heart of your business? Or maybe we ask it generically and just say, what is the heart of business? How would you have answered that question in January of 2020? You can put that in the chat. I'd love to read it later. I would love that this were an interactive conversation and we could go into it, but just stick with me. Here are some ways that I've heard people answer that question when I've asked, what's the heart of business or what's the heart of your business? Some people would say it's our product, right? We make amazing products. Our products are world-class. They are the best. Our customers love our products. Our customers love our products so much. You know what? They camp out on the day before our products are released so they can be the first to get our products. Other people may say the heart of our business, it's our processes. We have worked hard, tirelessly for years to streamline our processes. We have eliminated waste. We have increased efficiencies. We are lean, mean, and agile. Another group might say it's our profitability. We are some of the wealthiest. We have the best margins in our field. Our ROI is on a roll, and our ratios in whatever category you want to compare us in are second to none. We are the envy of others. And then others might say, hey, it's our property or intellectual property. We are innovation machines. And our competitors just look at us and wonder, how is it that you do what you do? How is it that you have innovation after innovation and you've stacked up patent after patent? Now, there's another group that might say, especially if they are purpose-driven, the folks I work with or know through, if you know me, you know the Higher Purpose podcast, or those that might be considered a conscious business leader. Well, they might say, they would point to purpose as the heartbeat of their business. And I would applaud that. And if you're saying purpose, you might be on a mission to alleviate suffering, to elevate joy. And some of the companies that we've talked about today do just that. And I would say, yes, yes, yes. That's a great thing. But here's the thought that hit me as I was thinking about what to share with us today. That was all BC. Yeah, BC. I typed that a few weeks ago in an email and I just found myself typing, well, that was BC, before coronavirus, before COVID-19. BC, we would have enjoyed rich discussions and robust debates, exploring the virtues or values of these various paths that I've just mentioned that might be the heartbeat of business or the heart of business. We know companies that have found their success along one or more, some combination of those paths I just talked about. But again, like I said, that was BC. Now, things are different. Everything is different. And I would say dramatically so, right? Considerably different. Going forward, so this gets into the forward part that Mike invited me to speak into. Going forward into the post-coronavirus world and entering what I believe and what I hope will be characterized as the human era, we will discover the true heart of business. Mark talked about it earlier. Fortunately, we've had plenty of forerunners and waymakers, pioneers who've paved the path. We're not alone. We don't have, no one that has mapped out the way. We've seen it. Companies, we've already talked about these earlier today with Nuria and Brooke talked about Southwest Airlines. Herb Kelleher charted the way when he started Southwest Airlines to be a very different type of business. Eileen Fisher is another pioneer in this. Bruce Ballingy of Paraveda, another pioneer. Garry Ridge, you've heard his name mentioned earlier today by Gary Turner. Two Garys with both spell their name with two R's, of the WD-40 company. Or Bob Chapman, who was with us this morning. All of these had a crystal clear, had or have, Herb Kelleher's departed us. All of these have or had a crystal clear vision of what's at the heart of business. Well, it's not actually a what. It's a who. Who's at the heart of business? The heart of business is people. That's right. The heart of business is people. They would say we are in the people business. The products we make or the services we offer are somewhat incidental. Bob Chapman, he even alluded to that today. Bob joined me just about 5 weeks ago, I think, on the Higher Purpose podcast. And he referenced that story again, of being with a group of business leaders for 90 minutes. And they say, you're the most unusual CEO. You've not talked about your product once in these 90 minutes. And Bob says, no, you don't understand. I've spent the whole 90 minutes talking about our product. The product is people. We're not proud of, we're not going to be proud of the machines we made. We're going to be proud of the people that made them. So the product is the byproduct. Profit is a byproduct. The development of people, that's the core mission. Every business, and I mean every business, my father helped me learn this. Every business is a people business. And I believe we're going to discover that more and more and see that that is the only path to sustainable success in a post-coronavirus world, is investing in people. So going forward, here's what I hope, what I believe, and what I hope we'll see magnified. Business thrives when and where people flourish. Let me say that again. Business thrives when and where people flourish. That's not to say that the other P's aren't important or don't have a place. It's just to say that in this next era, they're not the heart of your organization. They're not the heartbeat of your organization. So I want to spend a couple of minutes here and just unpack this a little bit. So if business thrives when and where people flourish, well, that begs the question, what's required for people to flourish? And for me, that's not a rhetorical question. That is one of the most practical questions we ask. And I want to direct it to you. So in the chat, if you're participating in the chat on YouTube, type in, what are some of the things that you believe you need for you to flourish? I want to share a couple of things that make my list, or make a list. This is a short list. It's not exhaustive. I share this list for a couple of reasons. One, I want to engage your heart and activate your mind. Most importantly, I hope it stimulates conversation, rich discussions that start and continue inside your organization. So for me, flourishing. We've talked about this. We haven't necessarily used the word flourishing so much. Flourishing starts with caring for your people. Caring is just another word for love. Marcel talked about it. Mark talked about it. Others have talked about it. You know, I realize that some leaders are not comfortable using the language of love. I hope we get them comfortable. Mike, you were just talking about this, how Renee, our friend Renee Smith, I remember the first time I went to her website, you know, and love was right there on the front screen. I've taken a lot of people to her website through the years and said, what do you think this organization is when you see this? More love, less fear, amazing results, make work more human. And people would say, oh, it's a nonprofit, or people would think it's a bunch of hippie consultants. Then I'd scroll down to the bottom of the page when it was still a state of Washington initiative, and they would see the state of Washington. Wow, a state entity talking about love. So get comfortable with the language of love. But if you can't get comfortable with the language of love, that's okay. Just get comfortable loving people, because caring for your people is the foundation for flourishing. Now, beyond caring for your people, creating a place, maybe you call it community, maybe you call it culture, but creating a place where people are accepted, valued, and appreciated where they belong, for who they are, first and foremost, for who they are, as well as for what they have to contribute. Moving on, flourishing also occurs when people are invited, allowed, and encouraged to invest their gifts, talents, and abilities into work that has meaning, into work that makes a difference, to do something, to be part of something that is bigger than ourselves. We flourish when we have those kinds of opportunities. And finally, the one I'd add to the list is flourishing happens. Flourishing happens when your personal purpose and values intersect with the company that you're a part of, their corporate values and purpose. When there's that match and alignment, and that I believe my purpose intersects and serves a greater purpose that's our company purpose, and that we're all out to make a dent in the universe, and it's a dent that we all care about, oh my gosh, that's flourishing. So this idea of business thriving where humans flourish, it isn't new. However, I think it's been viewed as it's kind of the domain of the exceptional organization or the extraordinary companies. What I see and hope for is that this becomes part of the new normal that we're creating, that human flourishing is happening everywhere and businesses are thriving. Well, how do we make that change? Well, for me, part of it begins, and someone mentioned this earlier, the names kind of all rambling together, who said what at this point, but we talked about that much of what we've embraced in business in recent years, it's neither healthy nor sustainable, and we've used the language of war and the metaphors of war. We've wanted to crush the competition. We've wanted to dominate our market. I hope those days are gone. So Mike, you and I've had so many conversations about, companies that want to engage in the talent war. You don't need to engage in the talent war. And when we start talking about this, you don't even need to battle for the hearts and minds of your people. Have you ever heard anybody say that? We want to battle for the hearts and minds of our people. No, we don't. What if we viewed this as a quest, a journey, an adventure? And what we seek to do is to unlock and unleash the full spectrum of gifts, talents, and abilities of our people so that they flourish to their absolute fullest potential. And as a result, business thrives, not on the backs of people, but through their hearts. The time to start, it's now. Don't delay, and don't fall into the trap of thinking, oh, we need to wait and we need to have an in-person meeting to start these kinds of conversations. Yes, doing it in person will be great, and I look forward to those and being part of those kinds of meetings, but start now. And the way to start, if you're wondering, if you're a leader in a company and you're wondering, hey, it's not too late. You will be judged by how you treat people in this time. If you've not been caring the way you've wanted to care, start caring today. The moment you see this, hear this, start caring now. So the way to start is by demonstrating care for your people, engaging your people in conversations, one-on-one, small groups. Begin connecting heart to heart. And start by inviting people into those conversations. Get to the heart of the matter, which usually are matters of the heart. Cascade these conversations throughout your organization. Engage everyone in your organization in a conversation or circles of conversations, and you'll be amazed at what happens. You'll be amazed at what you unleash and the brilliance you discover and the deep, rich connections that are formed between people and between people in the organization. Many of you that are part of this group now, you're comfortable doing this, but if you're not comfortable or confident doing this, reach out for help. There are people that would help you. I'd love to help you embark on this journey. It's something I've been doing for several years in person, and it's something we've been doing. We started March of last year, doing it online on a weekly basis through the Humans First Hangouts. So my hope, let me wrap up with my hope. My hope is that when you and I meet for a conversation in the weeks and months ahead, and I ask you, what is the heart of business, that what happens is a big smile breaks across your face, that your eyes get a little misty, and your mind is filled with collages of people, the faces and names of people in your organization. And all of a sudden you joyously declare people are the heart of our business. Hey, Mike.
I wouldn't add a thing. What fabulous encouragement. And thank you for, you listen so well, right? And tie a beautiful thread through so many of these conversations, which again is a gift you share with us all. And I hope that people do embrace that opportunity to bring in help to bridge these conversations that have eluded us for far, far too long. It's not only a great encouragement for the possibilities, Kevin, but it's a necessity.
A necessity.
To set the stage for a better future.
Yeah. It's not an option. You just said it's not an option. This is not a luxury either. This is an absolute necessity.
Thank you for bringing that strength to bear for all of us. And I appreciate the depth of contribution that you've so graciously shared with all of us for a very long time.
Oh man, love you, Mike.
Love you, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And love all of you that are here with us, enjoying this time together. Thanks for allowing me to be part of it and to make a contribution to the conversation.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon.
Sure.
Thank you.
Tomorrow at the Hangout.
Thank you. Hello. I don't hear you yet. It appears that you're muted.
Hello, and I'm live, and now everyone thinks that I'm my husband because my husband's name, I logged in on the wrong account.
And fortunately, I've met and had a chance to spend time with Tim. So when I saw Tim Hutton, it's like,
you're like, oh, okay, great. Well, see, this is what authenticity is all about. Vulnerability is all about. So I will masquerade as my husband today.
And, you know, I was we could just talk hockey. Tim could jump
well,
on.
yeah, you'd be really disappointed because I don't know a lot other than the bag really stinks. The hockey bag really stinks.
And that is a
that's a truth. There's a truth.
You know that it just lights me up to see your smiling face right now.
You know what? I tell you what, Mike, I am so jazzed right now. I can barely control myself. I have been live tweeting Rally Day all day long. So when you like collapse in bed and tomorrow morning when you wake up, get on Twitter, search hashtag Humans First, and you are going to find more Kimberly than you ever wanted to see in your life. But I'm going to be quoting all of our brilliant community members because the stuff that's been coming out today has just been gold. It's been absolutely awesome.
There's some amazing people that are connected and care for each other.
Yeah.
And the many, right? There's a lot of great energy, which if this doesn't bring hope to all of us, I think we're really missing something.
Yeah, I agree. And I have to tell you, I mean, there was more than one occasion where I started to get misty-eyed. There were times that I was laughing out loud. I mean, it has just been such a joyful day because to be surrounded by a group of people who care so deeply about making a difference. And I was actually exchanging Twitter messages with a guy named Martin in the UK. Hi, Martin, if you happen to jump on. I think it's really late there, so he may have gone to bed. But he was saying, well, a lot of people talk about making change and la, 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 la. And I said, that's what the Humans First movement isn't about just talk. It's about getting in the trenches and creating change. And then he said something about, well, I've seen a lot of people try to make a lot of money off of doing these kinds of things. And I said, okay, let me be really clear. Nobody is making any money on this. For a year and a half, people, and I mean, you more than anyone, has volunteered their time to create a bigger conversation around this because we get that it's going to take all of us. And this isn't about profit, this is about change. So I feel so privileged to be here.
And you have contributed so much. We've been live together 3 times in different cities. And
you're gonna be sick of me.
That I can't imagine happening because we do laugh like this and have so much fun, right? And I watch you light up rooms and engage people and bring them into comfortable exploration, right? Where they take down those personal walls and really allow themselves to explore. And you create that magic inside a room, and it's fun to watch and it's fun to witness.
I have to tell you, I don't think it's me. I think it is totally a co-creation. And so I kind of cheat. I borrow the energy from everybody that is in that room and I channel it back toward them because I could not do that. I could not do that on my own. So I'm really grateful that this message, this conversation, this Humans First conversation is like a magnet for people that really care and that really want to see a positive change in the workforce and in our cultures. And so I just get to soak it all in and then mirror it all back. So, I think I'm kind of spoiled that way.
As I've read through Brave Leadership 3 times and we've discussed it along the way and we've shared and, I pick up new pieces each time through it because it is one of those books that it's best to revisit, right? It's not a one and done. It's something that we can keep going back and exploring. And, you know, as you share your stories and invite us to explore our journeys, you know, with the super objective and the other pieces that come forward, I just, you know, it's such important and relevant work. And, you know, you have that theater background, but you also are a great deep teacher. You've been, you know, involved in the university levels for a while, and corporate training. And, you know, you bring so many of those experiences with you, yet you just show up, you know, ready to dive in and be vulnerable yourself and help, you know, people explore. And it's just such a wonderful, refreshing gift that you bring forward, Kimberly, because there isn't any posturing. Right? You're just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. It's Thursday. I'm just trying to figure out Thursday.
Yeah, I'm from Montana. We don't do pretense, Mike. You know, you grow up on a ranch in the middle of Montana. You can't do pretense. So I kind of am who I am. But, you know, it's interesting. I find myself rereading my own book, and I'll go, oh, that was really good. That was a good insight. And I think some of it is because I've spent my entire career teaching what I need to learn, right? And so I pay attention to what everyone else is doing. And then I wanted to make the conversation accessible. I wanted to really democratize what brave really could be. And I knew that if I wrote case studies and put this elevated academic language, nobody would be able to hear it at a heart level. And so I go back to it to remind myself, what is it that matters? Where do I need to be? What tool can I really try here? Because nothing else is working. And so I'm grateful that it speaks to me when when I'm not able to hear what's going on in the real life. So
yeah. You know, and then we spent that last day together that anybody was ever allowed to get together.
I know. I know, the last day of the world. Woo!
You and Cornell and I and you know, we were invited in with Cindy Lake and Rob.
I mean, I tell you, what a great group to spend the last day of the world with together. I mean, not bad.
You know, we had friends drive down from Dallas and came from all over to join us. What a great joy. And it was that next day flying out of the airport that I realized that this is real. This is serious, right? And
in fact, I was heading to NLV the next day, and I had this kind of aha moment, or this epiphany, or I don't know what to even call it, but I realized that right before I saw you, I had been in New York, right? So I had been in New York that week, and thank goodness that I didn't pass anything on to you and to our other friends, because it hadn't even shown up on my radar, because it hadn't hit the news yet that everything in New Rochelle was kind of exploding, and now the National Guard was going into New Rochelle. And I lived in New York 1 mile from that epicenter. And so this gathering I attended in New York was all people who lived in that area.
Yeah.
So when I woke up to go to No Longer Virtual the next morning, which if my No Longer Virtual friends are on, hi, No Longer Virtual friends, it's another fantastic group of people.
Yeah.
I realized, oh my gosh, it's irresponsible for me to get on this airplane right now. But I mean, we're all having to think with a completely different awareness. And it's not just about, and I think this is what transcends not just what's happening right now in this pandemic and how we behave in that, but what's happening in Humans First is that we're having to think not just about ourselves, but the effect we have on other people.
Yeah. Thank you for being that voice and checking in. And, you know, we've shared moments along the journey together that are, you know, friendship moments with family. And it's just been such a joy for me to get to know you and your family and experience so much of that real life together. So thanks for that friendship. And then
that one call, that Humans First, hey, Kimberly, do you want to do this weird Humans First thing? that one call, I truly believe has led to a lifelong friendship. So it's not just this really cool collaboration, but it's much more meaningful to me than that.
Thank you. And I want you to be able to share that goodness with everybody in the audience today. So I'm going to go off camera, step aside, and just sit back and enjoy this share.
And if you have to get the hook to pull me off, you just do what you need to do.
I'll reappear.
You know me well enough, right?
Yeah, everybody will share for 15 minutes. So can I have 25?
He knows me well. All right, bye-bye. See you later. Oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing. So let me dial it in. I have been talking about bravery for so long now. I started my business in 2008, and my book came out 2 years ago in 2018. And what has been so apparent to me is that the conversation around bravery has completely shifted in such a short period of time. I mean, as recently as January, when I was talking to people about why they wanted to be brave, why brave mattered, people would talk to me about, you know, I want to find my voice and I want to be able to advocate for myself, and I want to be able to have those really hard conversations, and I want to be more engaged, and I want to be able to be who I truly am, my real self at work. I mean, if you can imagine that. I want to be able to stop playing so small. I want to take bigger risks. I want to make an impact. And brave gives us access to all of those things. And certainly all of those things are still important, right? But now, in the face of everything that we're going through in just a few couple of months, things have shifted. And now why brave matters has become much more foundational. So now we want to be brave because we want to keep ourselves safe. And as Mike and I were talking about, we want to be brave because we want to keep the people we care about safe. And we want to be brave because we've maybe lost our job, or because we've seen our income completely disappear, or because we want to be brave for our kids or for our parents, especially for those of us who have older parents. We want to be brave for ourselves in the face of all of this uncertainty. So now honing our brave is not just a nice to have, it's a have to have. And the good news is I have been so incredibly privileged because I've been doing this work for so long. I've been able to work with thousands of leaders and emerging leaders and be able to have these really rich and meaningful conversations. And what I have learned is that we are all far more brave than we even know. I mean, I get to see people step into their brave that they didn't even know it was possible for them, because most of us don't feel brave. We don't, I mean, I know for myself, I never experienced myself as brave. I mean, I can point to it. I know when you're brave. I can see brave when it's in action. I can see my friend Garry Turner, who was here earlier this morning, and Gary's got this absolutely lovely podcast called Value to Vulnerability, Vulnerability to Value, Value to Vulnerability, I think. And he really is the most lovely podcast host. And on a recent podcast, he talked about his health journey that he's going through right now. He's going through a really difficult health journey. And it was one of the bravest podcasts I've ever listened to. And I can look at my friend Mike, and I can say, wow, you know, this Humans First thing that was, you had this crazy idea 16 months ago, and now it's unfolding in cities all over the world and in conversations, weekly calls all over the world. And now we've got this rally day with hundreds of people who are tuning in and just thinking that you could pull this off, Mike, that's a pretty brave thing to do. And I can just look around in my community and I can see these remarkable people that are keeping our stores open and keeping our processing plants open, and the healthcare workers. And I have never in my entire life experienced such bravery. So when I see bravery, I can point to it, I can name it, but I don't ever experience myself as being brave. And what I've come to believe is that I don't think bravery lives in our experience of ourselves. I mean, I think if you're waiting to feel brave, you might actually be waiting for a very, very long time. I think brave lives in our actions. And so much of the way that we experience brave is simply in the way that we look at it. I mean, if you actually look at the traditional definition for brave, if you go to the Google and you type in brave definition, you're not going to believe what you're going to find, because the traditional definition of brave is actually ready to face and endure danger or pain. Yeah, I mean, really, who gets excited about that? I mean, I know for myself, I never get up in the morning and say, oh yeah, can't wait to wake up tomorrow morning and face and endure me some danger and pain, right? And yet at the same time, I want to be able to do those hard things and go through the things I need to go through and make a difference. And I knew that if I focused on that, if I focused on the danger and pain, it was never going to happen, because our focus triggers our feelings, which trigger our behavior. Yeah, it can be really hard to be brave in the face of your own humanity. Because what's going on here is the amygdala in your brain. And if you tuned in earlier today, you got to hear Melissa Hughes talk all about the brain. She's a rock star in my head. But the amygdala in your brain, its job is to keep you alive, right? So when it senses risk, when it senses pain and danger, it calls out a red alert in the form of cortisol. So it's going to flood cortisol right through your body, which is the stress hormone. And that's what's going to give you, your stomach is going to clench and your heart might beat faster. And you might start holding your breath and your hands might sweat and your muscles might tense. That's going to tell you, ooh, this is really scary stuff. That's going to say, hey, run away from the pain and danger. It's going to stop you in your tracks. So if you are thinking about what people might think of you, or the fact that you might make a mistake, or you might look silly, or you might be rejected, or you might fail. If you're focused on the pain and danger, you're going to experience the pain and danger. If you focus on what you can't do, what you can't have, what you can't be, you will live into that. And now, right now, as the world is spinning off its axis, it's really, really hard to not focus on all that is bad and is wrong and is scary. And I have to tell you, this is happening to all of us. It doesn't matter how oh so enlightened you might be. If you're a human being on this planet right now, this is a really, really tough time. And I know, I mean, like yesterday I was talking to Mike on the phone, and most of my work is in speaking and teaching. So while I'm also a writer, my income doesn't come from, most of my income doesn't come from that. The bulk of my income, about 99.8% of my income, comes from giving keynotes and teaching in the classroom. And I really couldn't anticipate when this might come back. You know, of course, all of my business has fallen off my calendar for the unforeseen future. And I'm having a really hard time imagining when people are going to be ready to get together for big conferences or big meetings where they're going to squeeze together in a single room to hear a message, no matter how inspiring it might be. So in my head, and I think probably out loud to Mike, I was saying, it's not possible, it's not possible, it's not possible. I can't, I don't know, I can't, it's not possible. And when that starts happening for me, when that it's not possible thing starts going on, that track starts running in my mind, I know that I've got to disrupt my thinking. I've got to find a way to remind myself that I may just not know what's possible. So when I think about possibilities, I always think about going to the grocery store with my husband, Tim. Tim. So my husband, Tim. And back a million years ago, when we were newlyweds and we were living in Seattle, we used to live about 3 blocks away from this grocery store. And so every night we would trek to the grocery store to get our groceries for dinner. So of course, you know, this was before you had to think ahead and stock up in your pantry. This is when you can do it every night. So we would go into the grocery store. And in this grocery store, they had this big carnival game right at the front of the store, right as you entered. I know you've seen this kind of thing before. It's these big glass boxes, and they're filled with those really hideous stuffed animals, and it's got that giant claw that reaches down and grabs the stuffed animals. Anyway, Tim loved this game, and what made it even better is that on the front of this carnival game, it had a big sticker that it said, "Game of Skill." And if there's one thing Tim loves, it is a challenge. So every time we go into the grocery store, which at that time in our lives was every night, he had to play this game of skill. So it would play out the exact same way. We'd go get our groceries, we'd check out, Tim would start to wander over to the game of skill. He'd hold out his hand and beg for quarters, and I would cave and give him everything I had. And so one time after, many, many months of this silliness, I think we probably spent like $200 in this game of skill. So one time he's holding out his hand, begging for quarters, and I fish out a quarter from my purse and I give it to him, and he pops it in the machine, and he's concentrating. He's got his hand on the joystick, and he's, trying to maneuver that claw over this giant neon orange fish. And I'm really annoyed because, this has been going on for far too long. And so I say to him, I'm like, come on, Tim. Really, why do you always have to play this game? This is stupid. I don't get it. Really, have you ever actually won anything in this game? And there's Tim, he's got the joystick and he's concentrating, and he shakes his head no. And I'm like, no, you've never won. So why do you keep playing this thing? Really, do you think it's even possible? And bam. The second I say the word possible, do you think it's really even possible? The claw swoops down, it wraps itself around this neon orange fish's head, and out and up it goes, and Tim is waving this fish around in the grocery store, absolutely victorious. Yeah, it was a sight to see. You should have been there. But here's the thing. On my own, I never would have played that game. I never would have played that game. I wouldn't have played it in a million years. I never would have played that game because I didn't believe that it was possible to win. And we do this all the time in life. We don't have those really hard conversations that we need to have with our boss or our business partner or our spouse or our friend, because we don't think it's possible to have a better relationship. And we don't put ourselves out there because we don't think it's possible to win. And in this crazy world, why would we even try? Because it may not even be possible. Yeah? So, the fish of possibilities has lived with our family for 18 years. When our son was born, he was in his room, and he was renamed affectionately Possibilities. And then, of course, when he crossed over the threshold of becoming a very cool teenager, I ended up getting the fish of possibilities. And now he is a tangible reminder to me that maybe I just don't know what's possible. So you see, my possibilities are kind of like species. Now just go with me here, okay? Possibilities are kind of like species. If you look at your backyard, right, you've got a few species. You've got, you might have some squirrel, and you might have some mice, and you'd have some birds, and maybe the occasional skunk and raccoon, right? But if you look at your local park, It's bigger, so you're going to have more species. You're going to have all the ones that you had at home, but you also might get to see some fox, and you might get to see some deer. And then if you scale it and take it to a national park level, you have all those species that you had at home and in your local park, but you're also going to see bear, and you might see moose, and you might see cougar, and you might see eagles, and you're going to maybe elk, right? You're going to see all these cool species. And the larger the territory, the more nurtured the territory, the more the species are going to flourish, right? Well, it's the same way with possibilities. If we expand our thinking, and if we expand our offerings, there will be more possibilities for us. So now is the time for us to expand the way we look at the world, to expand the way we're thinking. Now is the time for us to grow ourselves and fortify ourselves, so we will be prepared for what tomorrow might bring. And the last thing I want to leave you with is brave lives in our actions and doesn't live in our feelings. So if you're waiting to be brave, you might be waiting for a really, really long time. What action can you take to expand your possibilities? Now, being on this rally call, of course, is a great action to take, but what's that next action? And it doesn't have to be huge. It can be a baby step, but it is an action that has to move you forward, because you just may not know what possibilities lie ahead for you. And I will leave it to you, Mr. Possibilities, to take it from here.
You know that, I mean, it's my favorite word, right? Kimberly, I just love that. And I didn't know that story. And I can't believe you actually produced the neon orange fish, right? Because I was wondering, what would that $200 fish look like?
I think it was a Dr. Seuss fish, actually, but yes, but he lives in my office. And so anytime I start hearing that negative talk track, I look at the fish and I go, okay.
It's like a mascot now. I will not get it out of my mind. And
it is.
You know, and I share that challenge thing with Tim, right? And I love the symmetry of right at the moment of, is it even possible? It's like, boom.
I am. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the magic, right? Because it's stepping into it.
Right.
And
well, and I think that's the thing with this Humans First thing. And that, remember, at the beginning of our conversation, I told you about this guy, Martin, who's kind of, I don't know if this is, yeah, it's possible, but we have to keep taking action. We have to step into that possibility.
yeah, cynicism says it's not possible. Healthy skepticism says, I'm going to leave room for it to be proven.
Yeah, yeah, yep. And we've got to earn it. We've got to keep taking action. We can't just be talking to ourselves about it, right?
Yes, yes. And that is the exploration, to take steps with those that most resonate with your need. And that's why it takes all of the different voices. There's not one best way.
Right.
There's a series of best possibilities.
Yeah.
And you've expressed that so beautifully today.
Thank you.
I appreciate you so much, Kimberly.
I do too. This has been a privilege. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go live tweet the rest of my friends for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Cornell Thomas will be joining us right now.
My man.
There you are.
My man. What's up,
My
brother?
microphone. Welcome. You're the last live breathing human being I was able to spend some time with before they locked us down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what a great experience that was.
Yeah, man.
Still, stays with me because
Yeah.
you made a big impact on my life. I know that you do for so many.
Thanks, brother. Same.
And I can't wait until they let you out to get back to the positivity summits.
Yes, sir.
And you know, build this energy in the world
Yes, sir.
you've been doing.
Thanks, man. It's beautiful. Just seeing you do your thing is just, I'm just reading the comments. I'm like, where can you go online where all the comments are positive? Like all the comments are encouraging. Nobody's arguing. Nobody cares about who you voted for. All the comments are positive. That's what makes this a special place. That's why when you told me, you say, hey, Cornell, could you come on? Before you even finish your sentence, I'm like, yep, just tell me when. I got you.
You know, and I would be the same, right? It's just, you could ask me to pack your shoes, carry your bags. I'm in. I'm serious, and you know I am.
This is why I love you, brother.
We can plow the hard roads together, and create that room for others to come along. And you know, and that's the leadership that you bring for so many. And I respect that and appreciate that. You do it as an author. You do it as a father, as a husband. You do it as a friend. You do it in creating these great spaces for people to go explore themselves at greater depth for 2 days with the positivity summits. And, you know, I'm a champion in your corner. I'm the water boy. Wherever you need me, I'm in.
I appreciate you, man. It's so funny, like the people, and everybody's been saying it. And there's this thing that they say the 6 degrees is Kevin Bacon. Like everybody's 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. It's like everybody's like 6 degrees of Mike Vacanti, right? Like all these cats that I know that I'm meeting that are just amazing, like Gary Turner and Olga and Nuria and Kevin Monroe and Jane and all these people. Like we're all connected. Kimberly Davis, like we're all connected to you, right? Like you've brought all these people together, Claude, and it's like we're all just finding each other. So that's why it's impossible for me to think that things are hopeless, because why would we all be finding each other if things were supposed to end right now? It doesn't make sense to me.
And think of the beauty of that, Cornell, because the whole journey of those people that you've mentioned, and there's so many more, is it's still an open invitation to everybody.
Yeah.
Jump in, because you will be supported. You can't drown in this pool, right? Nobody's going to leave you alone.
Yeah.
They're only going to teach you how to swim, and bring you to safety, and you know, let you find your strength to swim to shore.
It's crazy, man. Like I've been, so, you know, my kids are 6 and 4, so they're running around like crazy. It's like Lord of the Flies trying to figure it out. So I've been jumping on YouTube. I'll catch like a little bit of Claude's, and then catch like, I caught Kimberly the whole thing, which was great. She was amazing. And then I caught Jane, and then I caught Garry. I went back and caught Garry and Kevin. It's like just coming back and forth, and just the fact that you've been in that chair all day, right? I don't know if you have a catheter on. I don't know how you're going to the bathroom, but the fact that you've been in there all day, it's just cool person after cool person after cool person, man. It's such a testament to you. And you know I love you, brother. And it's like we connected immediate. And it's like that's how I've connected with everybody that's part of this Human First movement. It's like right away, like you find a family member.
Yeah. And, you know, the time we spent in Austin together was awesome, right? Because we had a lot of, you know, good private time together, and great conversations, getting to know you. And then your share talking about your mother, right? And that whole journey, you come to the world so real, which allows each of us to, be truthful about our journey.
Yeah.
And it's not masking and it's not pretense. It's kind of owning the scars, right?
Yeah.
Like
100%.
That's our strength.
Because my thinking is nobody relates to someone that's perfect, because there is no perfect, right? And perfect that's a definition that can be different from person to person, right? From corporation to corporation. Like there's no like general definition of perfect. So if you're coming at people like you know everything just because you have a private jet, or you're coming at people like you have all the answers, then you're not human. Then you're an alien, right? Like you're from a different galaxy somewhere, right? So like the thing I love about the people that are part of Humans First movement is everybody's letting you know, one, I don't have all the answers. And two, maybe you can provide some for me. We're all open to learning. That's the great thing about this. Like no one is so shut down, like, oh, putting their chest out. Like someone's still talking about posturing, like you were saying with Kimberly. She has all this background, but she's just like, hey, let me be a cog in the wheel. That's the amazing part of the Human First. Like no one is saying like, oh, I know everything, or I'm this person. We're all coming together and like, how do we all get better? And that's what's amazing to me. And that's why, like I said, from now until I have no more breath in my body, whenever you need me, I got you.
That's huge. And we're going to take some big strides together.
Yes, sir.
I look forward to that. And, it's funny when you talk about sitting in the chair and having the conversations, Cornell, you get this, right? Because it's game day, right? And like, I haven't had a game day for a long time. I really needed this. It's been, Kevin said 50 days. So, 50 days, I don't know that, there's been anything to like charge me up.
Yeah.
Kimberly talked about all of our calendars cleared, right? And so, what can we do to step in and help?
Yeah.
And game days are fun, right? Like, I'm skating around hitting people, and you're tossing hoops.
Yeah, I was right. I mean, I did a couple online events for other people, right? Like I came in and spoke, and I'm like, man, if the only thing you do, right, during this whole thing is show up and spread some light, that's it. It can be 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. If the only thing you do is fill the space that's all this negative craziness, right? If you just fill it with a little bit of light, you have done your job. I have never done this many Facebook Lives and Instagram Lives in a 50-day period. I'm going 4 times a day sometimes.
Yeah.
Just because if I can spread a little bit of light in someone's day, right? And change the narrative a little bit, because that's all we're seeing right now is the bad. I mean, this right here should be on every news channel everywhere to lift people up, right? And like, there's people out here that are connecting and doing amazing things. And we're not talking about any of the stuff that we already know. We're just talking about like, how do we spread some light? And that's what the great thing about this movement is.
Value creation, not value extraction.
Yes, sir.
And there's so much giving going on. And I want to turn my screen off, turn my sound off.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'll come back. And I want to put you on the stage because there's just always so much richness in what you share.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate
thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. All right. So first things first, and I just said it to his face, and I'm gonna say it again. I love that dude. Like, I love Mike Vacanti just for who he is and how he shows up every day. If you've seen me speak, you know that I'm a humongous fan of slides, which is not true. The only slide I have looks like my brother Garry Turner's slide, but prettier, is a heart. And it says Cornell's dope slides. That's the only slide you will ever see me use. And in this heart, I wrote down a couple things on this heart. The first thing I wrote down was revisionist history. Now, if you don't know what revisionist history is how we think something happened in the past, what we recall. Now, Malcolm Gladwell actually has a podcast called Revisionist History. And in one of his episodes, he was talking about how bad our recollection of events are. Now we think, oh, I was wearing a blue shirt and blah, 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 blah. And really, you weren't wearing a shirt at all. At all. You had sweatpants on and you had a tank top and you weren't in Hawaii, you were in Africa, right? So we tend to forget as human beings when life punches us in the mouth, because this is what this is. Life is punching us in the mouth. We tend to forget that we've been through stuff. Like we've been through plagues and genocides and all sorts of things already. And guess what? Humans are still here. We are like the cockroaches of the planet. We are here. It doesn't matter what we go through. We pick ourselves up and we make things happen out of all this adversity and craziness. Light comes from it. Now, when I talk about that, people are like, well, you know, it might be easy for you. It ain't easy for me. I'm a speaker. I'm not going out and traveling and speaking, but I can remember the things that I went through as a child, adversity-wise. And if you can remember the battles that you've been through to get here, this is just another battle. Now you have to ask yourself, if I got through that one, why can't I get through this one? What is the difference? The difference is mindset. My girl KD was just talking about how Tim was on the machine, and then as soon as she believed it could happen, it could happen. Someone wrote before a quote in the comments. I use Kurt Vonnegut. It's like, whatever we pretend to be, you know, will be. Like, whatever you pretend you are, you are. So if you can pretend like you're not a soldier, like you can't get through stuff, you're 100% right. In this heart, I have 4 words that are in this heart. The first one is love. Love. My kids, Bryce and Naya, are 6 and 4. They are now being homeschooled by me and my wife. Homeschooled. I ain't never homeschooled anybody. These kids wake up and it's daddy and mommy, and they go to sleep and it's daddy and mommy, and same vice versa. We got to like tag team like WWF wrestling to get work done. But I started to think, when my kids are in school, they're in school from 8 a.m. on that bus to 3 and to 1 p.m. So there's about 6-7 hours of the day that they're not in front of me, right? And then they come home and I have them luckily for like 4 or 5 hours and they go to bed. Now I have them the whole entire time. You know what's going to happen when things go back to whatever this new normal is going to be? I'm going to miss the hell out of my kids because I'm getting all this opportunity, 50 days to be with them 24/7. You love stronger. You should appreciate the people in your life even more, because in an instance, they could be gone. There is a lesson in the loss, right? We say that all the time in sports. What's the lesson in the loss? It doesn't mean the loss doesn't suck. It just means there's a lesson in it. So maybe one of the lessons regarding love is we appreciate and care about the people in our lives a little deeper. If you have not reached out to people that you care about, that you haven't talked to in a long time, that is on you. That is a mistake. I'm hitting all sorts of people up like, hey man, what's up, man? How you doing? You good? The family good? Everything all right? Because you have time now. You have time. What's the one thing that we always talk about that we don't have? Time. I wish I had more time. Well, you're no longer on the hamster wheel. Time is not an excuse. So that's love. Then I have empathy. And this has been spread throughout the whole entire event. Empathy, right? Most people live in the house they grew up in. They live on their same block, in their same town. They don't go out. Now there's a collective consciousness around the world. Why? Because we're all going through the same damn thing. So now when you pay attention to the idiot box, AKA the TV, AKA the media, when you listen to them, you're like, oh, wait a second. In Italy, that's happening. And here, this is happening. It's one world. We're going through the same pandemic. My brother lives in Italy, right? I'm hearing what's going on over there. My friends in Africa are telling me, my friends in Switzerland, all over the place, they're giving me these reports of what's happening. And it's the same damn thing all over the place. So empathy is big. Now we can actually put ourselves in other people's shoes because we're wearing the same damn shoes. We got the same shoes on, right? When else on the history of our world on a global scale are we all wearing the same shoes, right? Empathy. Another thing on my beautiful slide, grit. Grit. We are, listen, we are born tough. When my son first came out, June 4th, 2013, 4:28 a.m., I treated that kid like a Fabergé egg. I thought the nurses were gonna break him. They were like, okay, this is your baby boy, like throwing him up like a pizza. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? I had no idea how sturdy and freaking tough we are right when we get out the womb. Now, granted, we're bobbleheads and all this other stuff, but we're so much tougher. My second child, my daughter, I was throwing it through my legs. I was spitting on my finger. I'm like, okay, we're tough, right? The toughest human being that I've ever been around is this woman right here. The great Tina Thomas, my mother, who I love so much. She raised 5 of us on her own, no money, right? 5 of us in the inner city, no money whatsoever. My father passed when I was 4 years old from cancer, changed my mom from caretaker to main provider like this, right? My mom worked 3 jobs, raised 5 of us, never saw this woman put her head in her hands, right? And say, I can't do it. Never heard this woman say impossible. What's the difference? What's the difference between my mom and all of us? Mindset, grit. She's a country girl. She was like, I have to do this. I have to step up, right? We have to step up, period. What's the alternative? And the last thing I have, courage. Courage. Now, there's courage in a lot of different things. I heard, people on here talk about courage. But the courage for me is stepping towards whatever this new world is going to be. Oh, because it ain't going to be the same normal that you were used to. It's different, just so you know. Like the world we knew pre-Rona, that's gone. It's a new normal. So imagine if we all got off a plane and we landed in an island that no one has ever discovered before. There's gonna be apprehension there. We're like, oh my goodness, like what's going on here, right? It's a new world. But the beauty of a new world is you get to discover new things. You get to make new rules, right? New rules how we interact, new rules how we think, right? That's the beauty of this new world that's coming. I just talked about it, this new world that's going to involve empathy and gratitude and love. How good did y'all think the old world was? You thought the old world was good? Check your Facebook timeline. It wasn't good, right? This new world's going to be better, but you have to believe that and have faith in that. A couple things that I put. I love Rally Day. I love Rally Day. And the reason I like Rally, because I used to play baseball like a long, long time ago when I was a little boy. But a rally is a comeback. I'm gonna say that again. For y'all people in the back, a rally is a comeback. When a team is rallying, it's a team that is coming from the dead, that's waking up and saying, oh, wait a second. We can do this. We can do this. That's what a rally is. That's the beauty of Rally Day. We're making a comeback, right? All the stuff that's going on right now, we've got to rally as human beings, as one collective, rally and come back and take the damn lead. I said this on Instagram, I'm gonna say it again. Your body is quarantined, your mind isn't quarantined, and your heart is not quarantined. Your body is quarantined, your mind and your heart are not. So create, love, go out there and use the things that are not in shackles. Now, if you put this in shackles and this in shackles, then your whole soul, everything's in quarantine. And then it becomes a dismal place. The earth has been spinning in the last 50 days. It hasn't changed. It's still spinning. That's the way time works. No matter what happens on here, it's still gonna spin. So we gotta still spin and we gotta keep moving. And I'll leave you on one last thing so I don't want to be too late. Now, tell me if you remember these words. I'm not a singer. I was dreaming when I wrote this. Forgive me if it goes astray. When I woke up this morning, could have sworn it was Judgment Day. You singing with me? The clouds were all purple. There were people running everywhere, trying to run from the destruction. You know I didn't even care. So 2000 party over, oops, out of time. What's the next line? So tonight we're gonna party like it's 1999. When Prince wrote that, I remember being in college, playing basketball in North Dakota. It was December. I was going early because the athletes had to come back early. In 1999, people thought when the year 2000 came, the world was going to explode. I had friends that stayed home, right, to see if we'd still have a planet. It's ridiculous now that we think about it, but that was what the reality was then. The world is still here. We are still here. So partying like it's 1999 is enjoying the moment, because that's the only thing you can control. So what I am imploring you to do is when you wake up, don't turn on the idiot box. Don't turn on the TV, right? Don't go on your social media right away. Take a deep damn breath and realize that you have made it. You have woke up another day. So appreciate the moment and enrich someone else's moment that day. That is all. And I think I was in pretty good time.
That is more than all. That is just like amazing. And I have to say, endearing, because, bringing Prince into it to a Minneapolis guy, right? It's just like, that was right at home. I was down at 7th Street entry, First Avenue, just, in my mind, I was there live listening to that. So it was pretty good.
Awesome, brother. Awesome.
It's too much to go back and capture, and I don't want to step on any of it, Cornell. But you do share that reality of the choice and the responsibility that we carry every day. And it's the empowerment of ourselves that you share so boldly. And again, I don't want to go back and step on any of that, because the revisionist history is big. And I think inviting everybody into that is wonderful. But when you talk about remaking the future, how we envision it, and bringing others with us, as a responsibility, I think it's such brilliant encouragement. And, and I know that you live that, right? So that's what's so inspiring with it is you get up and walk that path every day, and you're inviting others along with you to walk that path. And when they need encouragement, or they get stalled, or they're trying to find that brave, you'll go back and meet them where they are and help them catch up. It's a brilliant light that you're shining on the path for us, but on the world for all of us. And I really appreciate you.
I love you, brother. I appreciate it, man. I get goosebumps saying it right now, and I'm surprised I'm not getting all choked up while I'm talking to you, but I love you, man. And I believe in what you're doing. And I believe in the people, every single person that's on that freaking comment, every person that spoke here. We have so much more power, right, than we know. We have so much more power. So if we can just remind ourselves of that every day and remind each other, man, this new planet is going to be beautiful, what we're going to do here.
Thank you.
Love you, brother.
Love you, man. Hello, Kirsten. Hello, Jeff. There you are.
There I am.
How are you?
Good. How are you, Mike?
Doing really, really well.
Yeah.
Hello, Jeff. I am so excited for you two coming on. Thank you for joining.
Oh, pleasure.
I think back to the experiences I have been able to have with the two of you in conversation, and right away it just brought that emotion back because there's just so much joy in those conversations. Exploring innovation and exploring what's possible in education, and I want to first of all start with congratulating both of you on your book, because it's so needed. The time is so critical. And then the exploration and the conversations you're having around that with leaders in education through these challenging times is, it's just a brilliant exploration that we need, that's going to serve all of us so well. So heartfelt thank you for all of that. As way of introduction, I just wanted to share that appreciation because, it's so much fun having conversations with you, right? Because you open up and you explore so open-mindedly, and you bring that depth of experience.
Thanks, Mike. That's really great. We are both, Jeff and I are both really, really thrilled to be here. And when you told us about this event and you said it was a rally, I was in, because right now it's all about rallying the troops. It's all about coming together, getting together around heart-centered thinking and really exploring that. So we're just really honored to be here. And you mentioned that we had just finished doing some amazing interviews. And really, Jeff and I have a very long background in education. We've been supporting educators for years. And so when COVID hit, the first thing we thought of is, wow, what's happening in the schools? And so we started this exploration, and I'll let you say more about it, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. I was hearing actually everything that you were saying twice. So I missed much of the introduction because I think I hadn't turned my volume off. But anyway, it's an honor to be here, Mike. I've looked forward to this, and I have to say, Kirsten and I have interviewed a number of the people that have spoken today. I'm not going to name names because I'll always leave somebody out, and then I'll hear later, why didn't you mention me? I'm not going to mention that. But the other thing that's so amazing is that I've seen a lot of faces and names come up in various circumstances. So it's really been great for me to put that voice to a name, to a face, and I thank you for organizing this, Mike. It's been very special.
Well, it's special for me to have you with us, and I do appreciate that. And we do have a network that goes back to NLV and a lot of people connecting there. And I think it's all of those communities that have been building relationships for so long. There's depth in that, and as we all come together and support each other, I think there's great hope for sustainability to a lot of this change that's happening, and the shifts and the shifting that needs to take place. Shifting happens to be the name of this great new book that you two have co-authored. And Kirsten, you mentioned that the pivot for education, and I don't believe it's called out enough. We think of the education system as kind of being that big organization, institution that can never change. But we always point at them and say, oh, if they just did that right, and if they would just, right, we all point our fingers and have opinions of it, but we don't realize there's so much involved. There's so many constraints. At the same time, this thing hits, And in a matter of 2 weeks, every school in the nation that have thousands of kids at every different age with every need we could imagine, every different level of challenge and need, has to be converted into a brand new environment that has never been done.
Yeah.
And they did it. They did it. And they're doing it. And it's not easy. There's challenges. And I think if there's any group of people that have demonstrated what's possible when we have to do something, I applaud and bow to those in education that are making it happen. And then again, want to thank you both and call out the work you're doing to put the right lens on that and to highlight not only that great work, but the great possibilities of where we can innovate and what's possible in the future.
Yeah, it's really amazing the kind of response that's going on right now. We really think about these education leaders and everyone in education as being on the front lines. And you don't normally think of schools as front lines, but this is what it is. These people are one of the core organizations in every community. They have the widest reach to families, and they really have a central spot in the community. And that really comes through when you talk to them about how this is happening and what they're needing to do. So it's been a really important learning journey to talk to them and to kind of hear. We were so fortunate to hear from these people who are really showing the shift that is needed right as this is happening.
Yeah, Mike, you mentioned our book, and we actually have a third author on the book. And Margaret could not be here today because she is serving on the front lines. She is an interim principal in Wethersfield, Connecticut. And it was actually in a conversation with Kirsten and me where we got this idea, because Margaret was literally thrown right back into the mix. This school had no principal, and she had been a principal in the district, and they asked her to come back. And we started having this conversation, and it was like, we got to talk about this. This is, I mean, what folks are going to be going through here is massive. So that's one of the reasons we undertook it.
Yeah, and I love that, and thank you for bringing her up. I was remiss to do that, so I'm happy that you brought her into that conversation. And you know, the one thing that occurred in listening to these conversations is none of them are concerned about their jobs or what they're doing or how challenging it is. Their focus is still on all of those lives that they're serving. Isn't that amazing? They care about the opportunities and the experiences that are going to be missed by these seniors that aren't going to have the traditional path out of school. And the challenges that they're having for each of those kids that have a need that isn't being addressed now because the community that they live in for so many hours during the day isn't there for them. And, you know, it's just resounding again and again and again through every one of those voices.
Yeah.
They care about the children. It's about the experience of others, never about themselves. And it's a fabulous example that I hope we don't miss, that we can continuously revisit. Because if we saw that care and compassion in all other elements of our society, we would be winning every day.
That's right. That's right. That was what was one of the amazing things. One of our questions was, what's foremost on your mind? And you think that, like you said, they had to turn on a dime, they had to make instruction happen in such a short period of time. Actually, the very first thing, almost invariably out of their mouth, was not that. It was totally about supporting people. Jeff, you want to say more?
Well, yeah, I mean, that gets us into what we really wanted to talk about. When we first got the idea, Mike, we didn't want to do a quantitative survey. We didn't want to send out Survey Monkey, with a bunch of questions. We wanted to have dialogue with people because Kirsten's a university professor. I was a high school history teacher. We both worked for the largest educational publisher for many, many years together. We've written this book about educational change. We wanted to talk to educators, and we didn't want to just read numbers. So with your help, Mike, the first person that we interviewed was Carol Chapman, and I'll get to Carol in just a minute. But we set about to interview faculty members, administrators, school administrators, superintendents, assistant supes, principals, and we actually got to interview one teacher. We found one teacher who was going to be able to be freed to be able to talk to us. Had to get district permission and all of that. And it was these were amazing conversations. We said we were going to limit these to 15 to 20 minutes out of respect for their schedule. And they usually took us longer, because their hearts were just beating about what it is that they were trying to do on behalf of their kids and their faculties. You cannot leave one of these interviews, and not feel inspired by what they're trying to do in literally no time.
I love that. What I would like to do is step out of the way, give the stage to both of you, and please explore and go deeper and have some fun. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So with that introduction, Kirsten mentioned one of the questions that we asked people in the interviews. We also sent them these questions ahead of time so that they could be thinking about them. What is foremost on your mind? What obstacles have you encountered? What are you most proud of? How are you taking care of yourself? And what is one piece of advice you would have for fellow educators? Now, we didn't expect them to respond to each of those questions. That wasn't the goal. We wanted them to kind of lead the discussion, if you will. So what follows, what Kirsten and I want to provide are some of our observations, what we heard. And these fall into three themes that we will review. But we're also going to sprinkle in some quotes from the actual educators because we wanted you to hear their voices. That's really what's powerful here is to hear them talk. Kirsten?
So one of the people that we heard from was Carol Campa, and actually Mike introduced us to her. And she is the principal of John F. Kennedy High School in Bloomington, Minnesota. And she summarized what was going on for her as a lot of leaders are managers. And so sometimes in a crisis, they fall back into that management mindset. I'm a big believer in 3 component frameworks. There's management, there's instruction, and then there's support. And those leaders with management mindsets really need to challenge themselves to step back from the one they're most comfortable with and figure out ways to support their staff, their students, and their families. So that's right back at what Mike was talking about leading from the heart, right? And when we talked to our co-author, Margaret Sakai, she explained what that support looked like from her perspective. She said that the main thing that is so important is that I am constantly reaching out to my staff to ask, what do you need? What kind of learning do you need? What kind of support do you need? Where are you feeling overwhelmed? And where can we have other team members step in? And Sahara Valentine, who is the principal of Baltimore Design School, also talked about that relationship between self-care and care for students. She said, I believe that when you don't ask adults what they need, that often translates to how they support students. So I think it's really important as a leader that you model self-care with staff so that it translates when they speak to students. A faculty member's self-care plan has 3 components. How are you taking care of yourself? How are you taking care of those that you love? And how are you aligning your efforts and your time to support the scholars at Baltimore Design School? Those are the questions she asked her staff.
Right. So what were some of the obstacles that they encountered when they're trying to provide this social and emotional support. The big thing, as we've said, it wasn't that instruction wasn't a big issue, but the first thing that they were focusing on was making connections. And you can only imagine how challenging this is, especially with the younger kids. The older kids could eventually get onto a Zoom room like we're doing here today, or Microsoft Teams. But the younger kids, it wasn't really easy to reach them that way. So we've talked to some educators about this, and what they wound up doing in some cases was having their teachers actually call each of the students or each of the parents just to make that home connection. And the same was true for faculty members. The superintendents were very concerned about their faculty because they're dispersed as well. So their advice was to department heads was to have regular department meetings, much like we're doing here today via Zoom. And one of the benefits that came out of this, it may be a small one, but it may not be, is that in certain situations where principals are used to going to visit with the superintendent for a big meeting, they would often have to drive. And in some cases, we talked to one superintendent, he had one principal who was driving a half an hour. We talked to people in Los Angeles, they were driving 2.5 hours each way to get to these kinds of meetings. So after the discovery of Zoom for these people, they have now cut those out, those face-to-face meetings out entirely, and going forward, they're going to have Zoom chats. The other issue here, and we'll talk about the digital divide in just a minute, but the real issue that they were wrestling with, most of these schools are serving up 1 to 2 hot meals a day for their kids who come from impoverished homes or impoverished communities. And when everybody went into lockdown, so to speak, the question then became, how do we feed our kids? How do we feed these kids? And there were some really interesting solutions that came about. Some of the schools that we talked to were still cooking hot meals, but they had to obey the social distancing. And then they had to transfer the hot meals curbside. That had to be done social distancing. Then they had to set up an area where parents could come in and pick up the meals. Now that works in an urban environment or in a suburban environment, but a lot of areas in the US are still fairly rural. So what we found was that they were delivering hot meals via bus or via van. We talked to a superintendent / principal in the UK. His name is Vic Goddard. And Vic came up with a very interesting solution, which was to take the money that the national government provides for these hot meals, and he partnered with a local grocery store, and the grocery store printed vouchers, and then Vic gave the vouchers out to the family. So he was able to continue this hot meal program by basically giving the same amount of money, but back to the parents who could then buy groceries and cook the meals. And this program was so successful that the national government picked it up and has now spread it over the UK. So that's just an example of somebody really thinking things through and thinking larger than himself or his local community.
Yeah, and really thinking about supporting those needy students first, right? Another big theme that came up when we talked to the educators was how varied their situations were. You know, Mike talked about the fact that education, we tend to see education as this monolithic big thing, right? But actually it's quite different from place to place. And so when we talked to the educators, we talked to all of these people that had quite different circumstances. So in some places, the educators really were just focusing on, hey, the students had live instruction between the fall and the third quarter. Let's keep them from losing what they learned. That's what we intend to do during this period, right? Some other places said, no, we're actually going to do some new instruction so that they do have instruction between now and the end of the year. Another thing that really varied from place to place was whether they intended to do synchronous learning or asynchronous learning. So in other words, do they have real-time teaching, Or is their intention to actually post assignments and post resources that the students could access 24/7, which was really important because sometimes people can't, if the parent or other siblings in the household are using the computer or using the internet access, they might have to juggle between things. So that might be a solution. Another thing that we heard was that in some places, especially rural areas, and in some parts, in some communities, there's not an equity of access in terms of digital. So in those remote areas, they actually were thinking in this time of remote teaching, they were actually relying on paper packets, right? So there was really this vast spectrum of digital access, and they were really trying to address inequities as they thought through how to pivot on a dime, like Mike said. So, when we talked to these educators, they were really thinking about, look, if there's so much variety here, we really need to think about being very flexible and also being in good communication with each other, right? So one of the people we talked to, her name was Jill Geocaris. She was the director of Innovative Adult Learning for District 207 in Park Ridge, Illinois. And she explained, our state guidance has been that our kids' academic standing can't be harmed by e-learning or remote learning. So it's a great opportunity for us to have our teachers thinking about how we get to a place where we're not just teaching to a grade and we're not going for that carrot or stick. So teachers are really thinking about, how can I design some engaging learning that's either synchronous or asynchronous and have kids engage in that.
And just a side note here, all states have suspended their end of year high stakes assessments. And you could almost feel a sigh of relief coming from the school districts that didn't have, I personally think they're hideous, these abusive end of the year tests that kids have to take and that teachers have to administer and that people are teaching and learning to all year long. They've been suspended. And one of the discussions we hope that comes out of this is there anything that we can do about not having these types of tests, but rather move to much more of a project-based learning environment where kids are assessed on what they're able to do, not just filling in little blanks on an assessment sheet. But to follow up on Kirsten's point, one of the things that came out of the discussion around digital learning was the impact on parents, because especially in younger homes or even in middle school where connectivity may be an issue, a lot of districts were relying on the parents to be a connecting partner. And with parents often working now at home, both have brought their jobs at home. There are other kids in the house. This is really a situation that's challenging. We talked to a gentleman, his name is Steve Miletto, and Steve is the director of the Heart of Georgia Regional Education Service Agency in Georgia. And an ESA it's a quasi-governmental agency that sits between the state educational organization and local districts. And what Steve and other ESA directors do is they service a whole range of districts in their territory. So he had a very expansive view of what was going on. Here's what he said about this question impacting parents. Online teaching isn't just giving a whole bunch of work. Online teaching requires us to connect with a family and make sure that their child is online when they need to be online. It's about getting information to parents to help them understand that by having their children at home, the best things they can do is follow a schedule like their child would during the school day. Now, that sounds easy, but it wasn't always easy. It's one of those things that they're really trying to solve for. So we've talked so far about social and emotional support. We've talked about a little bit about the digital divide and the constraints around digital divide. The third area that came up loud and clear was around leadership. And we talked to a superintendent in Illinois, Dr. Dave Schuler, High School District 214 in Arlington Heights. And he said something, and I've read this a half a dozen times. It still gives me goosebumps when I read what he says. As educational leaders, this is our time to step up. There are few people in a community that have a greater impact on families than principals and school superintendents. It is our obligation and our awesome opportunity to walk people through this and give them the confidence that we will get out on the other side of this in a positive way. He is on the phone with government officials. He's on the phone with people running businesses. He's on the phone with parents all the time, carrying out this message. And as he told us, he's working, and he didn't say this in a bragging sense, he's literally working 12-hour days, 7 days a week. And many of his staff are too, just to try to get communication to people about what the district is doing on behalf of the kids. Kirsten mentioned Zahara Valentine. She's the principal of the Baltimore Design School. She had a very interesting take on leadership. And she was really looking at it, at leadership, not as a title, not as a bronze plaque above the door or something on the principal's desk. She said, for other school leaders, I would add, don't be afraid to manage up. Many of our district leaders are understandably disconnected from what's occurring at the school level. Some of the policies or expectations may not quite align to the real work. Speak up with a solution. It's easy to find an issue. It's more skillful and solutions oriented if you see a problem of practice and couple it with a solution. If not, save your criticism. This really gets to the heart of why we did this. We wanted these people to be giving information to other educators and be giving license to really lead at whatever level they are. And finally, on this idea of leadership, and we have Garry Turner to thank here because Garry made the connection for us. We talked to Richert Gerver, who is simply an amazing thought leader. He is a UK-based education transformation advocate, and he works with schools all over the UK. And he's been observing and supporting their efforts throughout. He said, what we've seen in the last few weeks is the extraordinary natural talent, passion, and commitment of a brilliant group of people who, because of horrific events, have been set free to focus on children in their care. We've seen unbelievable levels of innovation, entrepreneurship, leadership at every level, extraordinary ability to not just cope with change, but to take control of it and make something meaningful from it. Important words there are set people free. They're out of the bureaucracy and they're able to handle things at the local level, which is critical.
Yeah, really, really inspiring. In addition to those big three themes, we also heard these heart-centered leaders give some practical advice because we asked them sort of what is one thing you would advise other educators? And they said, be patient, go slow, and celebrate the little steps. They said, communicate, 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 and also don't try to be perfect, right? Less is more, do something, work through it, learn, share, do something else, right? And that was so beautifully summarized by Kim Pence, who's the Associate Director of Middle School Teaching and Learning in Forest Hills School District in Anderson, Ohio. And she said, we've trained our teachers along the way to be patient in their communication with families and try not to introduce a whole lot of tools that their students aren't familiar with and that might be overwhelming for them and overwhelming for their families. So we're trying to slow down. We don't need to be perfect.
So just to conclude here, if you're curious about what else these educators said, you can listen to the episodes on our Apple podcast. It's called Getting Unstuck Shift for Impact, Getting Unstuck Shift for Impact, or you can go to my website, www.quetico, Quetico, coaching.com. Got all of the episodes there. It's amazing, inspiring work that these people are doing. Thank you, Mike, for the opportunity to share that.
Oh, thank you both so much for bringing that forward and sharing all those different perspectives in those conversations that you've had. And then summarizing into those big areas of concern, which are not just school concerns, right? Those are our societal concerns. And it does take that private public partnership to really help move this forward. And each of you are standing in that gap, being that bridge right now. And it's such important work. And my encouragement would be to, instead of saying, if you're interested, take a look at these conversations, I would invite you and encourage you to go seek out that information, because there's not only great learning about the most important piece of our future, which is our children and the education, but how we can step in and create that bridge and hold space for all of those that are in need. And you've taken the responsibility. It's an invite for all of us to step in and contribute as we can. And I think
well
both
said,
of
Mike.
you, it's fabulous leadership. And I really
well said. Whether you're a parent or not, this is important work, because if you have kids, you want to know what schools are doing on their behalf. Now, if you're not a parent, you want to know what schools are doing to lead us into the 21st century. So thanks, Mike.
And now is the time not to just go back to normal, like you said, Mike, to dream bigger. And getting involved in the schools and thinking about the future of education is all of our responsibilities right now.
Love it. Thank you both very much. It brought such richness into this day for me and for all of us. I really appreciate both of you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Have a great evening.
You too, man.
Here we go. Hello, Mark LeBusque.
Hey, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing really well, thank you. I am. I'm so excited to have you here now with us. My one question that pops into mind right away, Mark, is how is tomorrow? Is it hopeful?
Tomorrow actually started interestingly for me, Mike. I think I got to bed about 2 a.m. because I found it hard to drag myself away from this event. And but I did also know that I had a virtual PT session at 6 a.m. this morning. So I got myself about 3 hours sleep, and tomorrow's been good so far, but it's about to get better, I reckon, hanging out with you for half an hour and all these good folk that have been, both speaking on this, but also providing such amazing commentary in the chat line. So I'm pumped up, mate. And I'm going to set you a challenge here, though, because we haven't heard a lot from you so far, and you are the voice, mate. So I was hoping we could have a 30-minute chat like no one's listening, but everyone's listening. So let's see how we go.
Well, I know that, you've got such goodness to share, and I want the audience to be able to experience that, Mark, because you've been teaching this work. You've been the provocateur to put the bullshit aside and start owning what is real and what is possible, right? And you've already provided that challenge, right? When we got together for the first time ever for Humans First, which was actually kind of invented in discussions with you. And you came over from Australia and you said, let's do something together. And we did the crazy thing of just bring a bunch of people in the room and say, what's it like to be human in the workplace today? And everybody told us, well, you have to have more structure. You have to give them something like a grab bag or 3 takeaways, and we found out that people actually just wanted to open up and share what experience they were having. And
yeah, absolutely. Mate, I remember that fondly. And, if I go back to, I guess, the things that really drive me in this human space, connection and belonging. So let's talk quickly about connection. And, I met Claude Silver because I reached out on LinkedIn, we podcasted. She said, you need to meet Mike. I met you. You then said, you need to meet Kevin Monroe. So I met Kevin and we podcast. And then Kimberly Davis turns up as well. And, you know, there's this richness now of getting people together who are doing this work with good intention, but doing it, I'd say, also pretty fearlessly, because what I am going to share about today is the challenge that we have, as I think Dennis said at one stage, about the spring that's going to bounce back on us at some point in time. How we can, you know, use the bravery that Kimberly spoke about and the goodwill and the good intention that others have spoken about to resist this, because it will come. But, you know, it was a delight, mate, to be with you in New York. We've continued to talk. I remember our conversation as we walked out that day, and I think I did provoke you at the time. I sort of said, in not so many words, that you need to step into your space here, mate, and own it. And I think you've done an incredible job to do that. So I applaud you.
Thank you. I needed that encouragement, right? Because with something that is ambiguous to start with, leaving space to explore what it can be, but you were strength and encouragement to not shrink under that pressure. And you say something very often, Mark, that stays with me, and it's in the book, and is hold your nerve.
Yeah.
And leaders have to go first.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, I've heard some amazing personal stories today, and the three words that this hold your nerve piece, and I think it's important for all of us, particularly in this time, because we're going to cop some resistance at some point in time from the old system. And I remember working with a big sales team in my last corporate role, and I said to them, for the first 3 months, we were not going to look at any financial data at all. We were going to focus on 4 things that would drive us to a great financial outcome, which were thankfulness, helpfulness, care, and fun. So literally what we did for 3 months was we became more aware of being thankful, helpful, caring for each other, and having fun. And we literally did not look at our sales data at all. And when I allowed my salespeople to go back and do that, we found that our results were just about on par, maybe a bit below. And my people said to me, we need to go back to the old way. And I remember just sitting there at the time, and this was a very big moment for me, and it's one that I carry into my business today. And I've heard it, not so much in the words today, Mike, but in different words, is something told me to hold my nerve. Do not go back to where you came from. And I think that was a really important moment for me to then take that into the work I do today, which is about getting managers, leaders, teams, and organizations in the face of adversity and in the face of the old system wanting to reclaim its rightful place as it sees it, to hold our nerve. So those 3 words are extremely, I hold them very closely, because it's sort of how I live. And the other one is the going first, that if we have any expectation of others to step into their leadership and demonstrate leadership, we must go first. And that could be the simplest thing, which could be saying, I don't know the answer to this problem we've got at the moment, right, to even sharing quite a vulnerable story so people can make sense of how you are as a human being.
And think of that opportunity, Mark, is there may not be another time that a leader gets a total pass to step in and say, you know what, for the first time, I've been able to reflect on some things, and I'm bringing in a new idea. I'm remaking a decision that I've held on to forever. I'm no longer going to point the laser beam into your eye and blind you with fear. I'm actually going to set that tool aside and explore what the world looks like from your vision. We get a pass for those that are afraid of losing their power or showing up vulnerable or not being strong. It's, you get a one-time pass here to actually show up as a better human being when you get back in front of people.
You know, you used the word before, the B word, bullshit. If we drop the bullshit now, this is our chance to take that armor off, however we've worn it, however it's rewarded us. The opportunity now is with a free pass that someone says, go and do this, is that, you know, the thing we get back to is regardless of our title, our years of service, our department, what we have in common is we're human. And I think that's, when you get that free pass at the moment, I think that's the starting point, is deep connection, a strong sense of belonging, creating a safe environment for people to say their bit without fear of, you know, being seen like they don't fit in. You know, the people on this call today are sort of a bit like the misfits of the old world. They didn't fit in. They actually had the courage to take the pass that they were given when it wasn't safe to take the pass.
Right.
And I think there's something in this now, is that we have a role, this rally, coming off the back of this rally, it's like, what do we do? Our role is to allow other people to know that we're there to help them when they take that pass.
Yes. And Mark, what I love about that is it's not like a collection of dreamers and unrealistic thinkers, right? You've led big departments, big groups of people. I have led, you know, large teams of people in very complex business and achieved. And it, you know, we were talking about education and the leadership there. You know, Bob Chapman was with us, leading currently an organization. Claude Silver, who kicked off the day, is leading through these challenges in very real time. It's a strain, it's stressful. There, you know, there's active leadership in that. Mark Crowley talked about, you know, leading those big teams in the financial industry, and it's not all you know, fairy dust and fairy tales and belief. This is the reality of being able to achieve in a desirable and sustainable manner, and actually bring more people to a higher level, because we're not holding them back. And
interesting couple of things to pick up from what you're saying. And again, you know, there's no textbook that told us how to be human.
Right.
There is no textbook that we should be reading, really, that's telling us how we should step into this next phase of humanizing workplaces. And the challenge there, and you almost went there at one stage today, you know, there are the textbook gurus who are now coming out and turning up and saying, we can help you get through this thing by following these steps and you'll be okay. And, you know, more of that stuff is got to come out of here and less of it's got to come out of the book. I think some of the theoretical stuff is really, really useful, by the way, but it's nowhere near as powerful as what we can do as individual human beings and as a collective of humans to understand that we're not going to get the answers to these questions out of a textbook.
yes, and we're not going to get the answers out of the old thinking, right? So the big consultancies that are actually more part of the problem than the solution, right? They're in need of the solution, and we see that work. So, you know, we'll just call out McKinsey comes in with their new framework, right? And it's like 5 words that start with R, and it's all the words that we already know, right? Well, you start with resiliency, and then, you know, you build it up, and it builds in these 5 R words so they can put it on a page and it looks nice, and, you know, they can walk in and own the problem for their clients. But it ends with return. And so there is the, you know, reconciliation, and there is all the, you know, the financial pieces, and there's good data and research. But what we know, Mark, is the people in the organizations already have the answers. And if we allow them to voice what they know, and we change the measures, for goodness sakes, that's what's been missed.
It's interesting that, you know, when I did that work with my people around thankfulness, helpfulness, care and fun, it was there was a conflict in the business that we ended up, our results were nearly 240% ahead of our sales target for that year. And it was purely driven by I believe, the behavioral things that we did, the human things that we did. And the comment that was made to me, and this is where I'll sort of take us in our conversation for the rest of the time, is I was told that they loved my business results, but they didn't particularly like the way I went about getting them. I was spending too much time with my people. I was laughing too much. And this was the big one that I was told, you don't look stressed enough, Mark. So this whole idea of this is our opportunity. This is why I love the optimism of the Kevin Monroes and the energy of the Kimberly Davises and the Cornells who go, this is our opportunity now to show people that the energy and the optimism and the fun and the caring and those things, we don't need to measure them on a KPI sheet. We just need to become more aware of them. And when we become aware of those things and they become our drivers of business success, the business will be successful. That's what will happen. But we've got this spring that Dennis talked about, which is, I wanted to go into that a bit more, this old system that we need to, I think we just need to be conscious of it. We don't need to be beholden to it, but we need to now be conscious of how we understand why it is like it is and how we can help it to move somewhere else.
You know, I think that's really important to focus on, because there could be that kind of lulled into, everybody will have a greater understanding of humane actions and, you know, being aware of our humanity and caring for each other. And we have all these great examples. People will just get it now, and then we can know that the world is healing a little bit and we'll go back to our normal lives. And in reality, that has to be a continuous practice, because the clouds will clear, the sun will come out, and that shadow will reemerge, and that shadow will grasp for control once again.
Absolutely. And I think that's the message for today from me, is that, and you know, I was lucky to spend some time at Harvard Kennedy School back in 2014 and doing the adaptive leadership immersion. And what became really apparent that I couldn't make sense of before was that the old system is very, very good at bouncing back hard. Yes. And that's sort of my share today, is for people to be thinking that we all hold a truth now. We all hold our own truth, which is, my truth is that every human belongs, that every human is valued, that every human is listened to and has a perspective that will help us to humanize workplaces and humanize communities. Now, that's my truth. But there's another truth for an old system that's been in place for 100 years. And that's their truth is about command and control, and that hierarchy is king. It's all about work defining you and speaking when you're asked to speak, and that failure is fatal. So what we need to understand is there are two very distinctive truths that are here at the moment. The human one is really starting to surface. I love that the last two speakers talking about, I think there's great things we can do in education to bring the next generation of leaders through. What we need to understand, though, is that the old system is going to fight for what it believes is its rightful place, Mike. And the role we have to play is what I've talked to you about before, which brought a smile to your face, is we need to be able to do what I call the dance of leadership, which is dancing between our relentless optimism for this new way and the brutal realism that, as you said, as the clouds disappear, the shadow of the old system will re-emerge. And it is our role in a leadership capacity to be brave enough to stand there and say, you're not coming back, buddy.
Right.
And I'm going to have to put myself at risk as a human being in order for the collective to win. Because one of the things that Marty Linsky, who's one of the fathers of adaptive leadership, talks about is that leadership is about the distribution of loss at times. When we make leadership decisions, as we have all made to be on this human path, we potentially will put ourselves at risk. So we might have to lose some things that have rewarded us in the past in order for everyone to gain. And So I think what we need to look at is somewhere between relentless optimism and brutal realism is hope. And I've heard so much today, Mike, about hope, which I think's an amazing thing. It's now about, can we hold our nerve when this old system reappears? Because the old system is also very, very clever.
Yes.
It's sneaky, it's deceitful, it's very durable. It's been around for 100 years and it keeps bouncing back. So we've got to be ready for a big fight here. And I call it a fight very, very deliberately, that we have to fight the old system, but we also need to understand and have some empathy for the old system. As we preach about empathy, we should also understand that it's coming from a place where it believes that its truth is the truth.
Yes, I think that's really important. And there's lessons that came out of that. We did discover that we're brilliant at commanding and orchestrating, right? And systems and process, we know those things now. We don't have to keep inventing them. We don't have to put complexity on things just to show our intelligence. The intelligence is actually simplifying. And what I love about the brutal reality and the hopefulness, Mark, is that, or the optimism. The old system owns the rituals,
yes,
right? And that's holding the nerve, is to say, I understand the value that provided at that time, respect for the past, but I'm not going to participate in that ritual, that process, that thinking, that behavior of fear-inducing command and control. I'm not going to participate in that ritual anymore. That's not welcome. And in that is the risk, right? And that's why it takes so many in mass standing together to say, you're supported in that.
Yeah.
Don't participate in that old ritual. And then to be able to have enough demonstration that the results that are desired, the outcomes that are necessary, are still available, if not even more available. And my belief is they'll be more sustainable. And our belief together is people will certainly enjoy it more.
Yeah, and I love what Jeff said just about leadership just before, about not being about title. And our opportunity, everyone's opportunity here, is to understand that leadership is what we do. It's an act. It's not. I like to say that leadership is a verb. It's not a title. So every human being is capable of demonstrating an act of leadership. And I think our opportunity and the optimism that I get from this amazing group that I've found is, we have an opportunity then to create an environment where others who believe they're not leaders because they're not important or have a title, they start to be protected in some way to step into their acts of leadership. And so a simple example would be when the old system turns up again, as it will,
right?
It will do things like shut people down when they're speaking. We want to give people the opportunity and the permission at that time to say, hang on a minute, that's not the way we operate around here anymore. And that voice can come from anybody. And I think that's our great opportunity. That's the hope that I have, is that leaders in business today and managers in business today will hold their nerve, even when they're working up a level and the old system creeps back in, that they will allow people to step into their leadership, say what needs to be said, in order to help us to slowly move that old system back into the shadows where it needs to reside.
I think that brings a lot of clarity into those decisions and is really important. I had said that, I was going to get out of the way and not just sit and riff with you for this time. And here we go. We've used up this time.
Mate, I don't get enough time with you. So every moment I get to hang out with you like this, I was determined that I could keep you talking, and it's worked beautifully for me. So it's a pleasure. There's another thing just quickly I wanted to mention. This is something that I think I read it in a LinkedIn article not long back from one of the group, and we were talking about I sort of introduced this concept of disciples, doubters, and detractors. And to frame that around what I've just spoken about is we need to be spending time in our leadership role with all of those groups. One of the things we've done, one of the things the old system has got us to do is to hang around people who are like us and who like us and think like us and do like us and be like us. And I still, this is why this is such a great group, because this is where we draw our energy to keep fighting the good fight. But let's not forget, we also need to hang around the detractors right at the other end, the people who are telling us that it's all kumbaya and throwing rose petals out in front of each other. We need to actually go out to their space and understand what's going on for them, so we can help them to see that there's another way, even though they may not become disciples, that they can see another way. The real hope I see is, I guess, to finish off here, Mike, is the doubters. What I call the curious souls of the world, the ones who aren't quite sure whether they should go back to the old way because it's rewarded them with a nice office and a nice car and a lovely house. Or they're also curious to see that, hey, there's this guy called Mike Vacanti who's created this Humans First thing. All those people seem to be like really energized and doing amazing things. I might go and hang out with them for a while. I think we need to step out of our comfort of hanging around people just like us and start to step into hanging out with human beings who don't know what they don't know. And this is where the provocation comes from, is to provoke them into thinking in a purposeful way, to provoke their thinking about what could the world be like if you just came and had a look over here for a moment.
And that is the great opportunity. And it's really a segue to what I hope will take place next coming out of this rally, Mark, is there's a new series that I'm putting together that is going to take many of us into a more active environment. So we can take these ideas and actually bring them out into the environments where we live and work and exist. And it's actually another iteration of Humans First. So we've done the kind of invite, right? And the calls and a lot of the media stuff. And then there's the live events and this rally and kind of a way to engage in what I'll say, to discover together and get to know each other and kick up ideas. But now it has to come to action. And so this next piece that I'll be launching right on the heels of this next week is called Humans First Forward. And in essence, Mark, it is what would be a consultancy if we were going to create a consultancy. Yeah. Only it's not a consultancy because we're not billing under that. Nobody's going to be hired into it. But it is that collective of best programs that are going to start to explore how. So we can go out together, not with one path forward, not with one best way, but with the many opportunities to embrace how do we really move this forward and start to offer opportunities for people to engage with that. And that, I've been pushed in a way into, Mike, don't just sit and enjoy this thing that's going on. That's wonderful that it's happened, but we want more now. And how do we get this done? And again, you're provoking that so strongly with me today. And what I know is I need a lot of help, right? Yeah. Because it's going to be the many of us together, supporting and challenging each other, because
I think there's a couple of things to finish off with. This is a long game. I've already heard that today. That the game of human is a long game, so we need to be patient with this. There's so much goodwill and optimism and energy to break through here. So we just need to understand it's a long game. Short-termism is the old system. What was last week's results? How'd we go? When we make silly decisions based upon a weekly result, we need to look at this over an elongated time. The other thing is, the question that I ask my clients quite often around leadership is, what are you prepared to individually lose in order for the collective to win? So there's a question for people to take away today. It's like, what are you prepared to lose? For me, I need to lose a bit of ego around the detractors. I've got to go and spend more time with the detractors to understand their story. And that's hard to do, because I'd rather hang out with you and the Humans First guys, but I'm going to have to go and do things like that. Just to wrap up, mate, you're not getting off without some acknowledgement of what you've done here either. And I just want to say that I know that I'm grateful, and I'm sure the other speakers who have been given the opportunity are grateful for the phone call or whatever it was that you reached out with. Mate, you are driving the bus of this human change, and we're all jumped on the bus with you. And I'm so fortunate you gave me a ticket to get on the bus. I know other people are. The issue you've got now, mate, is the bus isn't going to be big enough. So you're going to need to get a bigger bus. But mate, just to finish off, you're an amazing human being. Everything that you are doing at the moment is being done with great intention, and you need to just sit and make sure that you spend a moment after today to just go, I'm proud of this thing. And I'm just wondering, you know, what is that thing you're most proud of? Because you should be very proud, mate.
I'm proud of the fact that people will invest themselves in exploration of better possibilities and truly bring, you know, the different voices and accept each other, right? So I've watched people set their ego aside and change their minds along the process, Mark. So there's some that would share that when they first started hearing about this, it was like, oh, I don't know if I really want to share that space with people, because that's my thing, that's my stuff. And they've changed their mind, and seeing that we can accomplish so much more together. I know this, that it's way bigger than me, right? There's no way that I could conceive orchestrating all of these people finding each other and coming together. So there's this, I guess, gratitude and then responsibility to, hey, if this is all shaping around me and happening to me, then you know, I should be thankfully stepping into it and contributing what I can.
And mate, just to finish there, someone had to go first, and that's the act of leadership. You went first, mate. So you sit with that and take the applause from your fellow colleagues and take some applause from yourself, mate.
Thank you. You know, I when I do sit back and reflect on, you know, the 22 people that we've gathered together today, as it was unfolding, you know, the gravity of that was really hitting me like, oh my gosh, these are some of the most amazing people on the planet. You know, I'm in orbit with them. You know, how lucky am I? I love the gravity of this.
Fantastic, mate. We could just keep talking forever, but I know it's 9 o'clock in the morning here on a Friday now, and I'm sure that there are people who are getting hungry over your way. So how do we wrap this up?
You know, it's the best way to wrap it up, I think, is the way we started it, Mark, and that's what's next. This is just, you know, see you tomorrow kind of thing. It's been a fabulous day, and seriously, it means a lot to me. It's very heartfelt that I got to start the day with Claude and end this amazing rally day with you, bookending that, because when we walked into that room together, meeting for the first time face to face on October 18th, 2018, I didn't know this day was going to take place. the depth of relationships and the community. But I think, again, the strength and the encouragement that you bring, Mark, is what do we do tomorrow?
Yeah.
This was a great day. That should be enough fuel in the tank to do something even better tomorrow. And that's what I'm going to really take away.
Yeah.
And I thank you for being that strength and that friend, and stepping in continually to encourage us to provoke possibilities for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, mate, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you and your friendship, mate. And good things happen to good humans in the end, my friend. Thank you.
We're going to see each other soon. I am going to get to Oz.
Yep.
It's a commitment. As soon as they allow those birds to fly, I'm on one.
Yeah, make sure, end of the year, mate. Our weather's about to turn bad. So come out here in about September, October, and you'll have a great time. Mate, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Happy May 1st.
Thank you very much.
You know, I just realized that I should actually stay on for a second and wrap this up. I was, you know, it's funny because finished the conversation, I was ready to step away, but I think it's really important to finish with a heartfelt thank you to so many of you who joined during the day, who came back many times during the day, and then others that stayed for long periods of time and tweeted and made comments and participated. You have contributed greatly to today, and this has been captured. We'll find a way to share it back, keep the conversations going, bring more people into the conversation, because this has to be all of us together to invite more people in, to do more discovery together, to bring more action in place where we can help each other make it real in our daily worlds. And then where do we expand from here? Together. Not one person gaining, but all of us gaining together and helping others along the path with us. You know, I talk in my book, Believership, that leadership is a paved road. Leadership creates a path. Believership is a paved road for many of us to travel together. And that really is my invitation. It's also my gratitude, my thankfulness to all of you for being here today and participating. And I wish you good morning, good evening, good night. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.